This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
No be news again say for South Africa, our country people, Nigerians, when we see them for that side, you don't tell them, say they must go. You know, only drive them, make them come out some of them. When we see the cash, they go beat them, they go kill them, they go burn their stores, they go do everything. Till the end of the time, it can't drive everybody come out. Even if they still talk now, more Nigerians, they see they come back from South Africa, they come Nigeria. Apart from that one, self, maybe only Nigerians even be safe. Other black people there will be yesterday for South Africa too. The South African people, if they drag them come out for there. Wait till come out these ones now. Wait till the lesson will be so free learn from there. Wait till cause I want to be like say now we the country treat like this, especially when you think of the times, the resources, and everything when Nigeria put into South Africa to make sure say the war that they fight against apartheid at that time, say they're winner. This is a matter we want to discuss today for our program. This is what we call Daughter. My name is Thomas Ade. I say welcome to the program. First when we say here with me, we want to this matter. Now one person will say, hey, sharp, well for matters like this. And even say if you go school well, so they come become a lawyer. And it's not only then go school. Now so they talk that only they go school, other people they don't go school. The idea with us make it follow us look this matter. You go look what you love talk about her, and everything when we see yes, we will get to know. Emmanuel Obakolo Esquire, I greet you. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon.
I greet you, my brother. When you first hear so that they drive Nigerians, they come from that side. Waiting be the thing when we say if it come your mind.
Me, I see I'm like saying a taboo. You know, those days for our village, our tradition get lost.
Yeah.
And when any person go against that law, they go say the person don't commit taboo. What that one simply mean be say the person don't go against the tradition, and they get waiting that they do when somebody go against tradition. Or Igbo man go call it sacrifice in law, or rather we call it sacrifice of expiation. But what it simply means na sacrifice to cleanse the person, to appease the gods. So that they call her. So now I see say South Africa, he pay me well, and he still they pay me because I remember from 1987 until 1994, Nigeria 9-day front they fight for South Africa. So till that time in 1993, one of the campaign slogan for the man where they call MKO Abiola, he talk and he said one of his target is when he becomes the president of Nigeria, say he will call for reparation to Africa by the colonial master. Me say all the colonial master wetin dem do for Africa, where they have to take carry our resources from Africa go their own country, go develop their own country, say they go pay Africa back. Abiola was at the front of it, and one of the things wey he get for mind that time, one of the country wey he get for mind wey make Abiola dey do that in that time, na this same South Africa. I want to tell you, Oga Sado, the problem with South Africans, particularly the Zulus, is that they are very lazy. Their men, they're very lazy. They're not very hardworking. I remember some time ago when Ghanaians...
Laziness and hardworking, to be hardworking and laziness, not the same rope, night hiding.
Yes, if you dey hardworking, you no go get time for yeye thing. You no go get time to look for another person because you are busy. These people, they no dey busy. So they look at the excuse wey they give. They say complain wey they give. Say Nigerians they take their women. Their women not they follow them, and Nigerians they follow. All the businesses wey dey their country, Nigerians don't take over the businesses. You remember, say these persons are visitors. They only came. Now for business world or business language now that they call them investors. They only came to invest in your country. You're supposed to learn from them. That is what the South Africans are supposed to do. Learn from these Nigerians. Not only Nigerians, we get Mozambicans, we get Malawians, we get Zambians, we get Zimbabweans, we get Ghanaians, we get Angolans, we get Sudanese, we get many people where they there.
Okay, I don't understand. All these people now, people when they drive come on for that place.
Yes.
But me here say people that when they get light skin, white people waiting for South Africa, so they're plenty. Those ones they don't take their wife. Those ones they don't take their children. They don't take their work. They don't take anything. You know, you get one video I will see where they march towards today in South Africa. There's a supermarket where we say black man no they enter if you get black skin. You know they enter only white. Today in South Africa. So I begin to say, what thing they can't be fight for? There are schools, secondary school, where only white children go to the school. In South Africa. For inside black nation. In South Africa. Okay. But why they can't leave all those ones? They can't be say now only blacks. Now they'll feed the target. Now be the thing will make me say now laziness they worry them. Like I talked before, one of the video when I see when they march towards a quarter made for the whites. The white begin shoot them, they run. They run, all of them. They don't stand. I say I think say when I get bulletproof and when I be strong people, when I don't tie all the Zulu attire. So make una go there now. Why will I not go there? When they see gun, all of them run away. So it didn't be say, if not the way we will find ourselves, as they call us before Giants of Africa. But when you remove the first letter G, and you remove the I, you know what you call remain. So now we put ourselves, if not be so, Nigerians, though nothing wrong go. Make person go be investor in another place. Just like when you talk as nothing, when you talk as we put ourselves, whether we like them or not, no country in this way, because get one word they call it expatriates. Abi if you go work and everything, you don't go work for another country. Abi when you work for country, no be that what they call the expatriate. Expatriate are the ones who be professional. Therefore, the other they call them for business where they say investors. Investors, okay. So those ones. So if you go, they say investors, then go that place now, whether we like them or not. Investors do for the US, when we say be blacks. Investors do for inside some European countries, even most, if not be all European countries. When we say they be blacks and the rest of that, we never hear say that they drive them come out. Again, where it be say people wrong them. I mean those people the when we say they come from that other countries then, when they don't drive them come out to, because South Africa they get business for other areas. You understand? So in your own way. If they drive certificate and come up for those kind of countries, how they go take them? You know, this one like they talk and they come. Our traditional proverb say, because you want kill dog, you go give the dog bad name. Yeah. With the name that they give the black skin people now is that the black skin people they take their wives. 1, 2, the black skin people they give their children drugs. Okay. You see where they call the hang and put. Okay. So that any person will hear wetin they do or will see wetin they do, they talk, go think say whether they get reason will make them they do the thing, but they don't get reason. Now laziness na be their problem. Oga Sado, Nigerians get wetin that they call tough skin. Nigerians fit take any challenge anywhere in the world, and I make us they survive even till now, even in our own country. Everything. Like every time, anywhere you go see Nigerians everywhere. Recently, I dey read one documentary. After I watch a film, I come dey read wetin the analysts talk there. A Nigerian, very young Nigerian, is the first medical director of a foreign hospital that has 97% whites in America. You know person with that? Okonjo Iweala Pikin. She's also a professor. She is a professor. Now she be the first
black medical director. Recently, a Nigerian topped the world of physics. He became the best physicist in the world. A Nigerian. As I talk with you, so the financial director of World Bank, very young, 32 years old, is a Nigerian. God carry brain give us. God carry tough skin wey dey
so if we manage
give us. Yes, we bear am. God carry am give us. So Nigerians go to South Africa as investors for those who are for trade, for business. And we have Nigerians who are also professionals. I know one of my lecturers here for Uniben. He did South Africa. The lecture.
They don't drive and come.
They don't drive that one.
But what would they hear now say that everybody they drive, whether you get paper, they don't get paper, first say you be black person, they go drive you come on. But the international law say if you follow the re-immigration system, follow the re-immigration roads to enter any country, you don't understand. The law say and you get your papers, they go feel allow you stay. But for South Africa now, everybody will be sitting at Blasky. They don't even care to even listen to you whether you get your papers correct or your papers not correct. They drive them.
You know what the problem with them? Then they say they don't arrive, they don't reach where they're supposed to go in their country.
Okay.
Then they disturb them. But they forget that, say, you get many things where they don't even know. They need other people to teach them. They need other people to help them. May I tell you, Ogasado, Africa Charter on Human and People's Rights give every African the right to stay in any country in Africa. This same South Africa president, Cyril Ramaphosa, is one of those, before he became president, where they advocate for United States of Africa. Where is he today? I want to tell you, say, South African government get hand for this way they happen.
Now that they work out, they go, because I want to come and look and say, ordinarily, at the fee say, heads of states, one put like that, or presidents or whatever they call themselves for different countries, they're supposed to protect the rights and privileges of people that won't be say come from other countries, can't stay with them. But if people say Ramaphosa just put hand for ground like this or fold the hand, they allow people to attack foreigners, especially black people when we say they come. Instead, when we say yesterday they quarrel the other day or they want protest one Tuesday back. When I go do things I want to do, but when I make them peacefully, when I don't disrupt property and the rest. But the key human beings then. So people talk and say he kind of in a way take the they beat the drum for the middle, they dance put where.
Yes, yeah, because even one of the ministers here recently, when Nigerians they call for compensation, say some of the Nigerians will come. I did listen to one man for one of our sister station, where the man marries South African. He deals on cars in South Africa. The man said they come meet him personally, come tell and say, if you no run on the 30th day of June, na the last day we will give you. You personally will go kill you. That na somebody, the man get all the papers. So it's not to say na illegal immigrants, not be illegal immigrants, not be that one. It to tell you say the South African government now they sponsor all these things wey dey happen for South Africa. The government get hand in it. The president just dey pretend. Because recently when people like that man come, they call for compensation, even Nigerian government come dey say, you go compensate these Nigerians, especially those wey get paper, wey get everything wey you need to enter your country, you still dey pursue them. They say they no dey compensate anybody. That one, that language alone suggests say na the government dey do the thing.
Okay.
And that's why recently when the Cyril Ramaphosa say he wan go visit Ghana, Ghana president say you cannot come to my country because you cannot be doing all of this to us and still be pretending. Again, I want to take us back to memory lane. Once upon a time, they advocate, they call, they suggest, they pray for what they call United States of Africa. Now this kind of thing what they do now we want to achieve United States of Africa. So you can see say that thing can never succeed.
Every time you say Ramaphosa, they among the people for the forefront of United States of Africa.
Yes.
That time before he become president.
Yes, he dey among, and you see, that's why at times I begin to wonder whether if person become president for African country, some of the things wey he talk before, wey he fight for before, his brain no dey there again.
Forget.
Maybe not be he forget. Na spirit.
Maybe they forget.
The seat, e be like say the seat, the Englishman go say euphoria. The euphoria of that, the office, e go take over their senses, and they begin. e forget say one day e go leave that office. So wetin dem go talk about im ten ure as the president of South Africa? We get one legend those days called late Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
We saw how that man fought, how Nigeria, again I repeat, Nigeria na dey the forefront. The 29 years Mandela spent in prison, it was Nigeria that was fighting everywhere. Even people like late Bishop Desmond Tutu and others. And that made me, I can't get interest for one poem where they call Later to Matter 17 by Dennis Brutus. In that poem, one of the lines, if I can remember line 17, the man say, we are like ants in the packet of a match. Wetin e mean be say, in South Africa, in reach one place where they say every night they know they feel they sleep because of the apartheid regime. So everybody they look for where to hide. Inside hole everywhere. It cause say that hole everywhere can be like packet of matches. So like everybody like matches stick where they inside the packet of matches.
Yeah, fire
yes.
But they still fire go hide.
Nigeria was at the forefront. Nigeria spent money, human knowledge, everything.
With all of these things, the way in say Nigerians do for inside the, you know, say Nigerians they deserve better treatment than what they get now for South Africa.
Oh, South Africa is supposed to see Nigerians as darling. South Africa is supposed to see Nigeria as king and queens will go their country. But unfortunately, because we get leaders too for our own side, we know they proactive. If not be so, Nigerian government by now should have taken South Africa to International Court of Justice. Take South Africa to anywhere in the world and say, look at what we are doing to our people. We cannot. This compensation, unfortunately, even the Nigerian government go no talk and they go leave them. They don't go pursue them again. And in International Court of Justice, not the human being they carry country go, now country to country they go there. So you can see say at the end of the day, especially when election don't be reached now, election matter will go to talk. They will forget all the rights of Nigerians. So now that one they pay me well. If not be so, Nigerian government because we get embassy for South Africa. That embassy should be able to protect Nigerians and not to begin to delve into politics. When I see the Nigerian ambassador or high commissioner to South Africa, when they talk, instead when they talk, say, this is what we should do, how we should protect Nigeria. So you not talk that one, you can't go they talk about how to praise the president, how to praise the president. That will not be to praise the president, not be your primary duty. Your primary duty is to see that how you can secure the lives and properties of Nigerians in South Africa, because the embassy, Nigerian embassy in South Africa, na Nigeria. So we the
embassy there for any country, that place is taken as that country.
Na Nigeria, you must protect even for war. But yeah, even in war, talk about say not be war. And Nigerians when they run to the embassy, they are not being protected. They will leave them outside. So I don't know what our own leaders they do. For me, na shame. So because, and I think say that make the South Africans they see they misbehave. If not be so, if they see say Nigerian government is really protecting Nigerians, they don't get right to
that man and the wife they call it, tell the wife, I not blame you, don't see me finish. Yes, now the woman tell her say, what do they have when I never see? You understand? So bless Nigeria you don't need case for South Africa they now make it be like. But no check one thing when they say. The senator will be they represented though North Senatorial District, whether they call him Adam Shomole talk the other time. He said the way they take destroy Nigerian property for that side, make we retaliate here, make we destroy the artists and all of that. You feel now the way to go now be that?
No, I think. But Adam Shomole mean? No, what I think what Adam Shomole mean be say. He mentioned two things. One, he mentioned South African businesses in Nigeria, and he called one say ShopRite.
Okay.
Well, I know. What in the mean be say make we domesticate those companies like those days. Take over.
You can't become Nigerian property.
Yes, okay. Take over.
Okay.
Send them back to their own countries. Hence, they are also sending Nigerians back to Nigeria.
But our Nigerians always want to be say they destroy them, and they won't be say you're born rich ground.
no, we no go burn them.
Okay.
We no go destroy. Me, I no go fit talk for that one. Make they do that one. Okay. Wetin we go do say make we take am those Nigerians wey get sense for business wey dem send away from there like that man wey I dey talk. You take this one go and manage.
Okay.
Make we see how we can develop our own country because if we grow.
They go give them to politicians.
No, na be where the problem dey be that. Na dem dey go even share am even the Adams Oshiomhole you go surprise say if you call out Adams Oshiomhole now and interview him again you go see say he go make a U-turn. Because
you fit make a U-turn.
You fit make a U-turn because sometimes even them they get businesses for all those places.
Okay.
But they say one thing wey they do they no dey even protect Nigerians wey dey there they dey only protect their own business. So it's a game of interest and I make these South Africans come dey see us finish come dey do us the way we dey like. But I think that wetin Ghana president don show Cyril Ramaphosa the president of South Africa if he get sense he suppose to use him tongue take count in teeth.
But what about if he be say yes say the Cyril Ramaphosa dey go there and make we go discuss this matter make we see how he be say yes take do am. You know if it's not one of the reasons when we say if he make am say okay let me go to my African brass whether we like am or not man meet them. We'll talk to ourselves, especially those black skinned Africans there. So we'll go meet them and go tell them, see the reason why we do this kind of thing. Maybe if he get reason. You know if it's not one of the reasons when they say they make and go, say he won't go see African brass starting with Ghana.
I don't think so. Okay. And my reason be say if he think like that if I first stop him for a country now when you don't stop something you come go dey meet the person say sorry for this thing wey happen o make we discuss and make we see how we go find solution to this problem and if the thing pass and make e remain for a country no need to come to our country.
Because whether you like am or not they see na wetin the people want make they give them no be na talk say democracy is for the people by the people no be say the talker so maybe na wetin the people want and you as a president na wetin the people want to do na you be say you go give to them even na this na one of their
you know this problem if you look am this problem na the Zulus na carry this problem for head.
Okay no be all South Africa.
No na the Zulus in particular yes you know say the Zulus na to drink one drink wey dem call ukomboti. Na be their beer.
Get one woman take her to sing that
chaka those days.
Chaka
1987. Now there's a big drink. They are very lazy. They will just wake up in the evening go drink ukomboti. Then they begin to dance.
You know they look.
Na lazy people.
You know they look watching for.
I want them to watch me. Make them see say
if you enter there, now you dey call am lazy person. So now you say dance ukomboti now be say
you know say the thing when they don't drink that their beer finish they will come dey see Nigerians as people wey be their problem. The truth is this I think na wetin the South African government suppose to take serious now and call their people to order. Ask their people wetin be really the problem. The jobs wey una say una no get say other African countries and in particular Nigerians come take. Nigerians no dey do government job there. Nigerians dey do their own private business. Maybe now
to do business now for you to think of
yes. The Nigerians who even they do government job now lecturing job professional job you don't reach 1%. So other Nigerians there and other Africans there they do their own private business. So people you can imagine one Nigerian they talk the other day say he dey deal on female undies. Na him dey sell for South Africa. So how you go tell me say somebody wey dey deal on female undies take your job? How you take your job? If you see say him dey sell female undies and you dey make money, you go to dey open your own. And not to say
female undies go sell male
undies or even animal undies. You can go and sell. And leave these people. Yes, and leave these people alone. You see Nigerians who are into gardening. Some of them are gardeners. Some of them are into perennial farming to ensure they are productive, to ensure say they get something. They know the reason. One good thing about Nigerians, if Nigerians live here, their country, go anywhere, they always get out for mind say, I don't know where they go, but I know where they come from. And that Nigerians, they take them very serious, life very serious. Now very few Nigerians you go here say they involve into crime, and even the crime wey dem dey enter na the indigenous or citizens as the case may be na they even lure some of them into it because they give them to do some of those nonsense.
Okay, just like you talk now, I mean they know if they want kill dog now, if they want hang out, they fit get am bad
name.
I mean you just put those kind of things in Nigeria, they do that things there. Yes. One of that people talk and say it don't reach time when be like say all these countries go look inward because according to them, some of things when we say we fail the see that time say they come dey overstretch our schools. our hospitals, they come, they take care and all of that. You know, if you say this is a kind of wake-up call for African leaders, dark-skinned African leaders, to make sure, see, their country, they get the kind of amenities, the kind of things they want to be supposed to get, so that they don't go they look for other countries. Because we know quite well, say, it's not possible for any country, make all the citizens there at home, so must go abroad. But that one will still make and they reduce. Maybe the kind of pressure no go do that time.
But the problem we get big political problem. We no sabi lead ourselves.
Okay.
We only get what they call rulers. We don't get leaders. So, and when you get only rulers, you don't get leaders. Now, big problem. Our leaders, our rulers now, they enjoy going abroad to go and treat themselves. So, hence, and even though they collect extra code for all those things, money they follow all those trip what they do for their own selfishness. Money they follow. So, and their interest now that money they follow. So, to now say, make we bring some of those facilities, make we bring some of all those things wey go improve our health system, our other systems, even justice system here, e bad. Dem no go do am. Because if dem do am now, where those money go dey come from? So you see say until we begin to groom or develop leaders, we will still remain like this. Because these rulers wey we get, they no dey think well about us. They only think about themselves and what they go do for their own children, so that their children will continue from where them stop. And that thing now be bad thing. Anywhere you go, according to Big English, you will say in every fabric of our system or economy, you will see all those things. So anywhere you go, the nook and crannies of our country, you dey see am. Is it in the church? You see am. Is it in the mosque? You see am. Even the Babalawo shrine, you see am there. In our family, you see am. In our schools, you see am. Give somebody one small position today. Somebody, like I tell somebody some days ago for one of the institutions here in Benin. I say, you working time, you dey eat food. I come say, madam, answer me now. He say, you not say I dey eat food. I say, madam, you were beg to apply. You dey eat food in working time. During break, what you go do? So you see, I say, even that small office where they give that person now, see how they manage that office. They say, can't you see I'm eating? Working time. Okay.
No, you heard the matter when we say they discuss, they talk about this matter when we say it concerns Nigerians. Them. All of this xenophobic attack, the when we say they for South Africa, that was xenophobic. It may say a black person, they attack black person. Them. When we say they for South Africa, when we say they would the drivers come out. Now the matter now we say with the looks. And I know say yes, your interest go down strong way. And you would like to ask one or two questions or want to make your comment. All of those ones we will take all of that. After NBC, we take this short break. I will go open the lines for you. NBC, you go take calls. The number NBC go take on will be 080 77 77 0300 080 77 77 0300 after this break.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Welcome back. The name of the program now, Daughter, the Heart of the Matter, and the reaching from Independent Television. Anyway, visit the watcher for across the globe. My name is Thomas Ado. I sit with my brother here, Emmanuel Obakpolo, Esquire. Welcome.
Yes.
No, Obakpolo, Obakpolo.
Obakpolo.
Obakpolo. Hey, man, can go make me speak. Because I call the Obakpolo. I say, don't enter my mouth. Don't enter my brain. I say, okay, but I could check her first before anything. Welcome again to the program. What would it take before we call this break just now? First, the break. Now you see one thing. They say South African landlords risk arrest for housing illegal migrants. Then and all of that kind of thing. Now I may say no matter now law be this one now because the only person when we say if it arrest people. Now be government, state actors. I mean, not be so.
Yes.
We not say yes, the state talker say yes, everybody gets a police for his own. No. But now only state actor go fit, go do am. And this state actor don't want go do am. So that may say by implication the government when they there, now they give the pass, say go do this thing.
That be the thing. And one way the government failed to understand. By the time these people, these rascals, where they pursue people now, succeed in pursuing everybody, they will go after the government.
Okay.
That's why those days that they shout say Muammar Gaddafi a bad leader. Before you know they raise to call PRB. Now you by 3 different militias in the 3 regions of Libya. South Africa they come. You know, say our force forget waiting in the house may come back to him. He forget her. In the T say if they drive everybody, they will just begin to take the people's businesses and begin to do business when you not get the knowledge. How you want to do it? So they are at the end of the day when they run everything down, they go for the government to say after they go to say now their town now to rule. What are they? So I think if the president and his executive is sincere, one, they have agencies, government agencies, they have the police, they have the military. They can stop this nonsense that is going on. But deliberately they are not stopping it.
Okay, one of my friends they talk, he say either they no fit do or they no want do. But this case it be like more of they no want do. Okay, no problem. I tell you, I said if you come back, we will take your course. The number say when you say you go call, I day your screen, so we'll put the number there, make BC this here. But may I quick call for you 080 77 77 0300 080 77 77 0300. Once you call that number, you don't become part of the program with us. So I'm going to expect your calls there, make all of them come inside, so I will fit to take them one after the other. So don't forget the number in 90 days. So 080 77 77 0300. Call us. We will talk this matter together. Before I call the number finish, the phone down the ring. Hello, good evening. Hello? Okay, the phone will ring just now. Maybe that person maybe say if I call us, if they shy, but maybe you call us, make it say you ask the question when you say you want to ask, or give us your comments on this matter because we need to know how say our country, Nigeria, will take better, and even our people, they want to say they outside the country, how their life could take this safe and better. Hello, good evening. Hello? Hello? Maybe that's why they get issues with network because all they pick the cost. Then since no one they agree, they stay. Maybe the South Africa, you don't say whether we like them or not. But hey, you don't say they
get MTN.
They get no, we don't call MTN. They get with the yellow network. People like that. So people that they do say we not go agree make it work. It will work because the people now they use here. Hello, good evening. Hello. Good evening. Hello? Listen, get the way the team be. They say an injury to one, it's an injury to all. So if you see the injury, when we see the thing they do to one of the network now, or that network they protest, say, we no go agree. Now all of us dey together for this matter. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Who will they talk to? Hello? But we hear our voice just now. But okay, why they say our engineers or they try to put the line in order? There's something when they say, I want to more carry and come our place here now. Some of these people they come back now to this our country. Many of them don't come. We always say the last set will soon come, or that set of people will soon come. Any person when we say he show interest to come back, so they go bring voluntarily they'll bring and come back. And we go tell Airpeace thank you. And I people say donate, what do they call them? When I vehicle, I call them now.
Aeroplane.
Immediately bring them, come back, we tell them, say thank you so much. But the challenge now is people when we say they come, what do you want to be their fate for this country? Some of them say they are the little property where they get before they come out. Hello? I hear you. What do you go be their fate?
Ogasado. I won't put myself for those people's shoe.
You shot on the same side. Now your leg and their own be so.
Now where the problem? They be.
My own leg weak past your own. So your leg go fit enter their shoe.
The thing they say, the people are going through a lot of challenges, going through a lot of trauma, emotionally, psychologically, and otherwise. Where they won't start from now.
Hello.
Hello, Sabi, how are you?
Fine. Good evening. What is your name? Where they call us from?
My name is Godfrey, and I'm from Benin here.
Godfrey from Benin. How you doing?
I do.
Talk to us.
Yeah, now this problem from South Africa, we say, if the leaders of South Africa or the ruler, they don't want to put, that means they get hidden agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, because the way when you look at so, South Africa is on two areas, the white and the black. If the white are using the black to kill themselves, we should look at that area. Because if they didn't evacuate all the black from other country out, they cannot suppress those things. That Africa we are still talking about.
Hello? Hello? If you see that call we miss him. I should say you go call back my brother Godfrey from Benin. Hello, good evening. This network now big issue. Make I listen to you.
This our last caller now raise one point. Whether the whites they use the blacks to kill themselves. Now good point, but me I don't see this one like that because I see
just now the point.
Yeah, when they make attempt to go to the white, the white they kill them, they shoot them, they run. So the thing is this: when a lazy man can do anything, a lazy man. When somebody did not get anything for brain where you won't think of good, the next thing we go think of na crime. And now that's why we get government agencies we're supposed to stop all of this. The question is, why are they not stopping it? It shows that it's a state-sponsored crisis.
In South Africa.
In South Africa, it's a state-sponsored crisis. One good thing where African rulers know how to do, be say African rulers know how to divide the people. They set crisis amongst them. So me no want see from a white man.
That man said divide and rule.
Yes,
okay.
That is one good thing about African rulers. Right. So the problem where they there now, maybe the rulers are feeling that if these people grow like this, and with the help of all these people who get this kind of knowledge, what would they see? Somebody go come, they do one small business before you know, boom, it don't blow. It they move up and down. The business they grow. If we allow them. By the time they grow where we come get money, they go fit oppose us
take over the system
politically.
Take over the system.
Yes. So this make me the reason I say now the government now they sponsor this thing, not international external influence.
The first question I want to ask you, never answer me. What do you feel say it will be the fate of Nigeria when they come? That question I ask you when you basically try to put your leg inside their shoe.
Oga Sado, it's a tough one because one, we don't get any social program here. So welfare program we no get. So if they come now, at the other day I listen when they say government they give them 70,000 be 100,000. What will 100,000 do for somebody who had good business somewhere and the person is coming home empty-handed? How much 100,000 work on do? How one can take care of it? Like that man, what I tell you when they talk that day for television while he watch.
Yeah.
The man had to abandon. Sorry, sir. The man had to abandon his wife and children in South Africa. And they are still threatening the wife because the wife is in South Africa. They are still threatening her that you must not have anything to do with that man.
You don't carry the wife, carry the children.
Yes. So you must not. The wife papa, they threaten the wife papa say he is the next victim, who is a South African. So you cannot see that. Not be the way where our government they view the thing, they look at. Okay. Not be so it be.
It deep as that one.
It deep as that one. The government is supposed to go into diplomatic arrangement with the South African government, and if that fail, they should take action.
Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello. If you know, so you want to call up for this number, maybe you call up because now serious business they do here, very serious business. You don't go one situation, you go call us. When you say you don't get what you want to tell us, call us, share with us on what you feel for this issue. Now, very serious matter. Some people do see their children, they just see the phone for them, just they play with them, and they die the number because they see them for air. Not do like that too. Hello, good evening. Good evening.
You know, so that's when we talk to men just now. And this thing called on that network.
Okay.
See, whether that white and be black. That's the guy when he did the mention one thing just now when I'm like.
His name na Emmanuel Obakolo.
Guy Emmanuel Obakolo just say now some part of the government or the leader of the government like the support of the Senate while they don't make black people not come get money or they not come they don't come take their
but the black people give their freedom now.
But now the black people the thing when you get inside we should know what thing there must be sponsor somewhere along the line that is creating this uprising.
Okay.
Because these people cannot just stand up like that say they are black when they know say these people when they get problems we even forfeit our salary that time.
Yes. We hear that time.
Take of them. So if you look at all these things, the people when you did the aim of South Africa when the president they benefited for all those things.
Yeah.
Say Nigeria then lose something for them. So you have our salary and so you have our money. Some of them they come to Nigeria to take our salon. Don't you know in government? Why are they not looking at it? So they must be suffering. Look at that area. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, my brother Godfrey. When BCSA for Benin for that very, very elaborate thing when BC you talk for the kind of when BC want to hear. Now be those ones so you go feel contribute to the program. Now be the only thing when BC we ask of you. Hello, good evening.
How are you, sir?
Are we there? What will be your name? Where they call us from?
I'm Henry. I'm calling you from Ogbowo.
What do you say be your name?
Henry.
Okay, Henry from Ogbowo. How are you doing this evening?
I'm okay.
Talk to us.
Yeah. You see the problem, I thank you and
Obakolo.
just Obakolo. He's a very erudite, I think he's a lawyer.
Now him be. Not be only lawyer be self. Be nice choir now be.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay.
What I want to say is that the problem with Nigeria is that we Nigerians, we pretend too much.
Okay.
We pretend to the whole world that all is well with us. Nothing is well with us in this country. I'm telling you categorically, we are just pretending.
I deal with you.
You see what is happening in South Africa? It's not only South Africa. You know how many countries in the world they are chasing Nigerians around?
Okay.
And it doesn't touch our government. They are killing people in Nigeria. And the bulk of the people that are doing the killing are not even Nigerians. Nigerian leaders are terrible. They will never tell us the truth.
Okay.
So
what do you feel say be the truth now?
I cannot say because it does not make any meaning to our.
Okay. Thank you so much. You do well.
I'm only worried not only for myself. I'm more than 70. I'm only worried for my children and my grandchildren and future generation. Our Nigeria today has completely been destroyed. The future of our children have been ruined completely by this parasites that we have.
Okay, thank you so much. We no go agree make the use of kind language with that because those are saying you don't verse well. All those are strong language where we say we no fit agree. But you remember say you get one time. I don't know why we say Nigerians they face too much for this matter. You get one time when we say we'll get our what we do now. We'll drive many Pokemon for this country. Even Ghana at that time we do. Ghana must go and the rest. So somebody say even whether the reason are the same team or not, but we drive them come out. So why would they feel bad now? Say the drivers come out for South Africa.
The thing they say, nobody go talk say bad thing a good thing.
Okay.
Any person will talk say bad thing a good thing, a bad person.
Okay.
What we do to Ghanaians those days? Maybe now be the karma where they happen to us.
Now they happen to other countries too.
Yes.
Because those countries too, they don't do like that.
The thing they say when somebody don't see reason, the truth is this: is that if at home those citizens or those foreigners, black foreigners, where South Africans they pursue for their country now, at home things are well with them. I don't think say South Africans go to do it they do so. I don't think so. Now because they know say even at home the rulers wey we get no go fit protect the people, and e show because take for instance for our own country, even yesterday Oga Sado they keep people for Plateau and everybody quiet, even people dey come out.
My brother talk now say
yes,
people there when we say they do this killing say most of them are not even Nigerians.
No be say most of them they are not Nigerians,
and they can't kill inside Nigeria.
Recently just last week Thursday if my memory judges me correctly, they killed over 36 persons in Plateau. And the people who do the killing, they are Chadians. 1,000 Chadians come stay for inside Plateau village. They kill people. And the people that they kill, the villagers say, see, the villagers saw them, gave information out for a very long time. For more than 2 weeks, say, see what we observe, nobody take action. So if you cannot protect, the government cannot protect Nigerians here at home, is it outside they won't go protect Nigerians? It's not possible now.
Maybe Sir Abraham will tell us whether it's possible or not. Hello, good evening. About reduce the volume for television. Oh, Waka, come on there. You just know if you take that call. If you want to call us, you come up for your television, they want to pick them. If not, that whole bag will Waka go there. Or once you say yes, we don't pick your call like that, just off the telly, that everything you go clear where. Maybe say we don't pick your phone already, then that time you go sit there for where BT your television day when the volume day high. Good evening. I agree to my brother. Who they talk with you? Godwin, where did they call us from? Talk to us, Godwin.
Our government are irresponsible.
No, I'm not going to take that one from you, Godwin. I'm not going to take that one from you. If you say you don't like the way they behave and all of that, and we go understand, but something they use that kind of big word for us, I'm not going to take it from you again. If I hear that kind of word, I'll go quick cut you off the line because I'm not going to use our channels then to they do what TBC say no for road. Hello, good evening. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, is this a television program?
Yeah, we're there with you. What will be your name? Where they call us from?
Dr. Albert.
Doctor who?
Dr. Albert Oteriwo.
Okay. Albert Oteriwo. Talk to us.
And then, the question is, the discussion that has been going on in your program is quite understood. Everything there, they are all correct. Even the discussion, everything is correct. But okay. One thing that always bothers me about Nigeria is that we is both address. There is an average in my state edition. When a cow gets to a strange place, it takes one leg down before it's dead.
You know, go verse, Dr. Albert. Dr. Albert, you fit talk, come out because no, they hear you well at all. With the struggle, I mean, they struggle well to hear you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, what I'm trying to tell you, can you hear me now?
I will hear you loud and clear, better than before.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that what two of you have been discussing about Nigeria, whether South Africa, whether everything, everything correct.
Okay.
But there is a saying in my place in Nisha, when a cow goes to a strange place, it does not.
If I put one leg for ground first.
Two legs at the time. But what Nigerians are not doing, even if they observe the rules and the regulations, it doesn't mean to infinity.
Okay. If Nigerians are not doing that, wait, my brother, wait, Doc. If Nigerians are not doing that, what about the other Black Africa countries then? Black African nationals only for South Africa.
One of them. I'm not interested in other, whether Uganda, whether Nigeria, and particularly about my people.
Okay.
So I'm very happy. I people say you give leg towards your two legs. So I don't know what is happening. So everybody minding my mouth.
Okay.
So you think that
Make it quick, Anchor. We don't get time again.
why is it that some of our Nigerians, after staying in one place, they want to be cheap and to take over the cultural inclination of those people? Why is it like that? If you want to be the chief, why can't you go to Isha? Why can't you go to Benin?
Okay, now that one, but they not talk say, wait, my brother. The South Africa one, they not talking on that one, they make they drive us. So. They say what they make they drive us. According to my brother here, I went to the read for paper and the rest. They say,
it's one of them. It's one of them.
okay.
The person that is talking to you now, I've been in US for the past 35 years. It's one of them.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay. Okay, if they don't agree, make it be say you won't become king for that place, but no, not be reason enough for me say you say they kill the people now, and that kind of thing, because you get the way be say that one take the inside. And my brother, I hear what be say you talk that how about Hotel Rumo, if I don't make mistake. I hear what be say you talk. But we'll take it on the last call before be say we come out. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Thomas Ado.
Good evening.
Why did they follow you talk?
Avoid that. They expect your call since.
Oh, thank you. And that's the way that man talks, see Nigerian person, make himself easy. Zulu, we cause trouble. Yes, we're supposed to be sensitive to our host communities, cultures. It's not one of the triggers. But however, waiting cause this trouble for South Africa. Is it for the root of apartheid?
Okay.
If you see when you go there, they make sure say no middle class for South Africa. The people who are from middle class, then they come Ghana, they become Nigeria, like Nelson Mandela, come here, spend some time, Bena Makeba, come here, go school, use our visa, they know the outside world. So they will see inside there. They are not used to people. So it is easy for the same oppressors. It won't be like Stockholm syndrome. It is easy for the same of their oppressors to they instigate them against their fellow black. But wait to note, we're supposed to learn. Nigeria don't carry Afrocentrism as foreign policy. Nigeria don't carry Pan-Africanism as foreign policy. Now Nigeria should look within and tell ourselves the truth. They don't need to divert from everything. We need to carry Pan-Nigerianity as our foreign policy. So we look for our own people, develop our place with technology, develop our industries, build our refineries, make our place not okay for us. Drop some of these our borders. Over 1,500 illegal routes there from northern Nigeria, where people they say the pack inside Nigeria. We don't care about the Africa reach. The kind of time when we say even America go into isolationism. All this drama is too much for this.
You can't go say you know.
America said, come look say no. We don't even want people. We don't do.
Make we do our day.
So Nigeria said they don't do country to our eye. Make we say come pay our list.
All right, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. Avoid the time no be our friend again. Thank you so much. Now they go cut you. Avoid it because time no be our friend. Will they come out now? What be that? Because you don't bake the cake finish now. Put the icing on top.
the thing be say, I agree with wetin this last caller talk. I think our leaders need to come back home.
Yeah.
One, they should remove that jacket of rulership and put on the cloth of leadership and ensure say they lead us well. You know, sometimes they will tell us, say, I will take you to El Dorado. We want to see the El Dorado in Nigeria. And how do we have the El Dorado in Nigeria? Nigeria get money. They should begin to build all these facilities. The state, the system should work. Like there should be social program, welfare programs for Nigerians. Okay, so that when all of these don't do, Nigerians don't see any need to go anywhere.
Abakpalo, my brother Emmanuel Abakpalo, thank you so much.
You,
you come. Thank you, sir. For a very short notice now, Richard, we appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll say thank you so much. I want to thank all the people that were calling to the program. Godfrey from Benin, you called 2 times. Even when the line called, you said no, you say you must contribute. So thank you so much. Herring from Mugbawo, thank you. Godwin from Benin. Dr. Herbert Tewura, if I'm not calling, I will make no best. I'm a very good friend and brother of where they thank you so much when BCSA you call into the program. My name is now Thomas Sado. Before I come, I want to let us know, say, if you know the date when we say, well, want to come, you know, go invite meet you for house. Now, good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's yet another time for us to talk about issues as they emerge in our country, Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about the NDC's anti-defection oath that states that any candidate contesting on the platform must have to meet some requirements, mandating the candidate to sign the anti-defection oath, committing to vacate their seats if they defect from the party after winning the election. And the idea is party supremacy, and also to help curb politicians from defecting and dumping the party at will and at their convenience after winning and contesting on the platform in order to search for other political parties that suits their ambition at will. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
I'm one of those that have doffed my hat for Seriake Dickson since I heard the news. The truth is that he hasn't done anything too new. The law had always respected and expected that the political party's ticket belongs to the political party. It doesn't belong to an individual. You win election on the basis of a political contest. And that's why you find that in the ballot papers, there are no individual pictures. It is the logo of the political party. It's the political party that owns the ticket. Now, because our laws were not respected, especially since oftentimes it is the party in power that is most guilty of this kind of infractions. People took advantage of that to begin to behave as they like. And then the situation has gotten to a point where we needed someone of courage like Dixon, who has courageously taken the bulls by the horns. Because why would people come into a political party and then after party members have invested confidence in you that you are going to raise the profile of their party and that you are going to help their party to become a sustainable party? Because if party wins an election, that party has the chances of winning again. And with continual winning, you are dealing with sustainability. Parties are supposed to be institutions. They are not just supposed to be platforms or, where you have the kind of waka pass attitude that you have in the media, in the movies. Party is an institution and continuity is important. It is continuity that has helped Americans to establish their democracy to a point where you now have people who will tell you that they are born Democrats and the other ones will say they are born Republicans. It is only by sustainability that we begin to develop ideology. Ideology evolves from sustainability. What you continue to practice, if for instance a political party continues to practice free education, housing scheme and so on and so forth, that becomes part of its ideology. So we have had a free-for-all fight, everybody doing as he likes, until Dixon stepped in now. So I'm one of those who supports it. If you come to the question of the exemptions, if you look at the statistics of party defection, there are certain people that are very hard for them to leave their party and defect to other parties because they have attained the position, like the president, the vice president, and so on and so forth, where they are now so big in that party that they just consider themselves leaders and elders that shouldn't be running up and down. The defection is mostly among young aspiring politicians, and then some in the party who are building influence and they feel that they have enough influence to move some people away. And it just becomes, it is not on the basis of ideology, just because it's on the basis of either ego, or on the basis of the fact that you want things to go your way, just your way, and then the party thinks otherwise. So I think it's a very welcome development, and I support it wholeheartedly. It is not going to be a political setback in the long run. In fact, in the short and long term, it is a blessing to political parties. If Peter Obi, for instance, had done the same thing when he was in Labour Party, he would be contesting right now under Labour Party and not under NDC. Now, one of the pushback against Peter Obi is that within the period of about 5 years, he's been to about 3 or more parties. So if he had remained in Labour Party and built it up into an institution, he and his Obedient movement would not be itinerant politicians today, which APC refer to as nomadic politicians. That is not by any stretch of imagination a better option than if you remain in one place and you build it into an institution. So what Seriaki is pushing is that you have to build political parties into institutions. They call it movement, and then maybe they probably interpret it literally that you have to keep moving. When you say it's a movement, you simply mean it's a particular organ that at that moment is driving an ideology. The moment you now achieve power, you establish that ideology and build it into a sustainable institution. So that's what Seriaki is pushing, and that's what I think is the best thing that has happened to our political parties and political environment for a long time. I'm going to push and advise and insist that our party, the ADC, would have to come up with that kind, because I would ask ADC to push so that it will affect the other political parties to also have that in their law, because we don't want many people rushing into the ADC. We want those who were there, who struggled to win the elections, to also be the one that would establish, because they believe in the ideology of the ADC. That's why they are there. Therefore, they should be able to be part of those who will drive ADC into becoming a real sustainable institution. And in any case, we started that, those strategically, by coming out with a manifesto that will guide all our candidates. We have one manifesto for the ADC, and it's national.
It's a welcome development. That is a measure for internal discipline. The political parties in Nigeria should enforce that internal discipline to curtail the excesses of our politicians who tend to decamp from one political party to another when the parties do no longer favor their interests, most especially when they won election in that particular political party. There are explicit law and a very definitive court judgment to that effect, that taking cognizance of section 68 article G of the Nigeria Constitution, say that a political and a politician shall cease to be a member of assembly when he defects from a political party that sponsors that election. What that simply means, every politician that wins election under a political party does not have the legal right to defect from that political party to another, except on the occasion that there is a national division in such political party that render the leadership of that party incapacitated to manage that political party. That is only a situation or time it is provided for politicians to defect from one political party to another. But what we see in Nigeria, taking locus classicus, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imasuen, who won the senatorial position at the level of the Labour Party. At the time, it could understood at the time that the Labour Party had a kind of a division in the party. He defected to APC, and in this instance, he could not secure the second tenure ticket. So, in my own opinion, every political party should enforce that internal discipline, and any politician, any party member who wins election under their platform and tend to decamp with that seat or that position, the party should do everything legally possible to ensure that that seat or that position is stripped of such persons. That is the provision of the law, except otherwise, like I stated earlier, that there is a division in that political party and the party can no longer manage the affairs of that political party. That is the only time defection is allowed, because the provisions of the Nigeria Electoral Act does not provide for an individual candidature. It is a political party that sponsors election. A member or a candidate contests through a political party. So I cannot win election in party A, tomorrow I defer to party B when there is no crisis in my political party. The law has coherently and explicitly states that at such circumstances I will vacate or fulfill that position that I won under my political party. So that is the position of the law. So it's a welcome development, and I want to appreciate such measures to sound that they want it to those that are defecting now, because the reason majority of the politicians are defecting is not because they want to serve Nigerians. It is because they see it as a new platform they can use to cling to power. And having cling to power, if that political party does no longer suit them or please them, they move out. So that political party should ensure that it is a very stringent measure to ensure that when they win, they don't decamp with that position. And I also urge our political party to do the same. And in the provisions of our laws, there is no exemption to whether some political party or positions should be kind of alleviated or exempted from that disciplinary measures. The law did not say the president have the powers, or the president or the vice president of a country can decamp from his political party to another party because he's the president or vice president. No, there's an equilibrium for all Nigerians. This equal rights. The same rights are applicable to every member of a political party. It's also applicable to the president, to the governor, and everybody. So there is no exemption. Perhaps the political party want to use it to place their presidential candidate, but the law did not exempt any individual or any position from that decamping or enforcing that law that affect defection. So if a political party comes up with measures to enforce discipline, they are turning around to also give an exemption. To me, they are not ready to enforce that law, and it's going to cause more problem, except they have their own internal rules that tend to support that. But with the provisions of Nigeria Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the Supreme Court judgment on this matter, there is no exemption. So I advise NDC, if they want to enforce that discipline, they should enforce it across board without kind of trying to give some persons a special preference, or without inequality. There should be equality and there should be equilibrium, because equal rights across board.
It's funny and it's laughable. First and foremost, it won't work because the Constitution preaches freedom of association, and in one breath you are preaching taking an oath not to leave the party. It won't work. Is it a secret cult? It's not a secret cult. On the same breath, they are exempting some persons. The presidential, vice presidential candidates are not affected. That alone, spoils the whole thing. So it won't work. It not with our politicians. Trust me. Even in the NDC, it won't work. It must have to pass through constitutional process. If it passes through constitutional process and it is embedded in the constitution, that's the only reason it will work. And if they do that, yes, this jumping here and there in the name of getting party tickets. Our political parties, they don't drive on ideologies anymore. They just want to find a party that they can grab ticket from and contest election and win election and do whatever they like. So no ideology. All the parties, there is no ideology, because everybody in all the parties, they are neither in PDP, APC. They are all one and the same. So if it's done, if it passes through constitutional process whereby that okay, if I get into this party, it is for life. The constitution has held me there for life. It will be fine. It will work. By so doing, there will be ideologies. There will be discipline. There won't be this rowdy going here and there. That's the only reason it can work. But as it is, trust me, it will not work.
You cannot be working in John Oates and receive salary at the 11th. But however, the party have to strengthen their internal democracy very well. So you cannot say because candidates have sworn an oath of anti-defection, they will be maltreated and treated anyhow. In fact, internal party democracy should be strengthened, and the manifesto of the party should be strengthened. A situation whereby you now depend on candidates who are now elected to run the party. That's not how it's done. Political party, all members are supposed to be financial members. That way, nobody will have a say, over the control of party affairs. What normally happens when the burden is now too much on the office holder, you find out that you will not be looking for shelter elsewhere. And of course, it's clear in the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended that if there is serious trouble within the party, particular member is permitted to leave for another political party. But however, looking at what happened in 2023, where a lot of persons came under the platform of the Labour Party, and at the end of the day, before we even got to the primaries in 2027, they've all defected to the ruling political party. So this anti-defection oath is meant to keep people within their party. If people elected you, because if you look at the ballot paper, names of candidates are not written on it. It is the party logo that is there. It is the party's name that is there. So therefore, it is the party that contests for any election. So if you are leaving a particular political party, having won election on the platform of that political party, then you should also relegate your position and go and contest freshly in that party.
Every person who contests on their platform and wins an office will swear to an oath that they will not cross carpets. It's a novel idea, but we are looking at it vis-a-vis the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about freedom of association and peaceful assembly? If someone believes that he's no longer comfortable in a particular political party, can he not leave that party? It's a germane issue. Ordinarily, I think the mischief the Nigerian Democratic Congress is trying to cure is very important, because we see politicians cross carpet at will. But I believe that the superior courts need to pronounce on this before it becomes binding, or the National Assembly really make a law. But we see that that National Assembly is not very willing to make such laws, because they are the principal culprits in this saga. But I think that right now, that policy may not really work, because it is contradicting the Constitution, which speaks in section 40 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which says that everyone has right to peaceful assembly and peaceful association, right to association. And so it's a new development, and I hope the superior courts will eventually pronounce on it. They just seem to have shown that they are weak, just like the National Assembly did, which exempted governors and presidents from that law that says they should not defect. I think that Nigerian Democratic Congress has shown that they are weak and that they are not serious with this. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you say the other political offices should not defect, then why do you not hold the gubernatorial offices and the presidential offices accountable to that? I think that they have not been fair, and I don't think this will hold water.
Majority of the opinions of our respondents centered on the fact that political parties is not an individual thing, and during election you don't get to see individual pictures being put on the ballot paper, but rather it is the party logo that is being used during election and it's seen on ballot paper. So for that reason, any individual that decides to dump a political party after winning under that platform must be ready to vacate the seats if they defect to other political party. That is the opinions and thoughts of most of our respondents. And then again, they considered it a welcome development in order to curb this idea of politicians defecting at will, especially when elections are around the corner. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching, and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay? He goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects, and of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, you know, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, you know, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about even is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, then you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I make casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse.
Okay.
I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what you
narrate
to
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis, is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God himself is jealous.
There is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So there is, in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing. Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity. Insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he
Mm.
talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what brings witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually it will erode away, and we'll become better off, we'll become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
There is always a repercussion. Okay. There is always something. Right. So that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
sometimes just in language, lexical content.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see,
you understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right, in case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think we're bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing
is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there, you're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. Now, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is at the end of the day, you go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not something, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, what's going on here, understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it, or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area they're insecure. I can go into, like I've told them, I can go into a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I just say be insecure, like what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There is nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't breed anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what you understand. Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person.
Yeah.
And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you
will.
So, but again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their
turn, yeah.
Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far. The person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019, we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there.
How they go there. Okay.
So back then, when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person, you want to, but no, I know there's a process. Okay. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. One thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it as a, what makes this person outstanding, then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, might not even be the same.
You may buy a car, and I come around, maybe you see my future, so you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous of you. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so when this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happens, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculation. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication. Yes.
Communication, yes. Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication, not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got. You understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier. Like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, these guys are succeeding. And then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this. And then you become contented. Because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small big girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous. And then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Benedict. Like, I like what I say, and he's like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success. Okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
Certainly the best.
All right, it is another wonderful time on your television, and many thanks for joining us this afternoon on the program African Discourse on Independent TV. My name is Evan Sunohuge. You're welcome to the program today, being a Monday, and of course it's a good one that we had this same program last week on Monday. Well, today on the program we are so packed, and we are so we've set aside the discussion for you for your education and of course your enlightenment today. We are going to be talking about the xenophobic attack in South Africa and of course the status quo now. Today being the 6th day, goes to show that it's about 6 days that an ultimatum was given by unofficial government, people that are not related to government in any way in South Africa. And of course, given that ultimatum that come on the 30th of June 2026, that undocumented migrants in South Africa must leave. And of course, that has to do with all other nationals in South Africa, Nigerians, Malawians, Ghanaians, and all that. And of course, that has come and gone. So we're going to be looking at the event that has happened, after that deadline, and how the Nigerian government and governments of other nations of the world, affected nationals, how their governments have been reacted to the recent happenings. Well, to do all this discussion this afternoon, we're so privileged to have three gentlemen. And of course, when we say three gentlemen, they have the right information because they personally probably saw some of the attacks, some of the situation in South Africa. And good enough, one of them has been on this program about 2 or 3 times because we've been following the trajectory on the xenophobic development in South Africa. And of course, today to discuss on the topic we are handling today, talking about the xenophobic attack and recent happenings and how government is responding. We are so privileged to have Abdul Razak Abubakar. He's the Edo State Liaison Officer to South Africa on diaspora matters. Mr. Abdul Razak, you're welcome to the program African Discuss. Abdul Razak, you're welcome to the program African Discuss. Okay, all right, so we're trying to reconnect back to him, and when we get him, we're going to put him on the program this afternoon. And also, we have another guest on this program, Dr. Smart Owobi is also joining us on the program today, and good enough is joining us virtually all the way from South Africa, and he is the president of Nigeria Union in South Africa, NUSA. Dr. Barrister Smart Owobi, welcome to the program. All right, now, so we're still expecting him into the program. And also, when we get him, we are also going to bring our third guest into the program, Frank Onyekulu, who is the president of Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa, NICASA. So, like what I told you, that the program is well packed today on the program African Discuss. Well, let me just give you a background knowledge of what has been going on, for quite some time. All right, so before the background knowledge, I think let me bring our first guest into the program today, Abdul Razak Abubakar, the Edo State Liaison Officer to South Africa on Diaspora Affairs. Abdul Razak, you're welcome to the program African Discuss.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, so before we had you on, I was just going to give a background, knowledge, a background information on what we are talking about today. Now, we understand that the 30th deadline, has come and gone, and it was an unofficial ultimatum that was set by South African anti-migrant groups for undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country. And on that day, that's eventually the day 30th September of June came, and the main group behind it marched with support from other groups like Operation Dudula. And they circulated messages and videos calling for all undocumented foreigners to leave by June 30, 2026, or they will be burnt down or they will be killed. And we understand that the government did not set this deadline. That's the South African government did not set this deadline. And the president in South Africa, that's Cyril Ramaphosa, condemned the vigilante action and said that the law must not be taken into private hands. And that was the situation. So it was a day eventually that came, and we understand that it was marked by protest here and there. And that also resulted to some death of some, foreign nationals in South Africa. Take, for example, Nigeria. Officially, as of today, we understand that the Nigerian authority has, announced the death of 2 Nigerians. And it has been said that investigations are going on in South Africa to actually find those that are responsible for what's happened. Now, please join us to welcome again Abdul Razak Abubakar. Abdul Razak, you're welcome to the program. Abdul Razak. Okay. All right, so let's see, and also talked about the protest now and marches. Abdul Razak, can you hear us? Okay, we're still trying to reestablish connection back to him. Then on that 30th of June, we understand members of the Zulu regiment Amabutu and other protesters must. Okay. Yes, I did tell you that we are looking at the xenophobic attack one more time in South Africa. And of course, I was talking about the 30th of June deadline, which has come and gone. And what has transpired after this ultimatum that was given, and how governments, governments across nations now are responding to the situation. And of course, I've told you that that xenophobic situation was caused by some vigilance. Anyway, let's leave that down so that we welcome our guest. Abdul Razak Abaka is our guest on the program today. Mr. Abdul, you're welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, nice to have you. Thank you so much. All right, so let's just go straight to the status quo now, as it is in South Africa. Now, the ultimatum of June 30th has come and gone. Now, what is going on?
Thank you very much. Things are still going as normal. That is why we have the guests, Mr. Frank and Barrister Smart on the line, live from South Africa, to unpack the situation of what is going on there.
Okay. All right. So I want to, recognize the fact that you are actually joining us virtually from Benin this afternoon, but you are the liaison officer, the State liaison officer on diaspora issues to South Africa. So we have Barrister Smart Umwombi, who is the president of Nigeria Union in South Africa, and also Frank Onyekulu, president of Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa, NICASA. All right, so let's try to bring Barrister Smart into the program now. Barrister Smart, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, so how is South Africa this afternoon?
Peaceful, and the weather is cool as well.
Okay, now millions of Nigerians are watching and listening to you right away, and it is a great delight to have you on the program this afternoon. All right, so tell us, what is the situation like now in South Africa? I mean, the 30th of June ultimatum has come and gone, but we understand that this vigilance group in South Africa has set aside every Thursday of every week to do their protest. How correct is that? Let's start from there.
Yes. So the 30th June ultimatum has come and gone, but the consequences as well as the event still remain with the people. We still have stranded foreign migrants in South Africa, specifically Nigerians, from all walks of life. Most of them are still stranded at the Nigerian house here in Pretoria. Some have been successfully evacuated. Some are still waiting and hopeful that they will be evacuated, despite the fact that the 30th June deadline has come and gone. That does not mean that the anti-migrant group has backed down of their anti-African ultimatum to leave South Africa. The fears, the anxiety, as well as the fear of the unknown still hangs with the people. Most people walk around looking ahead of their shoulders, what will become of them. Literally, the street of South Africa is not safe as we speak.
Okay. Now, let's talk about casualties now, because that seems to be one major aspect of the attack that Nigerians are so concerned about. What is the true nature of the casualties?
Yes, indeed, casualties, we've recorded deaths of Nigerians in particular, to the tune of prior to the 30th June, as well as after the 30th June. Some Nigerians have been hacked to death by the officials of the South African government. The police officers carried out illegal arrests as well as what we know as police brutality, and some of our Nigerian businesses have been punched down. They've been targeted, and some have been shot as a result of the incitement by the leaders of the anti-migrant groups. Indeed, there are a lot of casualties, and when we talk about casualties, the Madinas lost lives and destructions and wanting of properties as a result of these anti-migrant chants the people should leave. And as you know, it as of yesterday, a Nigerian business, a scrapyard, the houses, a lot of cars were burnt down. So what we're trying to say is that despite the fact that the 30th June deadline is come and gone, it does not really mean that the campaign for the foreigners, especially Nigerians, to leave South Africa has come to an end. So it's just the beginning of the campaign as we can assess it at the moment.
Okay. Now, we understand that the casualty situation has to do with destruction of lives and properties, and the record that we have is that as at few days ago, about 4 people were killed. We understand that 1 Malawian, 2 Mozambicans, and 1 Ethiopian, and also the number, we have about 2 Ghanaians and 20 Nigerians. That's a major concern. How correct is that? Because we are trying to look at a situation whereby when we have numbers of death, you have the official number, and of course you have the undocumented number. So as it stands now, from your record over there, I mean, what is the casualty number of Nigerians that have been killed in this attack? Alright, just trying to reconnect back to Barrister Smart. We'll be there, and when we get in one more time, we'll bring him more. Now, let's bring Abdul Razak Abaka into the program. Now, Abdul Razak, you're there. Abdul Razak? Abdul Razak Abaka, I mean, the guy that is joining us from Benin, if you can hear us, we're loud and clear. We've been able to at least make a way on the program today. Now we have Abdul Razak Abaka, who is the Edo State Liaison Officer to South Africa. Now, Abdul Razak, good afternoon. Abdul Razak, good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, so we're really having some tough time on the program today. All right, so Abdul Razak, if you can hear us, good afternoon. I just spoke with you a while ago. Good afternoon. Okay, can you hear us now? Good afternoon. All right, so Abdul Razak, if you can hear us, good afternoon. All right, so if we cannot get Abdul Razak, if we can get other guests, I mean, we have Frank Oyekulu and also Smart Wombi. So which of them we can get now? Let us bring them in. Hello, can you hear me? All right, so we'll continue to see how we can get the guests into the program today on your television, African Discourse on Independent TV. Now, remember, we were able to look at some of the reactions and the recent happenings that may have greeted the 30th deadline of the xenophobic attack. Now, we'll try to get some of the guests into the program. Frank and Mikasa is one person that must talk into this program today. And of course, we most sincerely appreciate your time with us on the program this afternoon. So we've been able to connect Abdul Razak Abakar now, who is the Edo State Liaison Officer to South Africa on diaspora matters. Mr. Abdul Razak, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me again on the show.
Okay. All right. So now, quickly tell us, because we are looking at government's response to some of the aftermath of the deadline of the xenophobic issues in South Africa. Now, let's start from Edo State now. What are the responses from the Edo State government? Because we have some Edo indigenes that are affected in South Africa too.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like the first, in general, in the Nigerian government, we evacuating, they have sent the fourth flights now from South Africa to evacuate more of our citizens back to Nigeria. And if you are always on social media, you can see that the Edo State Migration Agency has received some of our people that came over from the first 2 flights. So I can't really confirm the number, but I can see some of the buses we have seen.
You have 1 minute remaining.
All right, so we're going to ensure that we get that connection back on the program this afternoon. We sincerely apologize for all that. We'll see that we'll get a connection back as we go on the program. Don't forget, the program is African Discourse. All right, good enough. Now we have Abdul Razak Abakar on the program one more time. Yes, Mr. Abdul Razak, please just speak on.
Yes, so like I stated earlier, the Nigerian government has sent the fourth aircraft now to evacuate more of our citizens from South Africa. And from the Edo State point of view, we have the Edo State Migration Agency, who I know have received some of the Edo State indigenes that came on the mandate of His Excellency the Governor of Edo State, of which the DG of Edo State Diaspora Agency is working hand in hand with the Edo State Migration Agency, which they have more details on the total number of people that has been evacuated so far.
All right, now what do you make of what seems to not to be clear? Because we read on the pages of newspaper, maybe on social media, that at least a total of about 20 Nigerians have been killed in this whole attack. But just only a few hours ago, it seems that Nigerian government and Nigerian authority, it's only reporting 2. So what is the true state of things?
I don't have that record of 20 Nigerians being killed, but I only know that 2 people lost their life just after this statement of June deadline that was given. And also we have records of Nigerians being illegally arrested by the South African police authorities and all of this stuff. But for the number of 20 people died on these issues, I can't really confirm that. As yet, hence we have the Nigerian Union President on the line and then the Council President on the line, who can confirm if actually the numbers are 20, because the record I have from the government of Nigeria is 2.
All right, so we're going to try to see if we can connect the man in South Africa, talking about Frank Oyekulu, who is the president of Nigeria Citizens Association in South Africa, NICASA, because it's going to be telling us directly from South Africa what is going on. Now, let's go back to when we were trying to talk about what the Edo State government is doing to ensure that these persons that have been displaced from South Africa and that they get some form of leverage back home. You want to extend a discussion more on that?
Like I stated, the DG, Dr. Loretta, and the DG of the Diaspora Agency is working hand in hand with the Edo State Migration Agency. I think if they are working hand in hand, it means the government is already doing something how to place this disposed Edo State indigenes that has returned back to Edo State from South Africa. So I think they will have the more record of that. So if you can reach out to the DGs of the Migration Agency and Diaspora Agency, they will give you those records, those information.
Okay. Now, we understand that the 30th March of June may have come and gone. But we also understand that every Thursday has been set aside in South Africa by these unofficial vigilance groups to protest, and it is during this protest that they normally carry out their mayhem to unsuspecting, innocent, nationals of other countries. So, what do you think is the South African government doing to ensure that they bring that under control?
According to the president of the Republic of South Africa, he said the march was peaceful. That they are proud of the citizens because there were no casualty, but that was contrary to what we are seeing and what we are hearing, that there were bits of casualties and bits of lootings that also took place in South Africa during this uncalled for xenophobic attack on foreign nationals or asking illegal immigrants to leave the country, of which we know is not only illegal immigrants that have been attacked, but those who are legal and those who are illegal are all victims of this march. I don't think from where I'm standing that the authorities have done enough to combat this uncalled march against foreign nationals. I think the government of South Africa needs to do more.
All right, so you are so abreast with the activities in South Africa. Now, give us an insight, because Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa seems to be in the forefront to fight this xenophobic attack, because it looks as if that South Africa has been notorious now. I mean, for an onward of about 6 years, South Africa has been on the news. I mean, how they've been attacking other nationals of other nations in South Africa. So do you see the South African authority to kind of be putting some modalities on ground to ensure that this does not erupt anymore? I mean, just recently we saw the way South Africa fell out from the World Cup, and a lot of persons tried to look at that failure from the angle of the attack that they've been given to other nationals of other countries.
I don't think I'm going to teach South African authorities on how to handle this issue, because they are familiar with it. These are things that have been going on for a long time. All I can just say that they should do more. They should do more to ensure that no casualties. Like the president said, citizens have the right to protest. It's their constitutional right to protest. But in doing so, the ripple effect of what they are doing is being felt by the innocent immigrants who are in the country, who they are preaching against to leave the country. So even if you want them to leave the country, let them live peacefully, and no one should be attacked. I think nobody deserves to be humiliated or to be treated in a way that they feel like they are nothing, just the way it's currently happening over there in South Africa.
Okay. All right, so let's see if we can, we'll just quickly take a pause on you now to see if we can bring Mr. Frank Onyekwilu into the program this afternoon. He's the one that is calling from South Africa. We really need to bring him into this talk show, because we understand that he has so much information to give to us as it relates to the situation in South Africa. Now, just as what Abdul Razak Apaka said, that every Thursday has been set aside for protest, but one good thing that we seem to have seen in this protest is that last week Thursday we saw a very peaceful protest. So we do not know whether that is going to continue, and we just hope and pray that that continues, so that even as the March 30th has come and gone. Yes, we have Mr. Frank Onyekwilu. Good afternoon, Mr. Frank. Hello. Oh, I thought we could have him on that program. All right, so let's try to see if we can get him back one more time on the program. So just like what I was trying to explain, that hello, Mr. Frank. Hello, Mr. Frank. Oh, network, not just.
Yes, how are you?
Okay, is that Mr. Frank? Nice to have you on the program. Hello, Mr. Frank.
Thank you. How are you doing?
Okay, I'm doing fine. Now.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Now, please tell us, what is the situation like in South Africa? I mean, 30th of June has come and gone.
Unfortunately, the 30th of June has come and gone, but the fear and the effect, the anxiety, the tension is still there. People are still beginning to come out gradually, but you can still feel the sense of fear, anxiety, uncertainty, not knowing what will strike next. 30th of June has finished, but yesterday we received a report of a Nigerian business shop that was set ablaze. I mean, that this happened after the 30th of June, happened yesterday being the 5th of July. So the uncertainty, the fear, the tension, it's still there within the community. Many are opening their shops with a little bit of fear, and that is the problem we are having currently.
Okay. Now, please, we want you to tell us what is the exact number of casualties, because what we read on the pages of newspapers now are different. Some media record only 2. That's just the one that is on the news some few hours ago. Why on some social media platforms we have as much as 20 Nigerian casualties? So what is the true number of Nigerians that have been killed in this attack? We're trying to get back to Mr. Frank now. Let's see how we can get back to him one more time, please. The network is really not just easy with us this afternoon. All right, so hopefully we're going to be getting Mr. Frank very soon, and he will tell us the exact number of casualties that we have, that have been affected in the xenophobic attack. Anyway, before we get to him, some of the media, like I said a while ago, reported only 2, and that seems to be on some of our major news items in the country, whereby 2 Nigerian citizens have been reported to have been killed. And that seems to be one major talking point, because this idea of not reporting the true casualty, the true number of casualties, is a major problem in the country. I mean, this is not the first time that we're having this kind of situation. Even at times when we have similar issues back at home, I mean, take for example the terrorism issues and all that. We have a situation whereby authorities report under number, what some persons call reporting on that number. So that does not reflect the true nature of things. A lot of Nigerians are expecting that if anything happens, that the authority should be able to report the true number of victims, so that we can actually ascertain the true situation. Anyway, let's try and see if we can go back to Mr. Abdulrazak Abaka, since we cannot bring Mr. Frank into the program again, because Mr. Frank is joining us all the way from South Africa, so it's a long distance. So because of a network issue here and there, we really cannot join him. So let's try and bring Mr. Abaka into the program, even as we try to wrap up the program this afternoon. Don't forget, the program is still African Discourse on Independent TV, and we really sincerely apologize for all the network issues that we may have encountered during the course of this program. All right, so that's big fear that we cannot also bring Mr. Abaka into the show today. Anyway, this is where we'll wrap it up on the program today. Big apologies that this is all we could have on the program today. Network issues here and there. As a matter of fact, Mr. Abaka promised to join us on the program live today, but because of logistics and all that, because of recent commitment, he had to join us virtually. All right, so on to same time next week on the same platform, African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokogi. Good afternoon.
Ah. certainly the best.
WIC Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo. Japada. You're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Toyin. Toyin will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience, not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country. You hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly.
Run quickly.
Why the Japada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back. Japada. Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Toyin, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're Japa into. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is Japa the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to Japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, Japa. If you don't have, you have to So many things we have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of Japa too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good thing. And now, maybe if you basically, there is no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger. Then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
so that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving.
Yeah.
And one good thing that our government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They're talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has opportunity today, I will jackpot gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to jackpot.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to jackpot.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it, but they are also talking about the economy.
Yeah.
They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they all tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere now way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere now way. Because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling with year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, we definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to japa. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people japada. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that japada with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to japada to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, japa. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so, because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity, and I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, the economy, people are suffering and everything, but I want to even bring it at a very basic level, because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person, and I don't expect every person to be business-minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into short-let. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, and then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources, gold, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, do in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come into from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training, a woman in Nigeria here. She trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much. They will not give you. It's not much. No,
they will not give you what?
They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No,
I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be the okay.
Okay. Let's
make me register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the
case. Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alakija's free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
It will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is
low.
But
there's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abe. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it.
I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living is cold. People are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Yeah. Abe, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, We'll be having Tony talk to us on, is it worth it to sell your property and go? We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water, and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, you know, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Tony, you were saying something before we went on the short break.
She said that it doesn't worth it. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023. The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's going up? Is it the expedition that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes. When they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work, and we can make it happen.
How?
She probably has to explain to us.
Time. I feel with time.
With time.
I know there is suffering. I know there's the, but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
Honestly, I do not like the way Chisom is laughing. Because when Abe mentioned let's have a good leadership, she did... I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better. Those that Japan, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to, positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better. Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have japat, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christian, we are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope, we are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back.
They are not coming back. Some are coming back. Those that, are japat before are coming back. I have stories.
Maybe when they come back, they are coming back to retired home. That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. Let's say from the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit.
Yeah.
It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to just, if you have to make sacrifices, if you don't have option, if the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, you know, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities, oh, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you know, you're migrating due to the fact that your country is, they should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. You know, because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, you know, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, you know. So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our two eyes closed any longer.
Yeah.
So how will you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, you know, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or you know, to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you know, you mentioned that, you know, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria now from the leaders, and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, you know, also at risk. You know, I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, you know. So
the crime rates.
Yes, you know, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right,
Abby. Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin. Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor the days of Shibor.
Yes, yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancel excursion? Excursion is a good thing because traveling to give them around is part of education. But not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
You know, Chisom.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down there.
You are holding this jackpot in so fair.
Yes.
Okay,
so Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot, if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hands, Nigeria will be better, the government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago, or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right? It's just like I told you, it's an emergency exit, especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave, because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria, we celebrate basic functionality is seen as a miracle. It's not. It's not. The government is not working. That's just what it is.
That's
it. Yes.
Okay, one word from you, Chisom. If you have the opportunity to japa today, you are a barrister in Nigeria. You're a known barrister with a known chambers. Do you think you want to japa?
I would.
God bless you.
Because we are all at risk. That is the main point.
Japa. Will you want to japa?
I will say it 25 times without changing my word. I will japa straight if I have the opportunity.
Okay. Abby, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you want to japa?
I said, I'm here for change, transformed Nigeria. I remain positive that we'll work it out.
Amen.
And things will get better. To me, I just remain positive. It's sad what is happening with the kidnapping and everything, and the insecurity.
Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much. Abby believes that Nigeria can be better, and then she also believes that we can actually make it here in Nigeria. That's Abby's belief. But Chisom and Toyin believes that if there's opportunity to japa, they will japa, even though they are well established in Nigeria. At least they are not amongst those that are begging before eating, yet they want to japa. We would like to know what your own take is. Do you want to japa, or you want to believe like Abby that Nigeria will be better someday? That's what we're going to be ending this program today.
RTV, certainly the best.
On the news, Nigeria moves to adopt 112 as national emergency number. Senate begins consideration of Tinubu's bills to reform criminal justice system. EDSEC reassures free, fair, credible local government election. Governor Okpeyolo meets with traditional rulers for stronger collaboration against insecurity. Lagos police arrest 135 suspected cultists associated with 7/7 Cults Group Celebration Day. A very good evening to you. Thank you for joining us on the main news on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network studio. And joining me from Benin Network studio is Lawrence. Lawrence, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. A pretty evening to you and good to see you on the screen.
Good to see you too. And from our Lagos studio, we have Patricia. Patricia, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
You too. And you both are looking beautiful and handsome this evening. You can watch ITV live online at www.live.itvradio.com. And you can also follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, ITV Radio, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Just to remind you. From the Abuja Network studio this evening, we are beginning with the National Assembly, where the Senate on Thursday commenced legislative consideration of 2 executive bills transmitted by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, seeking to reform Nigeria's criminal justice system and strengthen the administration of public senior secondary education across the country. The first seeks to repeal the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA 2015, and replace it with the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA 2026, while the second proposes amendments to the National Secondary Education Commission Act. The report. Reading the President's letters during plenary, Senate President Godswill Akpabio says the proposed ACJA 2026 is designed to modernize criminal justice administration within the Federal Capital Territory and other federal courts by addressing deficiencies identified in the implementation of the 2015 Act.
Inefficient coordination among criminal justice institutions, ineffective case management mechanisms, and limitations in the monitoring and evaluation of compliance with the provisions of the Act. The bill, as reviewed by a team of law officers with extensive experience in criminal law, criminal procedure, and legislative drafting, have extensively addressed the above challenges.
Meanwhile, President Tinubu also transmits the National Secondary Education Commission Amendments Bill 2026 to the Senate for consideration. He explains that the amendment bill is intended to strengthen the administration, governance, and oversight of senior secondary education across the country as part of the federal government's efforts to improve the quality of education.
In consequence of the above, the desire of this administration to strengthening the educational institutions in the national interest, the National Secondary Education Commission Amendment Bill 2026 is forwarded to for legislative action.
The Senate President subsequently refers both bills to the Senate Committee on Rules and Business for further legislative action. From the National Assembly, Charity Tanko, ITV News. The Nigerian government is set to deepen engagement with state governors and emergency response agencies on the adoption of 112 as the national emergency number. As Abigail Aderemi reports, this was the outcome of a meeting between a delegation from the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, and the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, at the Presidential Villa.
The delegation from the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, was led to the Presidential Villa by the chairman of its governing board, Chief Ibikunle Olonimbe. The development comes days after the National Economic Council, NEC, chaired by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, approved the adoption of 112 as the national emergency number across all levels of government and relevant agencies. Addressing the delegation at the meeting, the Vice President directed that a roadmap be developed to ensure that the nation adopts a single unified emergency number in line with global best practices. VP Shettima further directed the NCC to collaborate with the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, given the agency's expertise in disaster management, relief and rehabilitation across Nigeria. He assured the delegation that the project will be sustained, noting that the required funding will be mobilized through the National Economic Council, NEC, and the private sector. The Vice President also called for high-level engagement and commitment from emergency responders to drive the successful implementation of the 112 initiative. Earlier, Olonimbe briefed the Vice President on the progress made towards the adoption of the 112 emergency number. He informed the Vice President that the NCC, leveraging technology, has established about 35 emergency communication centers nationwide.
We discussed how to optimize it. We also discussed the importance of the different response agencies, the police, the fire service, the ambulance service, NEMA, the SEMAs, and all the other emergency responders, the need for them to be properly integrated.
Echoing the Vice President's position, Olonimbe said the nation would need greater commitment from governors across the country to provide the necessary support and maintain the infrastructure the Commission has put in place to ensure that the centers function optimally. From Abuja, Abigail Aderemi, ITV News.
Members of the 10th House of Representatives on Thursday called on the federal government to intensify diplomatic efforts to protect Nigerians in South Africa following the reported killing of 2 Nigerians amid renewed xenophobic attacks in the country. Ogani Victor reports that the resolution was passed sequel to the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance sponsored by Chairman, House Committee on Navy, Honorable Yusuf Gagdi, over the escalating xenophobic attacks in South Africa, with contributions from several lawmakers, Honorable Billy Famous Osawaru, who proposed stiffer measures to curb further attacks.
Reported killings of 2 Nigerians and other Africans amid renewed xenophobic attacks in South Africa remain a major subject of discourse across the African continent, with calls from African leaders to resolve the menace once and for all. Leading the debate, Honorable Yusuf Gagdi said the reported killings underscored the urgent need for decisive action to protect Nigerian citizens.
The federal government of Nigeria has confirmed the recent killing of the Nigerian citizen, of 2 Nigerian citizens, including one who reportedly died while in South African police custody, and another one who was brutally murdered in front of his business premises. These tragic incidents, Mr. Speaker, have once again exposed Nigerians and other African nationals to grave danger. Repeated diplomatic engagement between Nigeria and South Africa.
Contributing to the debate, Honorable Billy Osawaru and others insisted that stronger diplomatic measures were needed to hold the South African government accountable.
We as Nigerians, we have done everything. We have engaged them diplomatically. Mr. Speaker, it looks like we are being undermined. The sovereignty of Nigeria as a country is being undermined by the government of South Africa. This is why, at this point, I will thank Right Honorable Gaji for this motion that I co-sponsored, but we still have to put some more amendments for South African government to know this is not business as usual anymore.
My own suggestion is to take a resolution in this House today
to cut all diplomatic ties with South Africa until this matter has been resolved to the international court.
The motion was referred to the House Committee on Foreign Affairs for further legislative action. From the House of Representatives, Ogane Victor, ITV News.
This is all we've got from the Abuja Network Studio. I am handing you over to Lawrence from our Benin Network Studio for more stories. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charity. Right here in Benin, we'll begin by telling you that the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, ETSEC, sees all is set for Saturday's local government election with logistics, adequate training of formal and ad hoc staff, mobilization of security, observers, the media and other partners all duly put in place, while all sensitive and non-sensitive materials will soon be distributed according to established operational procedures. Chairman of the Commission, Sir Jonathan Ifobokia, speaking on the preparations for the exercise with newsmen at the headquarters of the Commission located at Oko-Ogba off Airport Road in Benin City, appealed to the electorate to come out en masse to vote for the candidates of their choice. The report filed in by Okidi Emia David is presented by Ikmomusa Ugiagbi.
At the office of the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, ETSEC, in Oko-Ogba, Airport Road, Benin City, evidence of tidying up preparations for the Saturday's local government election were visibly present, with voting materials orderly arranged and ready to be distributed. ETSEC Chairman Sir Jonathan Ifobokia says there will be restriction of movement between 6 a.m. and 3 p.m., disclosing that about 10,000 ad hoc staff have been both technically and digitally trained for the election, adding that concrete arrangements have also been instituted for hitch-free election in riverine areas. Sir Jonathan Ifobokia expressed deep appreciation to security agencies and other partners for their due commitment towards a very successful election, maintaining that modalities have been instituted to ensure smooth, timely delivery of electoral materials as well as uninterrupted ICT and communication.
The Commission has worked diligently over the past several months to ensure that every aspect of the electoral process complies with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the electoral laws of Edo State, and internationally accepted democratic principles.
The Commissioner in charge of ICT and Communication, Dr. Suleiman Ihwaria, in his remarks, assured the people of an election that will reflect their true wish, asking the media and other stakeholders to render objective and balanced services to the election on Saturday.
They will urge you to give a very responsible and accurate reportage of what you see on election day.
Other commissioners at the briefing were Honorable Frank Habib Umoru, Chief Anthony Izwagbe Akpogome, Honorable Thomas Igbomo, and Barrister Hope Osaodion. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukbevulu has solicited stronger collaboration with traditional rulers across the 18 local government areas of Edo State to tackle insecurity and other criminal activities. Speaking while receiving traditional rulers from Edo Central Senatorial District and Edo North Senatorial District on a courtesy visit to Government House in Benin City, Governor Ukbevulu said that the traditional rulers remain critical stakeholders in the fight against crime due to their closeness with their communities. Again, Ikmomusa Ugiagbe brings us details.
Governor Ukbevulu noted that recent kidnap cases involved local collaborators who are familiar with the movement and financial status of residents. He urged traditional rulers not to encourage or shield criminal elements, stressing that young people should be discouraged from engaging in crime. The governor also appealed to the royal fathers to mobilize support for President Bola Tinubu ahead of the next presidential election, expressing confidence that Edo State could deliver substantial votes for the president.
There are so many crises all over regarding insecurity. And the best person to help me fighting this insecurity are the kings, because you are the one that know your vicinity. Many of those kidnappers that we are arresting now, they are not even from outside. Many of them are our people. So I want to beg the traditional rulers, if we must stop it, we have to work together.
Responding on behalf of the traditional rulers who passed a vote of confidence in the governor, the Ojuromi of Uromi, His Royal Highness Ansem Edonoje II, described his developmental efforts across the state as commendable. The Ojuromi assured Governor Okpebholo of the continued support and cooperation of traditional rulers in promoting peace, security, and development across Edo State.
Your Excellency, we are proud of you and the giant strides you are making in repositioning our state infrastructure as well as other important sectors in our state. We want you to know that we stand with you as we are ready to give you all the support you need from us to ensure your administration's success beyond expectations.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The State Executive Council has approved the appointment of His Royal Highness Senator Francis Ali Mekena as the Ukumagbe of Wano clan in Isako East local government area of Edo State. This is contained in a statement by the Edo State Commissioner of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Uhombamu. According to the statement, the appointment of Senator Ali Mekena as the Ukumagbe of Wano clan takes effect from 6th July 2026. The statement congratulates Senator Ali Mekena and wishes him well in the discharge of his responsibility to the people as the Ukumagbe of Wano clan. Igbenedion Education Center has held its 2026 valedictory service for graduating students in the senior secondary school, marking the successful completion of another academic session. Usemudeme Osagi reports that the ceremony held at the school's chapel featured praise and worship, word ministration, prayers and spoken word and poetry.
Procession by graduates kicked off the event, which featured praise and worship, spoken word poetry and scripture reading. In his sermon, the officiating minister, Pastor Christopher Usagiede, urged graduates to develop godly character and maintain excellence as they prepare for higher academic pursuits.
Have nothing to do with your fruitful works of darkness as a teenager, and finally walk wisely.
Special prayers were offered for the graduates as they move to the next phase of their academic journey. Director of Administration, Igbenedion Education Center, Pastor Angela Igbenedion, congratulated the graduating students and appreciated parents for entrusting their children's education to the school.
On behalf of the board, chairman, deputy chairman, board, principals and the management, we appreciate God for keeping them safe. We appreciate the parents. In the midst of it all, no bad reports. God has been faithful.
Some graduating students thanked the school's management, teachers and parents for their support and guidance through their academic sojourn.
And to IEC, I want to say a very big thank you. Everyone that's taken care of me in my time of the school.
I want to say a very big thank you to my teachers, the deputy chairman, Le Cherry, and everybody supported me as I'm graduating.
Some parents expressed gratitude to the school's management and teachers for the quality education and moral upbringing given to the students.
I pray as they progress into the university that it will be a good ambassador of the school, of their families.
I thank God Almighty for taking us from the system to the stage of our children's education life.
100 senior secondary school students successfully completed their secondary education in the 2025-2026 academic session at Igbenedion Education Center, Benin City. From Benin, Osemudeme Osagi, ITV News.
Following renewed xenophobic attacks on Nigerians and other African nationals in South Africa, 270 Nigerians are expected to be evacuated back home on Wednesday. The development has sparked widespread condemnation and renewed concerns about the safety of Nigerians living in South Africa. Patience Osarugua sought the views of a cross-section of Nigerians.
Nigerians and other African nationals have continued to face xenophobic attacks in South Africa, forcing many to flee the country. In response, the federal government has intensified efforts to evacuate affected Nigerians. In Benin City, Bishop Charles Okundigie and Reverend Austin Unwago said the development should serve as a wake-up call for Nigerian leaders to build a more prosperous nation that provides opportunities for its citizens. The clerics warned that unless the returnees are properly reintegrated, the influx could worsen the country's existing security and socioeconomic challenges.
If the economy of Nigeria was okay, as we are the giant of Africa, everything is okay. South Africa will not have that gut to attack any Nigeria or send us home.
They see Nigeria as no country, nobody in the country. When our leaders do not make the country comfortable for the citizens, that is the reason why they are flying outside the country.
In Delta State, political analyst James Shegun accused the South African government of not doing enough to protect Nigerians despite Nigerians' significant role in the struggle against apartheid.
South African people will sooner than later realize that what they are doing is wrong. It will also have implications on their economy.
Also reacting to the evacuation of another 270 Nigerians from South Africa, Lagos-based legal practitioner Jide Ologun described the situation as painful and traumatic, especially for those who have lived, worked, and invested in South Africa for many years.
They are back to an environment where the economy is not smiling at anyone. So it's like it should be a tough one, starting all over again.
In Abuja, respondents urged the federal government to expedite the evacuation of all Nigerians willing to return from South Africa while condemning the renewed xenophobic attacks.
It is very, very absurd. It is appalling. A few misguided South Africans calling for the expulsion of Africans from Africa. That is preposterous.
It is high time for them to think outside the box, to find solution to their own problem, to stop accusing other people for what is happening in their country.
While acknowledging South Africans' sovereign right to force its immigration laws, the respondents maintained that no individual should be subjected to violence, discrimination, or forced displacement because of their nationality. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Up next, we're going to Lagos, where Patricia is on standby with more stories. Patricia, over to you.
Many thanks, Charity. From Lagos, the Lagos State Police Command, comprising area commanders, divisional police officers, tactical commanders, and the Violent Crime Reports Unit, said it arrested 135 suspected cultists. The State Police Commissioner, CP Tijani Fatai, said a simultaneous raid across identified criminal hideouts and black spots within the state to prevent cult-related violence associated with the 7/7 led to the arrest. Aigbuju Kwara tells us more.
The Commissioner of Police, Tijani Fatai, said the operation led to the arrest of 135 suspected cultists and the recovery of 26 firearms, 16 dangerous weapons such as cutlasses, battle axes, daggers and knives, assorted charms, 11 bottles of different alcoholic brands, substance suspected to be India and other illicit drugs, as well as 6 mobiles. The CP said the operation followed intelligence gathering indicating plans by rival cult groups to launch attacks on and engage in other criminal activities. He said investigation is ongoing to identify and apprehend other members of the criminal gangs, while the suspects will be charged to court upon conclusion of investigation. From Lagos, Aigbuju Kwara, ITV News.
You're still watching the menus on ITV. Take a short break and we will stay with us.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body.
To be reduced. If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Moving on, the National Business and Technical Examinations Board, NABTEB, has officially released the result of the 2026 National Common Entrance Examination, NCEE, for admission into federal and state technical colleges across the country. The registrar, Dr. Muhammad Aminu Mohammed, made the announcement during a press conference held in Benin City. The report filed in by Sikirat Oluwakbelomi is presented by Afusa Onwangwe.
The Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of NABTEB, Dr. Muhammad Aminu Mohammed, during a press conference held on Tuesday, July 7, 2026, said the National Common Entrance is designed to identify and select qualified candidates for admission into technical colleges across the country. Dr. Mohammed stated that 15,290 candidates registered for the 2026 Common Entrance Examination, out of which 13,848 sat for the examination, while 1,442 were absent. He added that 7,215 candidates registered for admission into the 34 federal technical colleges, while 8,075 candidates registered for the 168 state technical colleges across the country. According to him, 10,426 candidates scored 50% and above, while 5,708 candidates scored 70% and above. He also stated that 3,422 candidates scored below 50%, while 31 candidates attained scores of 96% and above, the highest performance recorded in the examination.
The review will also serve as the basis for admission to federal and state technical colleges, subject to admission guideline approved by the Federal Ministry of Education and other related authorities.
Dr. Muhammad Aminu Mohammed urged candidates to check their results through the board's approved channels, noting that the released results will serve as the basis for admission into federal and state technical colleges. He reaffirmed NABTEB's commitment to maintaining transparency, professionalism, and integrity in its examinations and encourage youth to embrace technical and vocational education and training, TVET.
I wish to assure all stakeholders that NABTEB remain committed to maintain the highest standard of integrity.
From Benin, Fosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
A two-day training workshop for academic technologists and scientists organized by the National Association of Academic Technologists, NAT. University of Benin branch has opened in Benin City with a theme Professional Synergy for Cutting-Edge Scientific and Technological Advancement. Ebua Obaze's report is presented by Musa Ugiagbi.
In a remark, the Vice-Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omoegie, represented by Professor Christopher Usunobun, commended the National Association of Academic Technologies for organizing the workshop and encouraged participants to make the most of the training.
This training reflects the association's commitment to promoting excellence, driving innovation, and seeking continuous professional development among academic laboratory technologies.
Earlier, while welcoming guests and participants, Chairman, National Association of Academic Technologies, Unibem Branch, Comrade Stella Omofuma Oyahilome, described the workshop as an opportunity to strengthen professionalism and collaboration among academic technologies.
At the end of this workshop, we shall all return to our respective departments better equipped with practical skills.
The guest lecturer, Edafe Ikoku, who dwelt on time management and punctuality in academia, explained the importance of effective time management and punctuality in academic institutions, highlighting practical principles, real-life examples, and strategies for improving productivity in the workplace.
In academia, time is one of the most precious, one of the most valuable resources we have. Research projects have deadlines.
An award of excellence was bestowed on the Vice-Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omoegie, for his leadership qualities and support for NAT. Some participants described the workshop as educative and enlightening.
I've learned that you prioritize your time. You don't do too many things at the same time.
We're talking about development, innovation.
The two-day workshop will be rounded off on Wednesday, 8 July 2026. Ikmamosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The central body of Edo State Tipper Drivers Association, also known as the Senate, at its special meeting held on Thursday, unanimously expelled the immediate past chairman of the association, Comrade Austin Unwago. The special meeting, which held at the State Secretariat of the association located at Azagba Community in Benina-Ochi Bypass, Benin City, had in attendance the executives of all the branches, past branch chairman. William Siama tells us more.
Chairman, Edo State Tipper Drivers Association, Comrade Osaro Aigbekan, announcing the resolution of the outcome of the special meeting by the central body, expelling the former chairman of the association, Comrade Austin Unwago, with immediate effect. In the various remarks, some past branch chairmen and current executives on some branches recount how Comrade Austin Unwago allegedly ran the affairs of the association with impunity, high-handedness, created confusion, disunity, disharmony, and rancor, unanimously resolved the expulsion of Comrade Unwago from the association as part of efforts to restore unity, peace, and stability in the Edo Tipper Drivers Association.
Today, we will see the move Unwago name come more for this our union. I strongly believe and I support my last speaker to make sure that today we should give him a vote of no confidence in this union. Money revenue when we supposed to pay to government. This was the wrong. Now we say make they pay. You know they pay the money, they chop the money. We expect him, all of us will support this expenditure.
Earlier, State Chairman of Tipper Drivers Association, Comrade Osaro Aigbekan, briefed executives on the progress recorded vis-a-vis the challenges confronting the association. He harped on the need for cooperation and unflinching loyalty to move the association to greater heights. In attendance at the special meeting were principal executives who include State Vice Chairman, Comrade Sunday Ude, State Secretary General, Comrade Emmanuel Odion, State Supervisor, Comrade Peter Obasui, among others. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
The All Progressives Congress APC, Uhunde local government chapter, has rounded off its word-to-word campaign ahead of the July 11th local government election, taking its campaign message to all the 10 political wards in the local government council. The campaign train led by the Uhunde APC chairman, Honorable Sawi Osayemere, was accompanied by party leaders, elected representatives, state and local government appointees, ward executives, women and youth leaders. Ikwaosa Ogiagbe has details.
Among those present during the campaign were the member representing Uhunde constituency at the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable K.C. Usamoyi, former local government chairman, Honorable Roland Alari, and other party stakeholders. At each ward, party leaders formally presented the APC chairmanship candidate, Honorable Austin Imafidon, his running mate, Honorable Agiek Joseph Samuel, as well as the party's councillorship candidates, urging residents to vote massively for the APC in the forthcoming local government election. Speaking during the campaign, Uhunde APC chairman, Honorable Usawe Usayemere, described Austin Imafidon as a tested leader whose performance as acting chairman has improved governance and accelerated development across the local government. Speaking during the campaign, the APC chairmanship candidate, Honorable Austin Imafidon, and his running mate, Honorable Agiek Joseph, thanked residents for their support.
If we begin to talk what we don't do, we no come up for here. And we intend to say that the grace of God, when they don't elect us, when we don't come in after the election as chairman, we go put many projects here.
We believe in him. We trust him. We have confidence in him that he will deliver. All the party leaders, we employ them to support him.
We are much encouraged turnout. That shows that the APC as a party, we are doing well. We want to appreciate every one of them.
Honorable Austin Imafidon is a man of the people. Uhunde is APC and APC is Uhunde.
Loyalty is a two-way street. So as our supporters are loyal to us, you know, that is how we are loyal to them as a party.
The campaign featured interactive meetings with traditional rulers, community leaders, elders, women, youths, and other stakeholders, many of who commended the administration's achievements in road construction, security, healthcare, education, and youth empowerment. Ikwaosa Ogiagbe, ITV News.
You're still on to the ITV main news, broadcasting live on independent television. It's time for us to take another short breather. The news continues shortly. Stay with us. Well, thank you so much for staying with us on the news. Moving on, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Edo State Command, has encouraged eligible voters to come out on Saturday and exercise their civic responsibility in the local government election without fear, assuring them of adequate security before, during, and after the election. Jonah Omorowa brings details.
Parading the suspect, the Edo State Command Public Relations Officer CSP Efosa Ogbebo said during interrogation, the suspects confessed to the crime and admitted collecting 1.2 million from suspected vandals. CSP Ogbebo said,
speaking on the level of preparedness to provide adequate security before, during, and after Saturday's local government election across Edo State, the Public Relations Officer, Edo State Command of NSCDC, Chief Superintendent Efosa Ogbebo, said the Corps has deployed a total of 1,300 officers for the exercise across the 3 senatorial districts to ensure safety, peaceful, free, and credible polls.
The command has deployed 1,300 personnel to ensure the protection of life, property, and also national critical assets and infrastructure during the forthcoming election. The command is committed to ensure that this election is free, fair, and credible. And we want to use this opportunity to call on political parties, candidates, and their supporters to abide by the electoral rule and also conduct themselves peacefully.
The security agency reaffirmed its commitment to working closely with other security agencies to ensure that the election is conducted peacefully across the state, calling on all stakeholders to shun acts capable of undermining the credibility of the exercise. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
In a bid to check on guided utterances of some persons on the social media, a civil group in conjunction with the AAC has called on the Inspector General of Police, IGP, the DSS, and others to arrest a Benin social media influencer, Collins Arahowa, popularly known as No Mind Them, for threatening the leader of the Revolution Now publisher of Sahara Reporters and the presidential candidate of the AAC, Omoyele Sowore, and its members from putting on their cap symbol on his entry into Edo State. They made their stand known during a press conference held in Benin City, the Edo State capital. The report is presented by Efosa Nwangwe.
Say we can't see anybody wear berets for Edo, say in a freedom fighter or in a revolutionary, we go beat her, give her to police.
That was the statement on social media of the influencer that ignited the anger of the civil group, the Revolution Now and AAC members. In an interview, Joseph Gale, a civil society member, said, though he's not a member of the AAC, but Omoyele Sowore is a respected activist that nobody can be threatened without reaction from the civil society and otherwise. He called on the security agencies to swing into action and arrest Mr. Collins, known as No Mind Them.
Aides of a governor come out online to threaten law-abiding people. If you have any issue concerning the AAC, the proper thing to do is to write a petition to the Commissioner of Police or Director of SSS to investigate the activities. And hence, we are saying Kabudu Regentemanta.
Reacting to the threat, the AAC members said the unguided utterances of the said Mr. Collins went beyond his boundary with the threat of their leader, a human rights fighter, and their presidential candidate. They said their orange beret color is the symbol of the AAC and wondered why the said Mr. Collins is trying to drag their name into what they don't know, and called on the police, the DSS, and other security agencies to urgently arrest and prosecute him for such unguided utterances.
We have come to address the public over the unnecessary threats issued
by one Mr. Collins Agagowa, where he threatened that any member of AAC wearing our orange beret cap will be beaten mercilessly. Of course, we have written the Commissioner of Police and we have equally copied the DSS.
There is no monopoly of violence to anybody. They've done it several times to other political parties, but not AAC.
The Sahara Reporter publisher, human rights activist and presidential candidate of AAC is expected in Benin City as part of his familiarization visit ahead of the 2027 general election. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Edo State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has arrested one Mr. Monday Adisa, 52, for allegedly impersonating a personnel of the Corps to extort money from suspected pipeline vendors. The suspect, who was said to have been arrested on the 7th of July 2026 by personnel of the command's anti-vendor unit at the NNPC pipeline corridor in Urohi community in Issa West local government area of Edo State, confessed to the crime. Efosa Wangwe again brings report.
Parading the suspect, the Edo State Command Public Relations Officer CSP Efosa Gbebo said during interrogation, the suspects confessed to the crime and admitted collecting 1.2 million from suspected vendors. CSP Gbebo said the suspect also revealed that he carried out the act with an accomplice identified as Simeon, who is currently at large. The Public Relations Officer said the State Commander Akintoya Saidi Ayela has directed that the suspect be charged to court while efforts are ongoing to arrest the fleeing accomplice. He warned members of the public against impersonating security personnel, stressing that anyone found engaging in such criminal act will face the full weight of the law.
The 7th of July 2026 at about 4:00 hours, the operatives of the command launched a manhunt through intelligence information and tracked this Mr. Monday Adisa, age 52, and arrested him. And when interrogated, he confessed to have collected 1.2 million from the suspected vendors. He warned members of the public against impersonating security personnel, stressing that anyone found engaged in such criminal acts will face the full weight of the law.
The suspect, Monday Adisa, confessed to the crime.
The community, they are doing that organizations for my community. My village people gave me information. I say, I dey carry any security, that soldier to come and destroy that place. He now say he will give me 1 million. The 1 million is not, did not send to me, we sent to that my brother. Which is senior, the 1.2 is sent. Is through that my brother.
Suspect at the time of this report was being charged to court. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Questions bordering on the credibility or otherwise of the forthcoming Edo State local government election continues to dominate discourse on 60 Minutes Nigeria as stakeholders called for increased voter awareness, transparency, and a wider participation. Esther Ogoro reports that the concerns were also raised over a low public interest and the limited involvement of political parties across the state's 18 local government areas. The report is presented by Joe Egwasa.
A political analyst, Comrade Osao Okoro Obaraye, says many Nigerians have lost confidence in the electoral process, believing elections are determined by a select few. He urged citizens to shun the polls and called for sustained grassroots sensitization on the importance of local government administration.
This one is supposed to be popular, but the people are not involved. The National Registration Agency need to go out, go to market, go to mosque, go to churches, go to where people gather to let them know about what is ongoing.
Academician and University of Benin lecturer Owin Oluwo attributed the low interest in the election to poor public awareness, noting that many voters are unfamiliar with the candidate. He added that the high cost of campaigns discourages political parties from participating.
Most times I give kudos to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his effort in trying to give local government autonomy.
Clergyman Chris Emiowele expressed concerns over the credibility of Nigeria's electoral system, stressing that only a transparent and competitive process can produce credible leaders.
Because there's no competition, nobody is sure what the result will be, everybody is on their own.
Because I can't waste my money when I'm sure that, number one, it will not be fair. Number two, somebody have already predetermined who will be there. Then I will be wasting my money and wasting my time. That's what we are seeing.
Adding his voice to the discussion, Bishop Bright Olumese said inadequate voters' awareness remains a major challenge, adding that the level of grassroots mobilization seen in previous elections have significantly declined. The guest called on the electoral body, political parties, and civil society organizations to set up voters' education and ensure a free, fair, and credible local government election across Edo State. From Benin, Joy Egwasa, ITV News.
Minimizing child mortality in Nigeria and Africa at large was one of the vocal points of the 7th anniversary celebration of the Med Vehicle Care in Benin City. The anniversary was used to launch 2 new programs that will be beneficial to the Nigerian child. Efusa Owangwe brings us details.
The 7th anniversary, which emphasizes so much on maternal, newborn, and childhood, also dwelt on how to minimize the death rates of children in Nigeria and Africa, knowing that Nigeria has the largest rate of infant mortality in Africa. The program, however, talked about visitation to schools to educate teachers and students on health issues, and way to partner with some private schools where they will be engaging in back-to-school checkup every new term. However, they are also partnering with a special needs school to teach them how to care for such children. The keynote speaker, Professor Akpede, described the 7th anniversary of Med Vehicle Care as worthwhile and beneficial to humanity.
Facilities. I'm not saying they are not helpful, but those things we can do with what's already available. How far have we gone with them? And then the ones already there, what is our attitude to the maintenance? The real innovation now should be our doing those things we already have the abilities to do and not shy away from them.
Chairman Med Vehicle Care, Professor A.J. Enato, said the road path for the past 7 years has been challenging as plans are underway for expansion to different communities around Edo State and beyond, and also creation of awareness about sicknesses and issues in children.
The organization is a mission-driven, community-focused organization because we are always looking for how we can give back to the community. That was actually the original idea to the setting up of Med Vehicle.
Lead and coordinator Dr. Izeuwa Enato called on the Edo State government to partner with Med Vehicle Care to reach more children, especially those in public schools in the state. She added that they can help women who have different types of complications and women who do not have funds to go to hospital.
We want the government to join us to see that this program is rolled out into state schools. So we are looking on partners, we are calling on well-meaning Nigerians. From Benin,
Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
And we take you now to Borno State, where suspected Boko Haram terrorists have attacked Logumani community in Nganla local government area of Borno State, destroying a police outpost, a primary healthcare center, and classrooms of a primary school. The attack occurred shortly after the insurgents launched an assault on the military forward operating base in the community. Military authority confirmed that the attack was successfully repelled by troops of Operation Hadinkai, although some military equipment was damaged during the exchange. Security operatives have since launched a follow-up operations to track down the fleeing terrorists. Meanwhile, Chairman of Nganla Local Government Council, Mala Tijani Gala, has inspected the affected facilities and assured residents that the findings will be forwarded to the Borno State government for urgent intervention. Residents have also been urged to remain calm and continue cooperating with security agencies. The controversy surrounding the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, FPIPC, has taken a fresh turn as the Council's Director General, Prince Adeni Adeyemi, says he is ready to hand over relevant documents to security agencies investigating the alleged ghost agency. President Bola Tinubu had earlier directed the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to investigate how the council secured a 1.3 billion naira allocation in the 2026 budget, despite claims by the presidency that the agency does not exist. Speaking during an online interview, Adeyemi denied wrongdoings and expressed his willingness to cooperate fully with investigators, while the House of Representatives has constituted an ad hoc committee to investigate the budgetary allocation. The Senate has suspended its own inquiry pending the outcome of the ICPC investigation. The development has intensified scrutiny of Nigeria's budget process, with lawmakers calling for stronger verification measures to prevent similar occurrences in future appropriation exercises. We'll take you through business news, where the Apex Bank, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has directed members of the public, businesses and financial institutions to stop rejecting the standard 100 Naira banknote, reaffirming that it remains a valid legal tender across the country. The directive follows a report that some traders, commercial outlets and other economic operators had refused to accept the standard 100 Naira banknotes over rumor that it has been withdrawn from circulation. In a statement issued in Abuja, the acting director of corporate communications of the Apex Bank, the CBN, Hakama Sidi Ali, clarified that the standard 100 Naira banknote has not been phased out and remains in full circulation alongside the commemorative 100 Naira banknote introduced to mark Nigeria's centenary celebration in the year 2014. She explained that the commemorative note was never intended to replace the existing standard 100 Naira banknote, stressing that both versions are recognized as legal tenders and must be accepted for all transactions nationwide. The Apex Bank warned that rejecting any legally issued Nigerian banknote contravenes the provision of the CBN Act and undermines public confidence in the nation's currency. The CBN also cautioned individuals, businesses, commercial banks and other economic operators against refusing the standard 100 Naira banknote, warning that appropriate sanctions will be imposed on anyone found violating the law. The bank also reaffirmed its commitment to protecting the integrity of the Naira, ensuring adequate cash circulation and maintaining public confidence in all duly issued Nigerian banknotes, while urging Nigerians to freely accept and transact with both the standard and the commemorative 100 Naira notes. And talking sports, where the federal government has signed a hosting agreement for the 2027 African School Games with the Association of National Olympic Committees of Africa, NAOCA. The signing ceremony, which took place in Abuja on Wednesday, marked a significant step in Nigeria's quest to stage a successful second edition of the African School Game, tagged Abuja 2027. Chairman of the NSC, Malam Shehu Diko, said that hosting the African School Games is a huge milestone for Nigeria and aligns with the goal of President Bola Tinubu to reset Nigerian sports. He reassured the committee that the second edition of the African School Games would set a new standard for future editions. And with that sport report, to call it a wrap on the ITV main news for tonight. On behalf of my colleagues Charity Tanko in Abuja and Patricia Gabriels in Lagos, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for being a part of the news. Do have a blissful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
God's
God's word gives light and direction to us daily. Receive God's word into your heart as
ITV, certainly the best. Now wetin dey happen? Bosununa. Now wetin dey happen? Bosunun. Now wetin dey happen? Bosunun.
wetin dey happen.
Dey for Oku Road. Igbo we yebe no vive. Oh ya si mi e woman. Megi Igbo we yebe no vive. Oh ya si mi e woman.
I am Prophet P.I. Obaseki. I want to specially invite you to our annual General Convention 2026 Prayer Congress. The theme of this convention is mercy and favor.
They have made you to cry before, and they are fighting to make you cry again.
They make me cry before. My truck fall down. I carry Pakano from Port Harcourt to Lagos, all the way from Komadi. My truck fall down.
Your truck fell down?
Yes, sir.
Everything throw away?
Everything.
How much about?
50-something million.
50-something million?
Yes, sir.
Hear me, everyone that are bent to make you.
Dey for Oku Road of your northeast. Landlord and landladies, people wey get property for this area. Come slow down. Slow down. People wey get property. Na Siloko Road. From Igbobazuwa. Siloko Road, you go reach Ego. Ah. Okay. This one not be Oku Road, though. This na Siloko Road. See the Oku Road. From here, you go come out for Oluku. From here na be the Oku Road. When they pass the crossings. So from here, you go come out for New Lagos Road. This one you go pass the road, but make we see am. Okay. Edo State Government project construction of Oku Road off Ugbawa Lagos Road, Benin City. Contractor Heartland. Supervising Ministry Edo State Ministry of Works, Saple Road, Benin City. Edo State Government project construction of Oku Road off Ugbawa Lagos Road, Benin City. Contractor Heartland. Who they supervise am? Edo State Ministry of Works. And on the road with this.
Wetin dey happen?
You know, yes, Edo State Government. I want give contract on this road. May they do a from Siloko Road to look for here.
The last 2 years, during the rainy dry season, that they were supposed to tie this road. If you see the pace of work, that's the pace of walk. It was very slow. You understand? When they tied it to Laba Junction there, that was the end. Before the rainy season set in. Now is not motorable.
The contractor not get there again?
No.
Okay.
No contractor.
Even the structures the vehicles are all removed. I don't know. Suddenly they disappeared into oblivion. The whole tractors they were using to construct the road, they removed it. And as you can see, it's very difficult for vehicles to pass this road now.
Very
If not that this is a jeep, we cannot drive through.
You understand?
So you see people swimming in the flood.
You understand?
When it rains.
I want to see myself.
Go and see. Go and see.
Say the contractor where he said, come here, not there again.
No oversight function. No oversight function.
You should come and inspect the work.
Come here. To come and inspect what is going on.
Oversight function.
Yes. Now it's not
from the governor and the deputy governor.
Yes,
both of them.
If you are
oversight
function.
If you are
and the legislators.
You understand? Go and see the extent of work there. What is going on? This road have been.
Oh my governor, yes, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Because in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. You said they don't tire for Oku Road. Yes. From Oluku, 7 up to contractor not there.
Governor give them money.
They don't start the road.
They not do one.
Okay. They start the road at all.
They start us small. They governor give them money. They not do one. They just not tire. You say, Governor, I give them money. I want contract. You go to check the contracts.
Check the work.
Go to check the work. May they give them.
That the governor of those states
yes.
It's
supposed to check the work. May give them
contract.
We check them. Say you do the work.
This one went there for Oku Road too.
They not do one now.
I not go check them.
Don't go check them. The video up that side. Video that side. The live center. So they do work. If you go to Wari, they'll do road everywhere. This road a major road to off road, local road. If road block, here they pass.
If
Ovia block,
Lagos road block.
Ovia block, here they pass. This road is supposed to do one. That be the first road for those states.
Now I want to go remind them now.
I better remind them.
I want to go remind him.
Yes.
Deputy governor.
Tell her say next day to talk about. Say me do this road.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Because in the near future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Governor, visit some of the places where you give. I know say you dey visit some, but Oku Road.
For this village, we know they say again Osunu. We know they say. See my store. If they flash water, no water, they enter inside my store Osunu. No be so we talk when the road even go small. We all of us they cry. Now we dey pay no.
You know yes say those take come I don't give contract of this road from Siloko go to look for that side.
Now your mother dey hear us because when they start we not see anything Now for all those and they don't do something For soon the children close for school na wahala All of us they go stand for road they wait for our children If bad carry children they fall for water For soon the man do something Our governor do something Do something abeg do something. We dey cry. Children dey cry. You see all this back when they see so. If they class for school, children no dey fit call us. Market dey shake for Sunu.
Oku Road.
I dey tell you for Oku
Oku Road.
For inside Oku village we dey suffer Yeah, good. Go up that side go see wetin dey happen. For Sunu go that side go see wetin dey happen.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier.
For Sunu I said they see you are supposed to hold you but I know say no be you do am. Now to make me.
Enter back. I dey for Oku Road for Benin City. I dey for Oku Road for Ovia North East. That be don't want the contract but we don't see the contract again. They don't want the contract. They don't want the contract.
Waiting they happen.
When I come this road 3 years ago, they never tire me. Oku Road for Ovia North East. Hey, whoa! When I come this road 3 years ago, they never tire me. Oku Road for Ovia North East. So, you see that road when they done the tie they come from that side. Now the road now be the Oku Road so. You see the sandbag when I say where those take come and take away down to Heartland. Now if a new Lagos road now block now here they go pass now. This is an example pass here. If new Lagos road block now, they won't come pass this Oku Road. go come out for Siloko Road. So, if that road, when they construct, they come from that side, come pass all your city, whatever. Maggie Bobby, you know, vive. Oh, yeah, see me, woman. You don't say when I come this Oku Road like 3 years ago, it is tough. You see, I'm saying government don't want them. But Oku people, they surprised. Why Edo State governor never come monitor this project? The Oku community, elders and youth of this community, they surprised. Say governor, they inspect different roads. Why he never come inspect this Oku project? Since how many months?
What slippers like this? I never said. When I new open this business, now every week I go market. Since April, I never say one slippers. I don't see who they ask me say, Madam, how much they say slippers is not there? No road now. Who can follow me back? Who can follow me back? Look my face. I'm original face when I do. One night, therefore yesterday night, I use straight like raise my table to where? I just sleep when I wake up. As I wake up, now I can't do fence, original fence, so make sure I not come push me enter war when I take so. That these people I tell they feed though, now I tell they pay us rent. Now I never say one slipper.
Since when this road not good now, you not feel say anything?
I never say who want follow me back.
You know yes, contractor don't they do the road?
This contractor. Thank God, contractor. Say this road never worry what they do. They never abandon us. They don't abandon us now. They don't forget us. See now look at they don't forget us. Look at. I beg, go help us.
Oku Road. Oku Road. Of your northeast, Oku Road. Hey, whoa. Gig Bobby, you know, oh, yeah. I know say you did very happy. Say I don't take government. They award this in our road. Big community. What you call the sunu? What you call make una they complain now?
No. Hey boy, I said. No, this place now. Look my house here. Now be this.
This very house.
Yes.
This house.
This very house.
This very one where that madam stands.
Where madam stands. I surprised when they called say they award the road. We were happy. In all these 3 months, 4 months, they stopped doing that. They carry canapilla, tear all this hole. They say that moat. They call the parks and sand for moat. And they said the land, the sand where they park, I don't know. Look here now. I hear Cosplay. Now from where the tire is, no road. From 8 now we there now. Look my road, look my house.
What do you want make the executive
government make it remember of their northeast Ogun Road.
May we call it
community.
I beg of you.
Now we wait for now.
But you don't want the contract now.
We don't do. According to what we hear, there's no Okpebo. You know award this road.
Yes.
He said you don't know whether Oku
day. Okay, Daddy.
Now me they talk.
As I reach Siloko Junction on that side, I see one big signboard. Edo State Government project Oku Road.
They say not give them money.
They say not give them money. That then this is the house that I bring people here. Because they pass here every time. Okpebo will never pass here one day.
We never see her.
Yes.
So what we they talk now? We want you this opportunity to beg our governor. Model Okpebolo. I beg. With Dennis Idausa. Denko, our brother. Our brother, yes, in the own village. We want beggar, make all of them, make they call do the road for us. I beg now we there.
They don't start the road now.
They don't finish now. They don't start and they don't work small. The rest. We know they feel pass here, motor don't they pass yet, every bike don't they pass here. From our junction before now 500 to reach here. But now 1,800, 2,000. everybody went there here they cry we dey beg not before us we lead down.
Make us complete the project.
Make us complete
the project. It's not clear. However, I don't take government don't award the contractor, but the contractor they not see him again. Hey whoa. So you see that tie road for that side. Now they come like this. Now it's supposed to come pass here, go reach the end. But they're surprised the contractor not this side again. Some people come they talk cho. Say it be like say the contractor say they never pay a balance. That one a cho. Drop your comment, shut up.
Inside there, 2 people. No enter there.
Okpowese, win away your way. Okpowese, win away your way. You don't feel like just take comment for the contractor to return side.
Always say, baby man, no la wo no when man no ka be contractor, no work po. Eh, we na no esu na never wo do me. No sala body dey don time no la wo, no kuma dole uponaji. No, women ba gari oba ima be mujane be na mujano mo ama mujano ma be ye ma mujana politically no dole yi ma
waiting dey happen. Road is don overdue for tying for donkey years. They will promise they will come and tie this Okun road.
Before this government sit down, they don't talk about this Okun road. And when this government self sit down, they come too small and they don't award this Okun road to contractor. I don't know the one where you call it.
They award the road. We see the contractor. We not see the contractor. They award the road. They say they want to do this Okun road. I mean, for me, even when I was coming this morning, I was telling my friend, I said they use this road, they play politics. Because this one not be road now. You they do road, you know they come supervise them. You know they know how things they go. You know good. And see road, I may travel, I do travel. I don't go many places for this country. I never see where they do road, no gutter. Okay, this road now where the form say that they tie now. If they tie and finish, where gutter not there, where person has the one carry the water go? Make I show you.
You go first.
Which person has the one carry the water go? You see this road. Now very important road where government suppose don't do. They don't want to do one. I don't know why they don't want to do one. And with this, where the deputy governor is from.
It's from Ovia now?
It's from Ovia. But I don't know what thing they happen. Where no one talk about this road. This road, see where they go time and reach for that side. And the time no be say na one kind solid time. If you like say the contractor they use the road they play. The same road now the same time they award this road and Palace Road for upper mission.
No, wait, you say now the same.
Then the same time now they award this road and upper mission. This Palace Road where they upper mission. They don't feel. You not see the way that they do that road. Okpebolo they try. But I don't know what they happen for this side. Okun Road. Where they see the good work where the governor Okpebolo they do for other area. But this Okun, I don't know why it be like that. Whether they remove in high or your attention come up from Okun Road, I don't know why.
Are you not see contractor?
We know they see the contractor. You see contractor here. This road resemble road where people where things they happen. This road, this Okun Road, it resembles where things they happen. You don't see any contractor. Since when me and you the waka since from all the way from that side.
According to the report they give us,
you don't see where
they say contractor don't start on the tire from Siloko Road.
That one where they tie, that one a road. Where the gutter dey? Okpebolo, Senator Mo, the Governor Okpebolo, he never do road where gutter not dey. Me see Palace Road, you know see gutter. See this road where they this coke where they call them. On your way to Abuja.
Aduawa area.
Aduawa area. Yes, you don't see road where will do there. You don't see this road where don't spoil, where they call and say where they this where that popular road where Obaseki they do before where abandon. You don't see what will do for them. We got everything. This road no long reach that side. Long reach that one. That road go come out for that road. That very road now go come out for Agbo Road.
So this road now from Oluku, I go come out for
old road for Vian Road for Siloko Road.
Let me tell you.
This is a new road. This old Lagos road for Vian for Siloko Road. See now, you see contractor. Since when me and you the waka, you don't see contractor yet.
No, you did deny say just take government never award this contract.
I hear say they award them, but we know they see wetin dey happen here now. We dey see wetin dey happen. This road driver wetin things for the happen. He knows that maybe our governor, we now will beg governor. If the person where he give the contract, if he's not capable, make he revoke the contract from the person.
This Okun Road.
If the person where they handle the contract, if he's not capable, make he revoke the contract. Because for them to they use the road they do like say maybe like Mababa as I don't know as I'll call them, like it's serious waiting on this.
Me will go myself now. I want to go check am. I want this the end.
Oga go check am. Even the deputy governor, me myself, I'm disappointed because this is where it come from. And this if it to say if
so you talk about right honorable
yes now if to say no waiting. It's good for him people. You dey hear me now? Therefore, don't tie this road. And make I tell you, you.
Also, waiting they happen.
I don't tire. I've been made to do this road. They don't award the road. They don't award that. They just don't reach up. They just stop her. The road now is fuel motor. Every day was sure, and people when they say that they don't even come on because of the bad road. You see this here now. As soon that time when they start and they just finish and by then, but it will turn to express. Look at road now. You know, see, I say contractor don't they do? They see titles from here. That will be done, but they don't stop the work now. They slow the work. They don't stop the work. No, you know they slow down or caterpillar. I don't see anyone. What's new? I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone. As I want pass it and I me myself the fear I want to party my motor pass it. And I side I go, I get work for you. I go side. Let me say person where they build house now for this area to carry materials come this area. He will first suspend the work. If not me say this work na my wife, I will not fit drive pass it. If I pass it and I was sure about the go now. All this one they spoil Berry, they spoil Danley, everything, sharp, everything. But what will be the importance of this road, this whole road? How it link? You know, they look for Siloko Road now. Let's say of your block now. Oh, now here you will use now. Come on, you don't from here go where you go. Go Lagos. Yeah, you don't go where you go. No wahala, sir. How the country now? How the phone now? No wahala. Everything good. No wahala, sir.
Now waiting they happen.
You not back for this road, Abby?
Now waiting they happen.
No good now. The car not see the apple so that's too much for them.
Now waiting they
happen. I take for government.
This one done too bad.
Okun Road. Waiting they surprise the people be say the contractor not their site again. Oh, I've been because of rainy season. Sita road for front. Oh, I know say just the government don't award this road Okun Road to contractor. But people the vex. Why deputy governor? Why the governor of Edo State? Why they don't come inspect this road? Why they give this contractor? Some say the contractor na bubu yeye. Some say na because they never pay the contractor money. Now. Okay, now here the contractor work rich. They go. Okay. Sita road now. Sita road. Why don't they complain? I don't suffer, not be small. Hey! Upon say I get sense. I don't suffer, not be small. Upon say I get sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Now make I join this business. Area journalists, area to area, location to location, state to state. A day for Ovia Northeast and a day for Ohun. You know, say I done the consistency the road 10 magazines, but this not the road because I tell you, say, Edo State government don't award this Ohun road to contractor, and the contractor don't they do and they come. But can the governor of Edo State, can Edo State governor award contract without gutter? Because as governor, they inspect the road. Me, safe area journalist, going to inspect the road. But, I come. So today happen. I'm looking for the contractor. You cannot say that. God cannot there. A big gutter pass your back of your. No,
not come and start. No, talk anything. Just the go.
No gutter?
No.
However, if Ovia bridge block for Benin Lagos Expressway from here, so Igwabazuwa, this is not the shortcut to Lagos, so Igwabazuwa Siloko from that side. But 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I come this road everywhere na yama. You not go fit pass here. This now Ohun road. Edo State government don't award this contract. The contractor. And the contractor don't they do am. However, as an area journalist, got another left and right. From Siloko. For a go before Ovia. From Siloko. Now if you pass Igwabazuwa, Siloko. They go come up for Oluku. So the people they say, why the contractor not continue the job again? Why the contractor choose not this site again? But may I go see? Mohammed, come. You know, say for this area where I did so, 7 o'clock bike not they walk, oh, Abi? Yes. From 7 o'clock for this Ovia Northeast, bike not they walk from 7. Now they from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. From 7 to 12 midnight. I want to take Edo State government when they award this contract. Contractor. This is for road. Edo State government don't award the contract. The contractor, they not see him again. But when the contractor not got them left and right, I think not change the agreement. When I come here 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, not be so this road be. Agree to? Okay. This road when I did so from here to Igwabazuwa, from here to Niro Junction, from here to Okada, from here to Ogbese. Go like this, you go come out for a go. Enter like this. Okay.
Now it was show the community, now you there, so.
It go show the?
Yes, Deputy community. See problem what we get for here now.
Baba, come, a serious problem. A serious problem.
My brothers and my sisters what we get the community. That's not be smart, you see, some years ago, yeah, not be like this, oh, bro. Wasunu. That's how we say, Amo. The worst part now, our Baba, they pass here. Deputy.
From here, I go Igwabazuwa.
Yeah, no.
From here, I go Kada. From here, I go Ogbese.
You not get.
This na Siloko.
Upper Siloko Road.
Okay, Upper Siloko Road.
Yeah.
Now you
right from Ring Road. Down to Okada. Now the road be this. It's new Lagos Road block now. For that side. Now y'all love them, they follow. See the way we do. We don't talk, we don't tire.
We even thank God say we see you, Baba. Which particular spot are they so?
Igwashodi Nebudi, between Igwadolo community and Igwashodi community. After Igwadolo you don't pass, so now this just stay there. So from that place to this side is Igwashodi Nebudi community. That you there so. What soon? What do we want to do? That's all we say, Amo. We don't talk.
So if Ovia River block now,
now here that they follow. What are the see that now say block now? Emmanuel, one way. As you follow here now, back out so you for New Lagos Road. Down to Lagos where you they go, you not get problem. The only problem we get now here. This very road now link to Okun.
Oh, this Okun now.
Yes, Okun.
Now that one they investigate the corner territory.
Exactly.
Now Okun road that they investigate the corner territory.
Igwashodi and Okun, we get common boundary together. Igwashodi and Okun, we get common boundary together. They even get plot. It's not to that place. Our boundary not too far for there. We don't talk. We don't tire. Our Baba na here for common.
Oh my governor.
Deputy governor.
Deputy governor.
Yes, now.
Denko.
Is that on Aviana? Every day. Now the road where serve you now, where serve us now, the one with the old road where they follow. Serve for back. Now the small car can they follow now. That road we don't abandon them, but that one the whole road before they do this one 1977. The old road. Now they do this one 1977.
1977.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, bro. More beg. More come this side.
Waiting they have.
ITV, certainly the best.
A pleasure to have you join us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Wasawagie. Today on Healthy Living, we shall be looking at malaria. We say malaria. Good afternoon and thank you for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Wasawagie. Today we're going to look at malaria, prevention and of course treatment. Most of us already know what causes malaria, but for the purpose of education, we're going to go all over that again. And I have with me in the studios Dr. Jolly Nosa Iguma, the CMD Jonas Medical Center here in Benin City. A pleasure to have you join us today again, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, viewers.
Okay, so how is everything?
Everything is fine.
All right, we are in the rainy season now and malaria is everywhere. Talk to us. Walk us through that line. Malaria, what malaria is, what fever is, how do we get malaria, what not should be done and be done in this regard.
Yes, malaria, as common as it is the commonest cause of death in Nigeria. The commonest cause of death in Nigeria is not killer asthma and is not bandits. is
But
malaria.
you know that's very hard to believe because people will say ordinary malaria. At what point does it kill?
Yes.
You know that kind of a question because you just said is the #1 killer disease in the world. But for me and some other persons, we are finding it so difficult to understand that.
Yes, malaria is an endemic disease that is restricted to some particular part of the world. It is not a pandemic as we have with the COVID-19 that affects or ravage, the entire part of the world. And by definition, we say that malaria is a parasitic infection that is carried by vector from one person to another. And this malaria-carrying vector or the mosquito that carries this parasitic infection must be available for malaria to be able to be transmitted from one person to another. And this parasitic infection is called the Plasmodium parasite. And this Plasmodium parasite is of different types. We have the Plasmodium vivax, which is the commonest. We have the Plasmodium falciparum, which is the deadliest or the most fatal of this, parasitic infection.
So where do we find all of this in this Nigeria?
Yes, they are actually found in the gut of the mosquito.
Of the mosquito.
Because the mosquito feeding habit is sucking of blood. There are different types of the mosquito. We have the Anopheles mosquito, we have the Culex, we have the Aedes. Those one might be feeding on mosquito on the flower nectars. That's that color part of the flower. But however, this Anopheles stephensi
feeds on blood.
Yes, feeds strictly on blood. And during the process of feeding blood, they will have been infected through the process of sucking an infected person that has malaria, thereby carrying it to another person that is non-infected. So that is to say that for the malaria to be very common, for malaria to be prevalent, it therefore means that there must be mosquito that is the vector carrying the organism. According to World Health Organization, more than 300 million cases are reported worldwide. More than 200 million cases of malaria are reported worldwide. Out of this figure, about 400 to 600,000 deaths are recorded yearly, of which Nigeria in particular contribute to 25%, while in Africa we have about 95%. That is to say that malaria is a scourge. It's actually a disease that we have to eliminate in Africa. And this disease actually is a killer to underage group, usually under 5 age group, and usually pregnant women. That is to say that pregnant women as well as children that is under 5 years of age are those that are usually having the complication that might result in mortality or death.
Okay, so why does Nigeria carry the highest malaria burden in the world?
Yes.
Because you just said about 27%.
Yes, because of the geographical location of, of the climate, not only that, I will not say that the Nigeria government, because of the political setting, they are not doing enough in the elimination of malaria. But we will say that climate or the weather is a contributing factor.
Okay.
Just for the very just now, Nigeria is a very hot climatic environment, and not only that, we have a very long rainy season period. Like we're in July, rainy season will start from June down to September, October, November. So this long period of rainy season, is actually a factor that will contribute to abundance of mosquito in the environment.
Okay.
Because the water is needed for mosquito to multiply. Water is needed for mosquito to lay their eggs.
And we have stagnant water everywhere.
And not only that, we have bushes which also serve as eating places for those adult mosquitoes.
All right, for viewers and my humble self who usually think that malaria is just ordinary fever or just fever like that, tell us what exactly happens to the body when someone gets infected, and when does it become severe? That point where we say, oh, there's nothing we can do anymore.
Yes. Once you are bitten by an infected mosquito, the Anopheles stephensi mosquito, like the female mosquito, it takes 10 to 15 days for the symptom to be manifested. And the commonest symptom of this malaria is fever. The reason why some people will say malaria fever. And once you say fever, some people will even think it's the malaria.
It's malaria.
But the commonest symptom, the malaria is a disease. The fever is the symptom.
Okay.
The commonest symptom of malaria is fever. And the commonest cause of fever in Nigeria is malaria.
It's malaria.
The commonest cause of fever. My body is hot. I'm feeling feverish. What comes to mind is malaria that is responsible for it. But that is not to say that other disease conditions cannot also cause fever. Other than the fever, another symptom that the malaria can cause is chills. You know, that's shakiness. Not only that, headache is also a symptom. Joint pains or joint weakness is also a symptom.
Okay.
Then you can have abdominal pain. Usually in children, abdominal pain can also be as a result of malaria in children.
Okay.
Not only that, nausea and vomiting. Not only that, somebody can also have diarrhea as a symptom of malaria.
Malaria.
Diarrhea. Even cough too. Yes, even cough. Somebody can also cough. And if you look at the pathophysiology, just like the way I said it, once you are bitten by a mosquito, the parasite in the gut enters the blood, and from the blood it finds its way, the sporozoid of that parasite now, whether Plasmodium vivax, whether Ove, whether Nemesi, whether Falciparum, whether Malariae, any of those Plasmodium parasites. That it depends on the mosquito. That is, depends on what the mosquito is carrying. But the commonest one, as I said earlier, is the vivax, which is very common, and the deadliest of all is the Falciparum. So once it enters the blood, it goes into the liver. It's the liver that is an organ that enables those parasites to mature and multiply. Thereby, it empties into the blood. By the time it leaves the liver and enters the blood, that is when somebody starts manifesting those symptoms.
All right, we're going to take a short break now. When we come back, Doctor, we'll be talking about prevention and, of course, protection, because that is the point we're getting to now. Malaria is started hitting people now again, and in a very, very, very serious way. All right, we're still here and we're talking about malaria with Dr. Jolly Nusa Igoma. So at this point, Doctor, let me ask you this question. You know that once somebody is feverish, we look for PCM, we look for something, or somebody can even go all out to say, let me go get malaria drugs, we do self-medication, we rest. Maybe after some weeks, the symptoms comes back again. So what are the danger signs that means that someone with malaria needs to go to the hospital immediately and not stay at home and be doing self-nurse and self-doctor?
Yes, malaria symptom can be acute. It could also be a severe form. The acute symptoms that include fever, the chills, the headache, the cough, the diarrhea, the joint pains or the joint weakness, abdominal pain, usually in children. Those one might just be an acute manifestation of the disease condition. But in chronic, somebody might begin to have convulsion or seizure, as the case may be. They might even go into coma.
As a result of malaria.
As a result of malaria, what we call cerebral malaria. It therefore means, you see, when people will say that after the feverish condition, they now start talking, having what you call, hallucination. They start saying things, visual hallucination.
So malaria
does that when it enters the brain, the parasite can cause the blood-brain barrier. That will cause the person to have that kind of a symptom, become a severe form. Of course, you don't have to wait till it gets to that before it gets to that stage. Not only that, some person might begin to even have what we call malaria nephropathy as a complication, where the malaria will now even affect the kidney as an organ, usually the Plasmodium falciparum. So people can come down with kidney failure because of malaria. So person might even come down with, you know, a pulmonary congestion. They will be having difficulty breathing because of, you know, malaria, as the case may be. Not only that, some person might even begin to pass dark color urine because once the liver starts releasing those
system,
which the malaria parasite now into the blood, because the liver is actually the organ where the malaria, the parasite will have to be matured before it's now releasing to the blood. Therefore, it attacks the red blood cell. So when you start destroying the red blood cell, somebody might become anemic, which may even require blood transfusion for this particular individual. Not only that, somebody might even begin to have passage of a blood urine
as a result of malaria.
Yes, exactly. What the red water fever, as the case may be. So you see that malaria can cause death. Malaria is curable and is preventable, and it's also a killer disease.
Okay, let's look at the R21 vaccine that was somewhat talked about in 2024, I think middle 2024, and we had states like Bayelsa and one other northern state as pilot state to try the vaccines. How far with the vaccine, doctor?
Yes, the vaccine is still on trial.
Okay.
It is not a vaccine for the very just now. You can just go to any clinic or hospital that you access. It's still on because the target is for children and young adults.
Well, what about pregnant women? Because they also it's very dangerous for them to have malaria.
For the pregnant women, we already have a target for them. There's what we call intermittent prevention treatment. For the reason that, for the fact that we are aware that if a woman is pregnant and this woman develops malaria, this woman is at risk of having preterm labor or preterm contraction that will result to a preterm death. Not only that, it's still possible for a woman that is pregnant that develops malaria in pregnancy to have what we call intrauterine growth retardation. The baby will be having a stunted growth that might even be, you know, comfortable to life, you know, but might not even be able to survive in that early stage of life. So as a result of that, every woman that comes for antenatal will give them 3 doses of IPT at different time. Whether they come down with malaria symptom or not. But that is different from malaria in pregnancy. Somebody that is pregnant can come down, somebody that is pregnant can come down with malaria symptoms, and we must be very sure that it is malaria. That is why the investigation, the laboratory investigation is very important. Either the use of microscopy or the use of rapid diagnostic test, which will actually reveal that, oh, this patient has malaria. Then we can treat this patient like a normal patient, considering the risk against, you know, pregnancy. Yes. So for pregnant women, we already have a target for it. So the vaccine is to target young children. I mean, is to target under 5 age group and young, you know, adult, as the case may be, because the major deaths that we say that 300,000 to 400,000 deaths are recorded yearly. I will tell you that pregnant women as well as underage children, usually less than 5 age, are usually the highest number that is recorded in terms of deaths. So those persons need the vaccine. However, we are still expecting that very soon the vaccine will be very common.
You know, it was a great relief, and it was well accepted when federal government came out with the announcement that, oh, there's going to be malaria vaccine and all of that since 2024. Abi?
Yes.
Maybe so, doctors.
Yes, actually, the came up with it in 2021.
Okay.
So it was in 2024, it got to Nigeria, but not too very accessible. It's still not very accessible.
Because one may be tempted to ask, COVID-19, within 6 months, the vaccine was everywhere.
Because it was a pandemic.
So because this one is not a pandemic.
Yes, it's an endemic disease. It's restricted to, you know,
to Africa
and some few European and Asian countries, as the case may be. Don't forget that even during that COVID-19 pandemic era, when those vaccines came out, how many of them were produced in Nigeria? It was international donor. We got them through donors.
We get some vaccines from the international community.
Yes,
malaria is not one of them till now. At least the whole place should be like flooded with malaria vaccine since it's endemic.
That is supposed to be the goal. That is where the international body. That is why we still believe that.
Is it that some persons are not pushing the right buttons at the right corner?
And in pharmaceutical, this is not something I'm supposed to say on air.
The
commonest drugs available
are malaria drugs. Everybody
so once you have the vaccine and maybe
they say malaria drugs.
Nigeria is not certified free for malaria. Even when you go to hospital, I will tell you that they will say 1 out of every 5 is malaria.
I was somewhere trying to pump my tire, and then this Alagbo, this herb, these people that sell herb, what do I call them, as street hawkers of herb, was administering Agbo to somebody.
Yes.
And he said, after you take him, 2 hours, go take fancy that. You know that fancy. And then I say, hey, okay, make a right time. And then he wrote it. He said, now that one, after you take this, I go, so I'm beginning to wonder what is really happening to us when it comes to taking care of our health. From what you have said now, that malaria is dangerous. It is not just, it is not ordinary. It is a killer thing that we should be mindful of.
Yes. Once you are infected with malaria and you play with it, like the Plasmodium falciparum, the Plasmodium parasite, which I said is the deadliest, sometimes the manifestation of the symptom might just last for like 24 hours before the person will just be reported dead. To tell you how deadly it is. So taking the right drugs is a step in preventing malaria from causing death. So World Health Organization they came up with combination therapy. You see, most of the drugs that we used to know, they are not resistant. Chloroquine was a very common drug for treating malaria, but chloroquine is no longer in use for the treatment of malaria because even the Plasmodium parasite now is resistant to chloroquine. So the accepted World Health Organization regimen, in fact, most of the drugs, very common drugs that you know, they are either a combination of artemether plus artesunate.
All right, what's the way forward now? We have just a minute to do that. What's the way forward now?
Yes, the way forward is to ensure that your environment is free from mosquito.
Okay.
Because the mosquito is the vector carrying microorganism, the parasitic organism that causes the malaria. Therefore, you ensure that there is no stagnant water in your environment. The government have a role to play. Individual too have a role to play. So ensure that those gutters, those stagnant water around, they are well drained. In the house, ensure that the open water, some persons, they will face their house, they use this water, and they use this bottle as a defense, against, invaders for coming to their compound. But those broken bottles can begin to retain water. And by the time those broken bottles retain water, mosquito goes in there and start breeding. So any water that you are not making use of, maybe like an open jar in your house, ensure that you close them. Because water is required for mosquito to multiply. Like this very rainy season now, you will not see that mosquito is everywhere. Because they will breed, they need water to breed. And not only that, if you live in a mosquito endemic area or malaria endemic area, ensure that you sleep under a insecticide treated net. Usually your children that is under 5 age group, pregnant women and children are usually those two groups that are at risk of developing complication of malaria that can cause death.
All right, doctor. We've said all that we can say this afternoon on the program. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us. We'll do this again next week. We will definitely do something on your health again next week. So until then, please take advice we concern you. Until we meet again, bye-bye.
Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, a table where we discuss women, where we talk about issues that concerns women. But like I always say, we cannot talk about women without putting the men, because without the men, we don't have the women, and without the women, we don't have the men. And also sometimes we talk about children. We make this table a family table, actually, where we talk about everything that happens in the family and beyond the family. We'll try to bring in politics once in a while, and I'm sure more of politics will be coming now that we're having the 2027 elections drawing by. I hope my women are ready to talk politics at some point. Anyway, welcome to WIC Women in Conversation. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and with me today to talk about marriage and relationship, I have on my right Princess Edith Madejemosho.
Good afternoon.
Madam. Anyway, it's good to have you. She is CEO Golden Touch Collection. I have to my left, I have, to my far left, let me start with Ayo Ali Balogu. Ayo Ali Balogu, I mean, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, and then I have, of course, on my left, I have Mercy. I don't want to call her Messelina. I have Mercy Emmanuel. Mercy Emmanuel is a nurse in the house. Anyway, let's go straight to today's discussion or conversation, if you want to say it. We're going to be talking about marriage and relationship. Marriage and relationship. And I have a lot on marriage and relationship anyways. Let's start with can a man love a woman and still not want to marry her? Ayo, the way you are looking at me, and the, and the way Mercy said, you know, so I've seen a lot of relationships that had gone into years, and then when it is time for marriage, the man tells the lady, I love you, but I can't marry you. Is it possible for a man to love a woman and still not want to marry her? Should I start with you, Mercy? I do not like the way you're itching. let me start with you. Is it possible
100%
for a man to love a woman and will not marry her?
Yes.
Why?
There are many reasons, circumstances, either family, health, majority, most times, when it's got to do with health. I don't want to get into some topics now before we deviate from what we're talking about. Especially when it's got to do with this genotype, rhesus factors and all that.
Beside that, let's leave that, like you said. Let's not bring in that.
Most times, I think that's always the reason, then family circumstances.
Okay, so what are we now doing together? Why are you loving me if you know you won't marry me? Why are we together for so many years without marrying me and loving me? Ayo, please, let me hear from you.
Let me first say, Osumio. So this is it. So you love me, and you say, we've been together many years, and you say to me, you can't marry me. Two factors here. When you started the relationship, did you make it know what your plans are? Most often, the guy would start off to say, I don't believe in marriage. All right. You understand? I've had someone say to me, I don't believe. He thinks marriage is a scam. Oh. You understand? Oh. And I said to him, this is me. That is what I want. And it was the fact I said to a man that I want marriage does not necessarily mean it has to be with you.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure. At the end of the day, I could be like, do you understand? Clock it. You know, so if you say you love me and you don't want to marry me, you didn't choose me, you don't love me. I don't think you love me. You're not telling me that you don't love me enough. So you love me as Christ loved the agape love. You have the agape love. But you don't love me to choose me, to want to walk the journey with me, to want to, live and let us share our pains, our wins, our struggles together, I don't think you love me.
Okay, let me talk. Let me reveal a short story here that I read. And so this lady said she posted a picture of her, and then she said this picture reminds her of some years ago. Her ex took her the picture. She went to the mall with her ex to shop for drinks. And the ex was like, oh, I'm having this party and all that. And she said, you didn't tell me. He said, no, it's okay. You don't have to be there. It's a men's affair and all that. She chose all the drinks. She made sure that, okay, you buy this one. This drink is good. This one is good. Men will like this. People will like this drink. And they did the shopping together. They went out to the car park. He took her a picture. He took her a picture.
Don't say what I'm thinking.
And then,
I'm cringing already.
And then by the time they got home, he announced to her and said, I'm sorry, all these drinks I bought is for my traditional marriage tomorrow.
He's evil.
That guy is wicked.
And and then she goes like, what do you mean? Traditional marriage to who? And he called the lady he wanted to marry. Wow. So why did you keep me for 6 years?
No, keep me for 6 years is minute.
And what is the reason?
Why would he break up like that?
Yes. So, and this man said to her, my mom insists I do not marry a certain tribe. I don't want to mention it.
I kept the woman for 6 years.
And he's been with her all the while. He knew that his mother said so. That's a different ball game. The manner in which he break the news to the lady is disheartening. That is wickedness. Who does that? Evil. Who does that? There are 1,001 better mature ways to break that news to that lady. Broken up with this lady before that day. Then you made her to shop for your wedding.
You know sometimes things like this makes you want to act out, at least in Yoruba movies. Then the man got married, he never found happiness, and he never bought, and then they did, then he died, and then you
Avalis, just like him, goes back to that woman, you had offended somebody. Oh my God.
Then he goes back groveling and begging, and then he now had peace. Nonsense peace. But we have heard the man's version. I know a young guy. He told me his story. He dated a girl in school. They dated for many years, like 8 years. After school, he started job and everything. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I mention he works in Sheraton and everything. And years down the line, this guy was really, really struggling, doing stuff. And then this girl lives, that way, that's someplace around Lasso, Lasso, very far, Iba. After,
Igodo.
No, Igodo is near. That far place.
Yanoba.
Yeah, somewhere like, he now said that the girl lives there with her family. This boy was living in Egbeda. And the girl said to him that, she's sorry she cannot marry somebody that lives in Egbeda.
Really?
When he told me, this
Does
is not
your location matters now in marriage?
So when you are talking about the guy, think about the girl. It didn't stop there. And the guy was like, don't worry, it's going to be better and everything. This guy, he's 37 this year, has been working in Sheraton for 20 years. So meaning before he went to university. Now this guy started doing side business, went to learn how to do computers and everything in you understand, in Computer Village. Now has started importing used computers. He's now living off Adeni Jones.
Okay.
I said that was so before he moved to Adeni Jones, this girl's mother became ill, then passed. This boy was all the little money he was getting was sending there. Guess what? When the girl's mother was telling the guy that the guy told him that her mother said he's a good guy. When this girl's mother died, after he has supported her for the funeral and everything, she came back to say she can't marry him.
Because he was living in Egbeda.
And all the works.
Wow.
Now, I said that was not bad enough. And this guy tried to find out. They even did, all those sort of married so that, they can go abroad, but thank God it didn't work out. And the guy said he just kept thinking, kept praying to God that he just wants to see her one more time to find out what did he go wrong. This is someone who told me.
It's vice versa.
So guess what? Few months after the girl left the guy, he saw her heavily pregnant. So this thing is not peculiar.
She has been double dating.
Thank you.
She has been
So
double
when you
dating
talk
along.
about the men, there are women who are also evil. May God not align us with evil people.
Amen.
Period.
Okay.
That's on period. Okay, go
So
ahead.
you see, for a man to just date a lady 1 year, 2 years, you didn't see her as a marriage, well, what do I call it? Material. The yardage is not enough.
I am not ready to sew mini skirts of
what is available.
Yes.
And you see some of these parents, so to say, some of them, I think I've encountered 1 or 2. And some of them are really not nice. They will know they are not going to marry you. Or they see you as someone that is dateable. They can date you. They have no issue with that. So just say, no, cannot marry her. How will you feel?
And that was why at the beginning I said that there are circumstances, it's either family or health. I had an experience with a very close friend of mine while I was back then in school. And she's a sickle cell patient. But, and this guy you knew, the family knew. And suddenly, just at rounding up.
Oh, they knew she was a sickle cell
Sure.
patient. And they allowed the relationship.
Exactly. And this lady had done about some evacuations for him.
Can you imagine?
At least I'm very sure of 3.
You man do that.
And you couldn't stand your ground when your mother said, you know, she's a sickle cell, how will she be pregnant? And you couldn't tell your mother that this lady has She's been been pregnant before. And not once,
That's
severally.
Yeah.
I mean, and then suddenly I you know, just come. I'm talking about the mother. And
Mm.
suddenly you just come and you tell him that there's just somebody my mom said I should go on with, and you
just let.
So I mean, I wonder if men, because most times, honestly, 80% of this thing happens. Women are the victims.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very
You just paint.
I
You
agree.
just painted one of
I agree.
a very rare
Mercy,
scenario.
Mercy, I have a question. So the guy now said, oh, okay, that his mother has another option
Yes.
and that he's going for his mother's option.
Yeah. Exactly.
Tell me, so if he loved the woman, would he go for
Good,
the
that
other
is
option?
That's exactly.
So when I told you that it is not possible.
Yes, it's possible.
No.
See, you may love
men,
it.
see, men have issues.
No,
also. The way we love is not the way Mercy, men love. I agree with Ayo.
There is no
You
way.
cannot love a woman and then your mother will come in between.
Oh, no.
So
when they pressurize you, you will not have your bearing.
Some people are mommy's boys.
No, I agree.
They cannot say no,
hold
especially
on.
when it comes to do with.
But his heart belongs to the other.
Hold on a
Yes,
second.
very
Hold
well.
a second.
Because the truth is that even with 8, he was still coming for this girl. I want to be with you.
Let me show you.
Let me explain something to you, Princess.
Sorry, hold on, darling. You know, there are some cases, when I say it does happen, there are some mommy's boys, like she said. There are some cases where the guy heart belongs to the lady, and the parents pressurize him to marry their choice.
And he can't say no.
And he married their choice, and he will still be dating his choice. Have you not seen it?
I agree.
Have you not seen such a case? He will still
not
go
seen
back
it
to
in life.
his choice and, okay, I
I've seen
married
it
her.
inside my Yoruba movies.
Okay.
I mean,
I've seen it in life.
I've seen it. I'm a connoisseur of Yoruba movies. Shout out to you, my Yoruba crew. I love you guys. Now, the question is this: guy went to the girl and said, "We can't marry because mommy said I can't marry from your place," and mommy has presented another woman for me, and I'm marrying the woman. How long did he know the woman for?
Okay.
So that woman has been in the background.
Yes. No, some have been in the background.
Probably yes.
Yes. So, before he comes to announce it, they must have informed him. He must have even seen the girl, and he has even said, "Okay, let me try and consider."
Let me not.
Yeah. Don't defend them. They are very dangerous.
No. So that is just to buttress the point to say that if you say you love me, and you did not choose me,
you don't love me.
You don't love me. What if you have been searching, and that's the one pregnancy you get? That was enough for us to just dampen, and and it pulled us out. So that the issues where the guy marries his parents' choice, not his parents' choice, his other choice, because he has Ojuko Kuro, and then he went there, and now that one is ready to settle down for mistress.
You You can't be loving someone and don't want to marry the person you say your mother said. It means your eyes were already in the one that your mother
So
said.
if you tell me that I love you, okay, so there's an issue. Oh, okay, we love ourselves. The guys, like I said, so he said he feels that marriage is a scam, and I'm like, no, I don't think marriage.
Yeah,
is
some
a
people
scam.
that doesn't believe in marriage.
So that's
It's
cool.
a different case.
It's a different case.
Yeah. They just want to have kids.
So we,
they don't
so no. Even this one, something like, of course, so some
must
many
be another
things.
soon, yeah.
So it's very gentleman's understanding and agreement. Okay, so therefore, thank you. Please meet your hand.
Nice meeting you.
Nice
Thank
meeting you.
That's
We're going to be going on a short break. When we continue.
You don't have to break
Oh
the
my
table.
God, let's go on a
You don't
short break.
break
When
the
we
table.
come back, we continue.
Do you understand?
This topic. Let's go on a short break. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation, WIC, and the table was actually shaking on marriage and relationship before we went on this break. Ayo was just shaking Mercy's hands. Thank you. It's nice meeting you. But anyway, welcome back. Thank you. And it's nice meeting you. Welcome back to the program. We were talking about marriage and relationship. We were dealing with, can a man love a woman and still don't want to marry her? I think we're done with that, because if I leave Ayo will shake everybody's hands
I
here.
have something
Yes,
to say.
yeah. You do have something to say.
In that
okay,
regard.
please, in that regard, 1
See,
minute.
I have a situation where the guy dated the lady, and like I said, the parents were her friend, the lady's friend, that even to the extent if he comes to their son's house and the girl is not around, they will call. I've been to my son's house twice and you are not around. I hope there is no issue. And you know, at times you come. Even when you have issue with your guy, the mother will call me like, my son said, you have not been coming, I'm around, can you come over? What does that tells you? Like, she likes you, she wants you around. Now, the day he goes to tell them, I'm going to marry this lady, this same woman stood up physically and said, you cannot marry her.
Why?
She's too social. She's too social more than, she's civilized more than you. She will sell you. She will trade you. She can't marry her. And that was her reason. And the son said, but Mom, you always like this lady. You have always told me you like her. How all of a sudden you don't like her? She said she doesn't like her. She went as far as going to the lady's maternal home. Far, traveled all the way to go and inform them that, meet the mother that, please call your daughter to order. I don't want my son to marry her.
What will you say, triggered that?
Thank you. Just her personal reasons. And this boy went ahead to marry the lady. They tried to pacify them because the father did not support the wife. Do you understand? The father did not support the mother.
The mother of the boy.
And it's like there was a divided house then. Some of the siblings also supported their brother. Some did not support. Okay, long story cut short, they got married. You know, because the father said, you cannot choose for him. He's an adult. Let him choose for himself. Nobody chose you for me. I chose you. You know, at a point she bowed low and they married. But it was her.
But how is the marriage now?
Oh, they've done pact. Because she never, you know that threat she
they've
made.
divorced?
Yeah, they have. That threat she made from the, so what I'm trying to bring out from this is this, to my fellow gender. Whenever you have such a scenario, it's a very, very bad red flag. The parents, any of the siblings said they don't want you. Look for shoe. Carry your leg. Carry the second shoe. Run. Because they may pretend, or the guy may prevail on them.
And it could even go spiritual.
Thank you. The guy may prevail on them to actually, okay, allow him be. You understand? And the guy will succeed. They will marry you. You see that their first word, that word that they said, they don't want you. In their heart of hearts, they don't actually want you. So if you have such a scenario, my sisters, it's a red flag. Carry your shoe, come off your leg. Double your leg.
Okay,
that is my advice.
Let's move on. Princess Edith has advised us. So let's move on. Let's talk about the past. Does our past as a woman really affect a man marrying us?
Sometimes. And that's why...
I don't get that.
That is why we must be very careful in the life you live as a young lady or as a woman generally. Because the truth is, past affects the women more than the men. That's just the world in which we are in. Do you understand? Just imagine a lady that has been known to be a prostitute or something like that. And whether you like it or not, there's a president in the world today that the wife was a club lady. People are using it against him, even though he doesn't care. But whether or not, sometimes it affects. But it depends on individuals. You know, I believe love supersedes a lot.
It does.
Just as the Bible will tell you that love covereth multitude
of sin.
So it now depends on individual perspective, because there are some people that will tell you, I don't care about your past. I don't even want to hear about it. I'm good with you because I love you. So, but most times it affects, and that's why we must live a very careful life. That's just my point.
What's your take on this?
Decent life.
You can see the way I have a smirk on my face. I'm not smiling. To be honest, my past is dependent on your age. It's dependent on your achievements. Whether you do, they will talk. So when they form stories about you, because where the mouth will get to, your legs probably have never even been there.
Yeah.
So you deny. I denied myself so many enjoyment because of what people would say. You understand? So what about the guy's past? Let me tell you. Everything is.
You know, she said it's affected the ladies
more
than
the guys.
So I'm not. So what I'm saying in my. So what I'm narrowing this down to my experience as a 50-year-old woman. You know, maybe for young girls, I'm not saying be wayward or anything. The kind of life that you're going to live beyond marriage. I mean, these are days of internet. You are aspiring to be a leader, whether in the community, at work and all of that. So you should premise your life on certain values. People will talk about you. People will judge you. People do all of that.
Even say things that never happen.
That never happen.
So people are very good in framing up.
So that guy now hears all that manipulative and decides to go. It boils down on the choice you make.
Exactly what I just said.
The choice of the man that you make. It's all about that. You understand? This is me. So if you're not a strong man, if you're not articulate, if you're not cerebral, what are you coming to do because you have money? You understand? It's not about your money.
Okay, when we talk about past, what are we looking at as
I
past?
think moral. I think that is where we should look into. When you're talking about past, it's not just about your achievements. I think when it's got to do with the women, just as I said, it affects the women are the victims. It's the moral aspect of your life. If you're very careful with the kind of life you lived,
when growing up,
as a young girl, as a young lady, most times morals, because people also bring in, maybe, I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm going to be vulgar, but a lady that was probably a victim of rape, anyone using it against her, I mean,
the person is sick.
But I mean, if you were, like I said, you were into a wayward life, like a club girl, I don't want to go. Think about it. I mean,
let me tell you something. You know, Nigerians, and a lot. I told you that my life was restricted because of what would people say. Now that is why you have a 50-year-old woman going through midlife crisis, wearing, clothes that will only cover her nipple because she did not do all of that when she was 18, 20, 35.
You see what I always advocate for.
Say, hold on, princess. The thing is this: morals are not. Values, what are your values? You talked about club girl. Now, so there are different, because maybe you meant like Ron's girls.
Strippers. People like that.
So there are strippers that you'll be shocked don't sleep around.
Yeah. Let me come in there.
Yeah.
I have a stripper, I know a stripper who is married with 4 children.
Yes,
it's a job.
It's a job.
Sign.
In this country, yes. She's not sleeping around.
It's a job.
Do you get?
The husband is comfortable.
Yes, a husband.
That's what
4 children. Yes.
See, Mercy.
No, the one I know is a stripper that has. She has a very working relationship. She's not a prostitute.
That's it.
She doesn't sleep around.
The same way.
And also have a dancer. I also know a dancer. I will give you a lap dance, massage dance. And she doesn't sleep around. When she's done doing that her job,
It's a
she put on
profession.
it's a profession.
Yes.
She put on her normal dress. If you see her on the way, she's like SU.
Yeah. An office stripper.
Okay, I think a stripper is this people that dance
without clothes.
Yeah.
You see the way she's saying it.
So let me help you, baby
By
girl.
saying it, don't make her see
You're
now.
not just naked, baby girl.
No.
That's
Baby girl,
Let me hear Ayo's
Baby-
definition. Can I hear Ayo's definition?
Baby girl Mercy.
Yes,
Let me
ma'am.
help you, girl.
All right.
here. So a stripper is that lady with a zazazu body.
Zaga.
Now, she's not just going naked. She takes good care of herself.
Her skin, yeah.
Her skin glows.
Her skin is her business. It's her market.
Her skin is her business. Now the only difference is just that she could do that lap dance or whatever, but you said stripper. So you have pole dancers who wear leotards, but then strip dancers would now have to, fling some stuff. So at least she wears this, that kind of pants you call catapult.
Jet string.
Rope. Okay. So she will now wear it for you. They will never go out without the rope.
Yes.
So they can now wear something very nice and flimsy to cover their bouncy, beautiful boobs. You know that girl that was dragged, some people thought they were going to disgrace her in the aircraft.
Yeah.
When they dragged the top down.
Yeah.
And when those orange something shit.
That was exactly what made her trend.
Thank you.
That was exactly what
When
made
the
her
enemy
take care of her body.
for evil, the Lord turned
yes,
them
yes,
around
for
for
good.
good.
Really.
So
You need to see how we are scrambling to
It's
go
a
and watch that
job.
clip.
It's a job. You have bankers who sleep around to
Very
get
well.
gigs. You have
Nurses
lawyers.
like us do.
We heard that
nurses
we
always
heard that there are
very well.
nurses that when they treat me, I don't know, when they treat patients, that they give the patient happy ending.
Wow. No nurses, that is masseuse.
Not
masseuse
masseuse.
and massagers.
Yeah, masseuse. That one is different.
Masseuse do.
When I say nurses. Okay, so I've got my shout out to
I don't like this.
So shout out to my friend.
Don't let us deviate.
No.
Deviate to
It is not
professional.
Stop shouting out and let's talk about.
It's not. I'm only putting my point that the fact that you say you feel that a stripper is wayward, I'm saying to you, no.
It's possible.
Just
But it's not just a beautiful profession.
Unfortunately,
it's not just a
I
profession
have
that
just
we should
been
encourage
told
our
that
children
our
to
time
go into.
is up. I've just been told that our time is up. But Mercy, let me educate you a little from what Ayo had said. Strippers are professionals. You can't wake up and say, I want to be a stripper or a pole dancer. You have to be trained for it. What's the last word?
Oh, strippers are no wayward. But then, my last word would say we should actually watch out for our morals. When growing up, watch what you do, watch the company you keep. Because whatever you do now, we set in.
The future is your mirror.
Yeah, the future is your mirror.
Go ahead.
Well, maybe I've had some eye-opening, some revelations, deep ones that I've never known. We learn every day.
Yeah.
But my word, especially my gender, is just mind what you do. Because I tell people, I said, your future is showing what's tomorrow.
It's in your hand.
Well, I mean, your past is your mirror to your future.
What your conscience tells you is right.
Okay.
Make yourself. You don't have two lives. Make yourself happy.
Anyway, this is where we're going to end today's topic. Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you for
As
joining
always,
us.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriel.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Omasho, standing for Ehosa Osabudame Agbalaho. That is all his annual leave. When he returns, definitely he's going out there, relax, recharge, to refire, talk about things that is going on in our country for 1 hour. Before he comes back, I'll just be the one filling in for this particular moment. So today is all about the local government election that will take place on the 11th of July, which is a Saturday in Edo State. That is the focus of today's discussion. When you get to hear people talking about local government elections, many have misfeelings, misgivings. You know, their own interpretation of local government election. Way back, it wasn't like that. You get to hear phrases like 18/18, 14/14, 10/10. You just limit depending on the number of local government area in a state. Now, this seems to be a can't-counter festered into the fabric of election that has to do with the local government in Nigeria. It's not peculiar to one state. It's not peculiar to one party. It's like everyone is just doing the same. The big question now is, will it be different this time around in Edo State, taking Edo State as a case study? Is it going to be free, fair, credible, and of course meet that particular mark that Edo State citizens will hit their chest and say, yes, we are getting it again? Or is it going to be 18/18? Anyway, my analysts, they are here. They'll do justice to it. If it's going to be 18/18, what are the factors that led to it? Would there be arm twisting? Or some analysts are going to write results? Or be like, said Chema, go ahead, just call the result, give it to us and all that. All these and more we'll deliberate on this edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Very close to me, you get to hear put food on the table. You will not see or hear any of these things happening. The voice of the common masses, Jimmy, to welcome Comrade Okoro Osaho Obare, and of course the PRO of Oedo local government. Comrade, welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria.
It's good to be here.
All right. So very close to him, he's an academia, but when you start talking politics, be like, come on, you're supposed to be a politician. What gets us? A mathematician to the call, Prof. Jimmy, to welcome Professor Owen Olowo. Thank you for coming on today's show.
Thank you for having me.
I wouldn't want to dive into one area so sensitive. You know what I'm talking about? I wouldn't want to say it right now. All right. All right. And of course, at my extreme, he is a clergyman, political affairs commentator, and of course, a political analyst. Join me to welcome Reverend Chris Imiowele. Thank you so much, Reverend, for taking our time to join us in the studio.
Thank you, Wilson. Good afternoon.
All right. Reverend, I'm going to start off with you.
Okay.
For some good reasons. The election is coming on the 18th, on the 11th of July, which is this Saturday. I mean, generally speaking, the atmosphere for ones like you know emanated from what you can perceive. What do you feel about it in general?
Well, I will ask you, is the election holding, except when I hear on the radio? Because those days, once there's election, you will do election vote. I've not seen any billboard, I've not seen any flyer, I've not seen any campaign going on. So who do I vote for? I don't even know. I don't know candidates that are contesting. So how do I vote to you? So I will ask you again, is the election holding?
Are you asking me that question, Reverend?
Of course, because I don't see anything that indicates to me election is holding. Like I told you, no billboard, no flyers, nobody is campaigning, nobody is telling you anything. And then on Saturday, you just go there and vote for who? I don't even know who to vote for either if I want to go to the place. I don't know who is chairman, who is the councillor, I don't know what's going on. That's my own opinion.
No, for now, you don't know what is going on. You can't feel it in the atmosphere.
I only just know the election going on by radio or television.
Interesting. Quite interesting. Well, Prof. Obenachiyo, he said he's not feeling it. No gusto, no hype, nothing. He just got to see it on TV and heard it over the radio. That he's not feeling anything about election. Local government election is going to take place on the 11th of this month.
Well, just took it off me. Apparently, if he had started with me, I would have also said the same thing. I can tell you for free that the majority of Edo State citizens are not aware that there's an election on Saturday. There's no public awareness. I'm sure that is supposed to be the duty of the EDSEC, I don't know what they call it, body in charge of
local government elections.
There's no awareness. Sometimes on social media, when I'm maybe scrolling through Facebook, I would just something will pop up like, oh, this particular candidate is moving from, it's already into social ward, and you see a few persons that are just gathered. So the local government election, my own perception, people see it like an election for some persons to participate in. People don't see it like a general thing. And I'm very sure if, of course, Saturday will be, I don't know if there's going to be restriction of movement. If there will be restriction of movement, maybe that is what will now make people to be suddenly conscious. Because this is going to take place in the 18 local government of Edo State. The implication is that there may be some level of restriction of movement so that election materials can move from place to place, and also people can also go and exercise their franchise. If there is no such restriction, I can assure you, we see that everything will just appear as to participate in the election. So I think this is and again, when you talked about 18 over 18 and all that, people, because my take, people are not really interested in local government elections. Yes, people are not interested.
Not interested, you sure about it?
Yes, people are not interested because they just feel what people are really like. That's why most times I give kudos to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his effort in trying to give local government autonomy. Before now, I really don't know how far, I really don't know the autonomy thing, how far it has gone. The local government is seen as a part of a state. As a part of, there are 3 tiers of government.
Yes.
But many persons, the state and local government seems to be fused.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. Prof, I will come back to you. Well, comrade, you've heard both of their opinion. They are saying that they cannot feel that particular bursts of energy that usually surrounds local government election, this election. What's your say?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think what the prof has said, the prof has done the classroom digestion of this very question. He has said it, there is already a failure on the part of the EDSEC, the EDSEC to communicate but for we that are in the process. I think we are very well aware the campaigns will be ending midnight today. Are you getting it now? So there will be campaigns here and there from ward to meet with people. So it has really been ongoing for it. But I think people too, the way...
Are you speaking for all local government or just particular local government?
I think I should speak where I stay. If I start speaking of where I don't stay, it will be very myopic. I should be able to digest where I stay. I'm telling you that we've moved around the 12 wards, we've moved around virtually each, again, doing it, going back again. So meeting all the various people. But Prof, I've also told you that our people don't really know about local government election. Our people pretend to read, and even if they read, what do they read? Are you getting it now? That's just the truth. The truth is that most people don't even know about local government. Most 80% don't even know what is local government. They just believe in states, they believe in Tinubu, they believe in, that is their own mental process. So it also boils down that the National Electoral Agency should go do more about enlightenment to do, because it was the people, if by the time they are aware that the local government is the closest to them, I think, and if they also hold it upon themselves to participate, it will ginger it, the momentum more. Are you getting it now? And also, now election is now very, very expensive. Unlike before, it's very, very, very now expensive
For you to run an election now, as we speak, citing the case of Imbe House of Assembly, you need neatly above 500 million. Neatly above. You don't need 200. You don't need
500 million.
Over 500 million for you to say you are prepared. Then to go for a senatorial election, you need above 2 billion. To go for House of Rep, you need above 1 billion, 1.5 billion for you to say you are serious. Not you are. That's cash. I get into that. You are not going to sign receipt in anyone. Is you are going to pull it to say it's here, and you do it if you are serious. So it's also good, you know, since it's also councillorship and local government, they also try to see how best they can cut costs to also make sure that they are also going to spend, but not the way it's going to spend like that. So seeing all those areas that we are expecting is going to be in the bigger election, because this one is supposed to be popular, but the people are not even aware. You can, if not that we are politicians, you heard when we were on radio 2 days ago that somebody from our place was telling me does not know the councillor, whereas I know the councillor. He said he does not, that the one he knew before was the one who was councillor within our unit.
So
the National Registration Agency need to go out, go to market, go to mosque, go to churches, go to where people gather to let them know about what is ongoing.
Okay, Reverend, well, it's like all of you are like saying this something about the awareness campaign. We talk about local government election. What do you think is responsible for this? He said EDSEC talked about National Orientation Agency. Who is responsible for the inability of people to, one, hear about the local government election or develop interest in partaking in these local government elections?
There's so many reasons you can adjust to what's going on. The first one is that many years back, the impact of the local government was felt. I know in this state that local government used to tie rules. At least I'm old enough to tell you that. And that your local government used to do things that you can know that there's a system going on. Right now, nobody is telling you about local government. What you hear is governor. That's all. So when you have that kind of situation, who will be interested in what is not? When you don't feel the impact of anything, why are you interested? It's what you if you know that something is going to affect your life or affect your, then you will be interested. Now the local government impact is not even felt anywhere, as far as I'm concerned, in those states. It was not like that before. I can tell you when it started. I don't want to mention names here. I can tell you when this thing degenerated to the way we are now. All you hear is governor. All you hear is those states. You will not hear about local government chairman. Though the local government chairman can talk, address people. You know, it was dignified to be a local government chairman. Right now it's like a civil servant appointment. Number two, when there's no credibility, you will not have healthy competition. What is going on is that there may have been a predetermined candidate who will fill this space. So
predetermined candidates? In
my own opinion, who is going to be struggling when you know your name is not on the list? For example, how many parties in those states contending now? Because there's no competition, nobody is sure what the result will be, everybody is on their own. Because I can't waste my money when I'm sure that, number one, it will not be fair. Number two, somebody already predetermined who will be there, then I will be wasting my money and wasting my time. That's what you are seeing. I may be wrong, but that's my own opinion.
All right, I'll come back to you, Reverend. Well, for what the EDSEC chairman said, he said we have the local political parties that will take part in this election. But still, I've not seen or heard some persons from other political parties saying they are going in for the local government election. Do you feel that it has something to do with the opinion of Reverend?
Well, you are saying you have seen, or you have you are judging based on what the EDSEC chairman said.
Yes, said 11 political parties
are participating. Well, of course, he has all the data of those who have fielded candidates for the election, and taken by what he has said. But in all honesty, like judging from what, in fact, in those days, like when I say in those days, in the recent past, not too far in the past, it is only true when I'm moving along, I see people gather in some schools, I'll be asking, but please, what's happening here? Besides, today's election, are you not aware? But this one, I am much aware. I won't tell you why I'm much aware in this one. The thing is, you know, the political parties, I will not say they don't seem to have faith. When I say political parties, beside the ruling party, the other parties are skeptical. Even if they are fielded candidates, it will just be to fulfill all righteousness. They are all skeptical about the outcome of the local government election. They believe that it will not be fair because local governments are seen to have been ceded to the state governments. In every way in this country, I will be shocked if the election of tomorrow is not 18/18.
Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday rather. I will be shocked if it's not 18/18 because that has been the trend. And even though other political parties may have fielded candidates, they will not put in much energy. The election is money. My brother here who is into it has told you that election is money, and he's not lying about it. No matter how small the election is, councillorship election, you have to spend money, you have to mobilize men and materials to the units in your ward to campaign. And when you are going to see these people, it's not, they are not going to just see them with everything. And election is money in this country. Election is very expensive to run in Nigeria. So the other political parties who are participating, the 10 others who are participating beside the ruling party now, may not be putting. That's why, like I said earlier, I've been seeing Facebook posts, like when you just go on Facebook, you just see people, mainly the ruling party, they're the ones who are spending money to do jingles, spending money to go for word-to-word campaign, because the others are skeptical to spend, because they also know that the way this thing they go, so you know, people are. I'm not campaigning. I want to tell you for free that the way it is, and those states as it is, people are happy with the governor technically. I'm not campaigning. I'm not singing his praise. But I'm a servant of the truth. I like to speak truth anytime, anywhere. People are happy with the governor. Look at actually the day before yesterday. Today is 8, right?
Today is 9.
There was this 770. My son, who just turned 18 on the 5th, came to meet me and said, in the evening, 6th of July, Daddy, he said tomorrow is 7/7. He said we should not be careful. We should be careful. We shouldn't go to school. We should be very careful. I laughed when he told me. I said, don't worry, you go to school. I laughed and I told the mom, I said, the fear of Bawulu, will tell you, I will come to your house and I will bring your house down. This joy in the face of.
So you are saying it's going to be an easy ride for his party? Is that what you're saying right now?
What I'm saying is that people seem to be happy. Even if it's only the security. Before now, sir, you live in this state now. On that side, they can't scores. But on the 7th, did you hear any? Nobody has told you there's even a compensation for people if you get information, see something. We'll give you 3 million if you want to report a cultist. But they're even afraid so that they don't go and report innocent people.
I'll come back to you.
What I'm saying is that the way it stands, people and there are projects going on, people are seeing and all that. People may just say, because of this man. So the others, political parties, they are skeptical, they don't want to get too involved, so that they don't start counting their losses.
I'll come back to you. Well, let me come to you, Okoro Sabai. Well, you heard him, he said because of the governor, that other political parties, they are jittery. But from the feelers we are getting, they are saying that there is no need. That's like what our Reverend said, it will predestine. They know who's going to lead, who's going to win, who's going to come out. Because I said that it's going to be like what happened, the allegation leveled against former governor, that his own people clear the slates and all that. Is that what you'd be expecting, comrade?
You know, when I tell my friends I'm coming to ITV, they'll tell me, how much are they paying you? So sometimes they'll just stop me, I'll tell them, how will I tell you, why am I going to share it with you? But when they now also start coming, they don't ask me.
They don't ask because they don't know.
They don't know.
Yes.
So it goes to show that what you didn't participate in, why are you judging it? I get it now. Now so that they do, you are at home, you didn't participate. You don't have right to also judge that system. I get it now.
But because they are afraid to lose their money.
I'm saying, if you try and listen to me, you see we are saying the same thing. Even if you are afraid to lose your money, did you participate in the process to now say, I did? I do this one, I make them. We just judge. And they don't write down. And you get it. And we're in this town when they say they've wrote
the results.
The result. When the big movement swept everybody off the field. So, and you get that selection until it is over, it is not over. I'm not telling you that it has. Why will it be written in this jet age what you didn't participate in? I get it now. Are they not going to set tribunal? Don't we have cameras to see? I'm not trying to tell you any issue here, but participate in the process.
Whether your position or not, participate in the process.
It's your right, your civic right to participate in that process. So telling me what I want to do that day, because the same local government will come and tell ITV here that day to say, you are under my local government, your tax that was 1 million before is now 8 million. You now say, no, we will not pay. You didn't participate, you are going to pay. But if you participate, you can now come to the table to say, that day you come campaign for us. So we tell you this is what we want to. Are you getting it? So people that are aware are aware. The local government, should be told, the prof told you something. Now as we speak, I can tell you, black and white, that it's 99% autonomous. That's why you see
local government.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Are you sure Obama is coming, Obama?
Listen, my words are words you can take to the bank. That Obama said, I didn't say ITV said. I'm in it. I'm inside it. I've seen, I listen, I watch. So it's like this, okay, it's not really good to judge you. Now I know that this is how it comes. I get it now. Yeah. Because I'm not there, I see. Okay, allocation never come. Allocation come, you see it. It's on the system, you see it on the internet. So the chairman can never tell you he didn't receive it. You go to FAC, you see that he received 700 million. You're on your own, not that everybody published. You go, you see it. So by the time it's not also working, it's eating the money. You cannot say it came, this is it. He will not tell you, it didn't get to me. You say no, it's it. So the process is, I'm advising that we should try participate. Though election is expensive, I told my friends I will never contest again for any position because they don't pay you money back.
If you lose, you lose.
Or you are on your own. Where you lose to somebody that has sympathy and empathy, that will now remember you to say, because you did this, come and follow me to be this. If you lose to a wicked person and vendetta continues after you lose, you might not survive the process. So my advice is that election is coming on Saturday. I'm very sure, I'm 80% sure here that there's going to be restriction of movement, that there's maybe from tomorrow evening, so that things moving from Edo can get to Isako, get to the Kokoruku on time. You cannot move on Saturday morning. You can't get there on time. So it might start moving tomorrow evening. So we might have half day tomorrow, starting from maybe 4 so that everything can work on Saturday. So the process is there, and I'm very sure the process is going to be free, fair, and credible.
You very well said, nobody should be afraid. You can take a shot out in the political party you belong. You can easily come out to contest. Right now, for what you also opined, local government is 90% autonomous.
Listen, one of the things I don't like is that we are not able to tell ourselves the truth. We are all suffering it in one way or the other because truth is far. Listen to me. If I hear from him now because he's directly involved, now can I hold the government chairman responsible for what's going on? Those days, like I told you, the government chairman used to tie rules. At least I've seen them that time tie rules. Now I also know when that thing stopped. So if you're telling me now that the government they don't have the money, then I can see this, then they are nowhere to go to and now hold them responsible. That's number one. Number two, tell me any state where opposition won local government chairman in the recent time. I don't like just say in Delta State or in Oyo State or in Nigeria State, local government when they collected local government chairman, opposition won 3 seats, and what it has always been the ruling party saying true. Because my brother, were you not here when election was still going on Uromia? It was an announcement was made here, not here. An announcement was made that somebody had won. I think my memory has not failed me. I remember that election was still going on in Uromia when election was announced, and did not go through tribunal. Who succeeded? So let us be factual. If I'm not sure that I'm going to get a fair treatment, I will not invest my time and money. And that's what's going on, because money is now very difficult to get. So if I get money, I will not go and put in something like 3 million, 5 million, 10 million into a project. But number one, I'm not sure that I'll be giving fair treatment.
I'll come back to you, Reverend.
Fair treatment.
I'll come back to you. Well, Prof, you heard me say he's not sure of the system, because right from the onset, aside the 1999 election, all those have been just one way.
Yes. You see, I'm very, I tell people, all of us that are blaming the government at the central, we should also learn to hold our governors accountable. And just now, we should also learn to hold our local government accountable, because monies are going to all the 3 tiers of government directly to their account now. They all have accounts with CBN, all the local government. And if we're not started seeing, I will talk to that, I will speak on that. Yeah. If we're not started seeing the dividends at the local government level in those states, does not mean that other states. We have seen videos of how local government chairmen in Lagos states are tying roads, giving, donating, etc. Just recently in this Tinubu government, unlike before, everything was just strictly to the state government. Now, on the issue of election, like I said earlier, if because of what is happening in this state now, if the ruling party takes 18/18, I'm sure people will not protest. I'm sure there will not be bad blood. So rig an election.
Are you speaking for yourself? Speaking for everyone?
I'm speaking for major. Let me tell you. See, for you to rig an election, you must have what is called some level of legitimacy. See, when I say legitimacy here, when you just aided the process, because let me just say the everything is for you technically.
All right.
But in order to just you run on that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You run on that goodwill that you already have with the people to secure everything. So you must have some level of legitimacy. So when people here say you win or say supposed to win and say don't do here like that.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We want to take a break right now. When we return, we will continue with this discussion. Free, fair, credible. Is that what Edo State citizens should be expecting this Saturday? The questions are very much on the table. Don't go away. Stay tuned if you just joined us. This is 60 Minutes Nigeria. Will take 1 hour to talk about issue, political issue, economic issue, educational issue. You just know. Thank you so much for coming on today's show.
Thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon.
I believe we're watching. Listen to our own points of view about this particular local government election. Do you feel that is going to be different, or is going to be the same old story where winner takes it all? Vis-a-vis 18/18.
Yeah, you shouldn't be asking that. It's normal. The same actors.
Yeah.
You could see, you should just reflect. The last primaries will tell you, we no longer have democracy in Nigeria. The definition of democracy is not democracy for leaders, the democracy for settlements, and democracy for the elite. It's now this thing they have settled it. You need to settle. This one, House of Rep did not reach you. Okay, we give you 2, 3 councillors and 1 local government. So there's not enough. It's not enough. Add 1 councillor. That's what we're having now.
It's a settlement galore.
Oh God, you should know that.
I don't know. That's
business. I get things. So I don't come here to blab for anybody. I come here to speak fact to power, straight the way it is. Always say, oh, Baraye said, I don't say what I don't know. When I say 90, even 99% autonomy, I was very right. You are not, that is not your field. I can't tell you how fasting and prayer can cure malaria. That's your field. If you say it, I would dare ask that. If I tell you I'm here and it's like this, don't say because you know that.
All right, now he has retracted it, so let's get to the point right now.
As we speak,
yes,
I can count. I count so many roads. Oh, the chairman already was tired because I'm there. I'm saying it. When 730 million comes, I see the alert. I say, okay. They will sit down at ESCO. It's dividing to say if you are paying this one, that way that Admaba will retire. Let this one go for this one. The new Benin, let this one go. The airport road at Piano, the other junction, let this one go. The school we are building at Admaba, let this one. We see sharing. No, Oga, leave this school first. This one will come in the next month. So I see as it flows, and I know. It's not, nobody's telling me now.
As a PRO?
Yes, nobody's telling me. I attend ESCO meeting every Monday 9 to 12. So if I'm seeing it, I see. And they know that whatever I says here is living.
What about the issue of campaign?
The issue of campaign, I told you, that is ending tonight. It has been rigorous. Meeting people to people. Yesterday, we met the Igbo community in New Benin Market. We met those at Mission Road. Are you getting it now? Then today we'll be meeting with the Arewa. Today we meet however by 4.
Then how come others are not doing the same? Because they say that they can't feel it.
It is good. You see why
they can't feel it.
You see why I always tell you what you can quote.
Yes.
I can't tell you go to Rio. I can't tell you go to Rio there. I'll tell you what I see. So that when you say Obaraye said, I will not take you to say, come and sit here, show him that file, show him that this, show him that this is this. Even when I was not there, you should know that we still have you take our protest down to their table to say this must be done and this is done. And even when we are protesting, the one at Tony Kabaka Joshua was supposed to violate that portion. I protested to say no, you can't carry breeder with them. We're not doing no woman in Joshua. It must be done. You don't talk come, you don't talk. I am not an Adam journal, but you know that is where I must speak first. Nobody. So if you are taking my job, you don't beg for the job first of all. I don't beg for job. I pay my worker more than what I've been paid in the council. Not my workers receive what they pay me.
It's like you are telling him that he has retracted. Let's leave it. He has retracted it.
I have over 11 workers. Some of them receive what I receive in council. So that is by the wayside. So I'm going to add.
Fine. No problem.
If I'm coming and they know that you are speaking, the chairman will say, allocation never come. That make me never do this one. No, go tell you. I will say, I will. I know allocation has not come. And if it comes, so I'm like a watchdog to that thing, which the man is proud of. Are you getting it now? A few days ago, I was going home at Wingwood, and I saw they were protesting Thierry Balance.
Yeah.
I packed immediately and called him. Where are you? He said, it's already at home. I said, I'm here at 9 o'clock. What is happening? And he said, make a call. And I did my own physical survey and saw that our vigilante went against one bus driver who hurriedly now is trying to run, hit a woman. I get it now. And in their presence, I did and stood by the side of the people. So say this one at night, for say let these people also small now. If we had them 6 o'clock this morning till 8, and this time, he said no, Galopin say to us, say make it just be 24-hour service. Are you getting it now? So that it should be dried up because that is the night.
So you are saying your local government is working?
You can say that.
Okay, hold on now.
That one is audible to the.
Let me ask you one question. Hold on. Let me ask you one question. If out of 100%, 5% is working, is that a pass mark?
Listen.
No, comrade, is it a pass mark?
To who?
5%. Let's say out of 100%.
Let those that are
5% is working.
Yes.
Is it a pass mark?
Let those that are in the local government speak. I'm speaking for mine. Don't let me go and speak for what I don't know.
Of course, because of Edo State right now.
Yeah.
In the whole of Edo State.
Yes.
Maybe you have 18 local government.
Yes.
Only 2 are functioning optimally.
To you.
Is that a pass mark?
To you.
I'm asking a question.
No, to you.
Okay.
To you. To you.
All right.
If I was living at Ambede, I should be able to speak at Ambede.
Okay.
A man should speak what tomorrow when you wake me up to say you said so. I will tell you I said so.
Okay, fine. I'll come back to you.
For me to tell you what that has been tired.
Okay.
I know. So I don't even know what the other man is tying.
I'll come back to you. Now, for what he said. Calm down. We are still in this show. Everybody calm down. So let's not attack each other's emotions. So let's be calm. Now, from what he said is from his own local government. They did clean. The tarred road. But it cannot be said for others. He says from his own angle. Now, for what is really going on right now, for what has been going on, do you feel that this election is going to be based on performance of local government or the performance of the governor?
Let me tell you this. With due respect to the governor,
yes,
the governor is doing well in my own assessment. But I believe that elections should throw up the best, always. And it does not always follow that the best will always come from the ruling party. So if election is supposed to be done, it's supposed to throw up the best at every time. Okay? And if we go by that, it means that the election should be fair. If there are people who belong to either PDP or the other party who can do well too. So in local government election, all of them should be given time, at least fair treatment. That's what I'm saying. When you are not sure of fair treatment, you will not invest your money. Before I go, you will give me a road that already is tying. I will go there myself to verify it, so I will be double sure. I trust you. Don't mention two right now. I trust you, but I will need the name. I will drive there myself.
Yes, I'll give you 5.
Because this is the first time I'm hearing
I'll give you 5.
the local government chairman are tying roads. In Ekpoma, nothing is going on. You quote me.
Okay.
So the local government, the chairman in Ekpoma should tell me the road is tying in Ekpoma, because I have lived there for a long time. So he should tell me which one is tying. He so let it tell me. I will go there myself and this is what I'm hearing. Let us be truthful. We are here. We are here in our nation. If let me tell you,
calm down. You have your say. Calm down, please.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
You see, in life, sometimes I assess things going on. By the grace of God, I also have privilege of going out of this country. And I see what's going on there. Sometimes I sit down and look, I said, this place ought not to be better than us. The only difference is that we are organized, we are not organized, those guys are organized. That is the difference.
All right.
So if you go by election should always throw up the best at every point in time.
Irrespective of political parties.
Thank you. That's right.
All right, I'll come back to you. Well, in our news, which we went out to cover, yes, really, there was a road being tarred by the Odo local government. It's on the news. I'm not trying to say X, Y, Z. I
will go there myself.
And of course, the governor also made someone that is not even from the state a commissioner, 2 persons now, right? That has raised so much dust. We don't want to dive into that yet. Do you think all these things will count to his political party, Bishop?
Okay, let me say this. Politicians are like students writing exams.
Okay.
They don't mark their scripts.
They don't mark their scripts?
No, sir. If you are performing, it will show in the average life of people in your local government. What is the life expectancy in the local government and all of that. We're having a conference in August. We are supposed to be hosting America. Now there is another bank that says no, the conference security, you can't go and all of that. And we have government in place. Like I said, the government people or the politicians who are in government, it's their duty to tell the people this is what they're doing. One of the responsibilities of government is to take care of life and property. Today, what is it like and all of that. So we are I'm not a politician, I am expecting. I came here to the bad roads and all of that. If you go to, because you see the way my car is, we go to mechanic every day. We want better government, we are demanding and all of that. So people in the government, I know they may be doing 1 or 2 things and all of that. We're all the same. The politicians that I say can also agree that they have not fixed all the problem. So if we are demanding, they won't be angry. So we are making more demand.
So you're not saying that no matter what is happening right now, do not count in a free, fair, credible election?
In the free, fair, credible, this man has already said it. If a free, fair, credible election produce the best candidate, this is a local election. People knows. Look, do you know what local election does? Is that we knew ourselves. We knew your capability. If you allow these guys to go on the free fair, you will be surprised the selection and all of that. So that's what we're saying. All we are just saying, we're not talking about perception of this. It's the norm in Nigeria. You get that right? The sitting party takes all. We're saying we won't be different. Because that's the question, that's the debate. Will it be free and fair? Why are you asking that? Was it free and fair elsewhere or whatever? They have a way of making sure that this come. Okay, let's assume I said that before. That is not even an issue. If doing that, emanated to good governance, Do you get that right? Edo State is not made up of only Oredu local government. And there are so many other local government and all of that. The level of insecurity is all over the local government these days now. You can't even accept any local government. So we are making demands on all politicians, political associate people have ability to power, close to power. We need more.
All right, we need more.
We need more.
Like Oliver Twist.
Yes, we need more.
About I over now to you.
Yeah.
So we talked about election is going to take place Saturday, 11th of July, and many persons are not aware from what they all said. Even Prop talked about it, and you said the blame should go to either ETSEC or National Orientation Agency, right? But from your own angle, from what you can see from where you are, you guys campaigned a lot. I say you can't talk about the local government, but you can speak for your own local government. Now, the APC is in charge. If only your local government have a pass mark, is that really a pass mark?
Yeah, you know, one thing that I will not change.
Yes.
Is me, my color, my character. Are you getting that? I can't change again. Oh, I think it was a privilege. My son went to write my SSC in one school, and some people they were doing the ask, "What's your name?" And he said, "My name is Usaini Imanu Ogobayi." And the man asked, "Which of your Oba?" He said, "Usaini." If you get to tell your father you saw so, tell him to continue his good works. And I think that will change my son's narrative for the father, to know that if that is what I have able to live, to say my son again, my children again cannot pass through a place to be stressed because I have done that to them. I think that's grace. That's grace that follows. The truth remains, if I come here to start giving pass mark to local government that I have not visited, I have not seen, tomorrow when you ask me, I will tell you, see, Reverend have told me that I should mention road. I get it down. So if I don't tell you, if I said it was so wrong, how will I not start mentioning those roads? I get it down. So if I not tell you a good junction by force, Tisepula, that was a no-go area, no-go area, no-go area, no-go area. That is one. If I go to tell you to go to Capiona, GRA, Westmead, Ozame leaves. I get it down. If I tell you again, go to New Benin, Total, and the other place, that was unpassable. No, you don't go there. If I tell you again, go to Airport Road, by Kenswa Junction, that was not passable. I can keep mentioning. I'm not here to blow the trumpet of a man who I told, if I to work with you, you must be like this. And who has also given me that respect to make sure that if I say, tell him, if I live here, if he was in my local government, I will tell him, where is your road? Tomorrow I'm sending a grader there. And I've said so. If I get on, tell the chairman, see this man, okay, go and do it. I was admitted in January, and as I was leaving, I told the doctor, for you to have done well, this your road is not good. You can't tie it. I can't promise you tie it. It's expensive to tie road now. It's very expensive. Ogumeni Junction took the council over 40 million. This is not, it was not done at back. It was not because I was in the process. If it was done, it was because the chairman, as an engineer, me and as an engineer, we went to the market to buy quota, buy this and buy that and buy this. That is why it was about a little fraction before 40 million. All right. If it was done on contract basis, it would have been about 200 million, which the council cannot. Are you getting that? So because I'm there,
so I know. Is it because of all this one now? It's going to be one-way ticket for your party.
Alano, when the song is good, you sing it twice. And you need to start.
All right. I'll turn this up.
Listen, you don't. Good Gary, I've told you every time. Now they sell the same for market.
I'll turn this up.
If it did total junction. Now you first test out. You will go test for permission junction. You go walk back again to go with that.
All right, Bishop.
Are you getting that?
Bishop,
a good native daughter does only signboard.
APC government, Nigeria's life is not better off. We demand more for you guys. The level of insecurity, the level of poverty. The people who came to my house were hungry people, and you can't even beat them. They look very malnutrition. I told them, don't just give them to police. Talk about somebody here. These guys look hungry. That's the level of we demand more from government. Those people, thank God, this honorable man is here. His voice can be heard. Some of the people in government, their voice are not being heard. That's right. We talk to some of them. They say their voice. See, your voice is being heard. Okay. Please,
but for the local government,
for the local election tomorrow, like what he said,
on Saturday,
it's not that people is going to vote, that they are going to declare winners. That's our position.
Thank you. That's your position.
That's most Nigeria position.
Reverend, please, briefly, our time is up.
Well, my opinion is that every election is supposed to throw the best, not minding which party it comes from.
All right.
So, but if the system is credible, transparent, then we can have good leaders come up from time to time.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Okay, for your 30 seconds.
Thank you. The people have seen it when this government came in 5 months ago in November to complete the tenure of those ones. Some chairmen did their best and they were returned. As we speak, over 4-8 were dropped because of non-performance.
Okay.
Over 4-8 was dropped because of non-performance. Most councillors was also dropped because of non-performance. Because he has said it, the post said it. I'm not here to blow trumpet for the governor. What the governor is doing is he wants selling himself. Are you getting it now? Gone are the days where they vote for you. You go and say because they voted for you want to see.
Thank you.
Are you getting it now?
Thank you.
People will vote you out.
Thank you. Well, let's get to see how all this will pan out. Is it going to be the same story as usual, or something new might just happen? We'll be like, if something should happen, that should really be the news. We're expecting something this Sunday, more story or something new. See you again on Thursday, God willing. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ojúde àtúwájú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ayaba àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀dàyẹ àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀dúwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Very beautiful evening to you, and thank you for joining us on the ITV News. I am Lawrence Osifo. The Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, ETSEC, is all is set for Saturday's local government election in the state, with logistics, adequate training of formal and ad hoc staff, mobilization of security observers, the media team, and other partners all duly put in place, while the sensitive and non-sensitive materials will be soon distributed according to the established operational protocols and procedures. Chairman of the Commission, Sir Jonathan Ifwobokian, speaking on the preparations for the exercise with newsmen at the headquarters of the Commission in Okoogba Airport Road in Benin City, appealed to the electorates to come out en masse to vote for the candidate of their choice. The report filed by Okide Emia David is presented by Bomusa Ugiagbe.
At the office of the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, ETSEC, in Oko Ogba, Airport Road, Benin City, evidence of tidying up preparations for the Saturday's local government election were visibly present, with voting materials orderly arranged and ready to be distributed. ETSEC Chairman Sir Jonathan Afowohan says there will be restriction of movement between 6 a.m. and 3 p.m., disclosing that about 10,000 ad hoc staff have been both technically and digitally trained for the election, adding that concrete arrangements have also been instituted for hitch-free election in riverine areas. Sir Jonathan Afowohan expressed deep appreciation to security agencies and other partners for their due commitment towards a very successful election, maintaining that modalities have been instituted to ensure smooth, timely delivery of electoral materials as well as uninterrupted ICT and communication.
The Commission has worked diligently over the past several months to ensure that every aspect of the electoral process complies with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the electoral laws of Edo State, and internationally accepted democratic principles.
The Commissioner in charge of ICT and Communication, Dr. Suleiman Ihwaria, in his remarks, assured the people of an election that will reflect their true wish, asking the media and other stakeholders to render objective and balanced services to the election on Saturday.
They will urge you to give a very responsible and accurate reportage of what you see on election day.
Other commissioners at the briefing were Honorable Frank Habib Umoru, Chief Anthony Izwagbe Akpogome, Honorable Thomas Igbomo, and Barrister Hope Osaodion. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukpebolo has solicited stronger collaboration with traditional rulers across the 18 local government areas of the state to tackle insecurity and other criminal activities. Speaking while receiving traditional rulers from Edo Central and Edo North Senatorial District on a courtesy visit to Government House in Benin City, Governor Ukpebolo said traditional rulers remains critical and critical stakeholders in the fight against crime due to their closeness with their communities. Ikmamosa Ugiagbe again brings us details.
Governor Ukpebolo noted that recent kidnap cases involved local collaborators who are familiar with the movement and financial status of residents. He urged traditional rulers not to encourage or shield criminal elements, stressing that young people should be discouraged from engaging in crime. The governor also appealed to the royal fathers to mobilize support for President Bola Tinubu ahead of the next presidential election, expressing confidence that Edo State could deliver substantial votes for the president.
There are so many crises all over regarding insecurity. The best person to help me fighting this insecurity are the kings, because you are the one that know your vicinity. Many of those kidnappers that we are arresting now, they are not even from outside. Many of them are our people. So I want to beg the traditional rulers, if we must stop it, we have to work together.
Responding on behalf of the traditional rulers who passed a vote of confidence in the governor, the Ojuromi of Uromi, His Royal Highness Ansem Edonoje II, described his developmental efforts across the state as commendable. The Ojuromi assured Governor Ukpebolo of the continued support and cooperation of traditional rulers in promoting peace, security, and development across Edo State.
Your Excellency, we are proud of you and the giant strides you are making in repositioning our state infrastructure as well as other important sectors in our state. We want you to know that we stand with you as we are ready to give you all the support you need from us to ensure your administration's success beyond expectations.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Edo State Executive Council has approved the appointment of His Royal Highness Senator Francis Ali Mekena as the Okumagbe of Wano clan in Isako East local government area of the state. This is contained in a statement by the Edo State Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Uhombamu. According to the statement, the appointment of Senator Ali Mekena as the Okumagbe of Wano clan takes effect from 6th of July 2026. The statement congratulates Senator Ali Mekena and wishes him well in the discharge of his responsibility to the people as the Okumagbe of Wano clan. The Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria has announced the passing on of the Metropolitan Archbishop of Benin City, Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubweze, at the age of 69. A statement by the Secretary General of the Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria, Reverend Father Michael E. Banjo, says that the late Archbishop was a unique shepherd who understood that the development of the true development of the church embrace both spiritual renewal and holistic growth of God's people. The statement adds that under his care, the Archdiocese of Benin City witnessed a significant developmental stride, noting that he was deeply committed to the welfare of his priests, with the conviction that the future of the church depended on well-formed shepherds. The Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria observed that as an erstwhile president of Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, he firmly stood as pillar of orthodox truth, while his patient listening and selfless generosity embodied a compassionate shepherd. The body prayed for his gentle soul to rest in peace, while the risen Lord who conquered death grant him eternal rest in his kingdom. Igbinedion Education Center has held its 2026 valedictory service for graduating students in the secondary school, marking the successful completion of another academic year in the senior secondary school of the institution. Osemodiam Osagi reports that the ceremony held at the school's chapel featured praises and worship, word administration, prayers, and also spoken word poetry.
Procession by graduates kicked off the event, which featured praise and worship, spoken word poetry, and scripture reading. In his sermon, the officiating minister, Pastor Christopher Usagiede, urged graduates to develop godly character and maintain excellence as they prepare for higher academic pursuits.
Have nothing to do with your fruitful works of darkness as a teenager, and finally, walk wisely.
Special prayers were offered for the graduates as they move to the next phase of their academic journey. Director of Administration, Igbinedion Education Center, Pastor Angela Igbinedion, congratulated the graduating students and appreciated parents for entrusting their children's education to the school.
On behalf of the board, chairman, deputy chairman, board, principals and the management, we appreciate God for keeping them safe. We appreciate the parents. In the midst of it all, no bad reports. God has been faithful.
Some graduating students thanked the school's management, teachers and parents for their support and guidance through their academic sojourn.
And to IEC, I want to say a very big thank you, everyone that's taken care of me in my time of the school.
I want to say a very big thank you to my teachers, the deputy chairman, Le Cherry, and everybody supported me as I'm graduating.
Some parents expressed gratitude to the school's management and teachers for the quality education and moral upbringing given to the students.
I pray as they progress into the university that it will be a good ambassador of the school, of their families.
I thank God Almighty for taking us from the system to the stage of our children's education life.
100 senior secondary school students successfully completed their secondary education in the 2025-2026 academic session at Igbinedion Education Center, Benin City. From Benin, Osemodiam Osagi, ITV News.
And with that, to call it a wrap on the ITV News, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. From everyone here, do have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Well, there is always this feeling that comes with knowing that it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon. And of course, it's time for your ultimate socio-cultural program on television. And I'm talking none other than Flipside on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, Flipside is a unique program that, tends to pinpoint some pressing issues in the society. Of course, there is always a different way to look at every, issue. All right, there is the popular view, and of course, there is the not so popular view. And that's basically what Flipside is all about. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it is my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we have a very, very important conversation, something that has to do with us as a people. Africans are unique in a very, very special way. And, ever since we gained independence, especially as Nigerians, a whole lot has changed. Okay, some persons are of the opinion that we've actually not gained independence because just like I think it was the late Kwame Nkrumah that said that Africans are still under neo-colonialism. What does that mean? Well, perhaps in the course of this conversation we are going to throw more light on that. Well, I've got joining me on the show this afternoon the erudite Kingsley Ikeke. He goes by he is a clergyman, and of course he's also a public affairs analyst. Welcome on board, sir.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Always a pleasure to have you, sir. Yes. Today we're having a conversation about international organizations. Many a time we hear people make mention of international organizations, but I don't think it's everyone that actually understands what they stand for. So, what are international organizations basically, and what are their objectives?
Okay. Thank you very much, Harry. Well, like we all may know by now, we are already used to some of them unknowingly. The actual organizations are set up by interested countries. Most of these setup are voluntary; they are not mandatory.
Okay.
The idea is actually to foster peace, security, enhance adherence to international rules and engagement, promote international relationships, also to enhance the educational segment of some of the underprivileged countries. So they were set up to actually mitigate some obvious problem or imbalance that exists amongst nations.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the objectives, whether it have been met, it's different ballgame altogether. There are different segments of these international organizations, and there are actually two basic types. We have the one called the governmental.
Okay.
Those ones, the government are directly involved
right.
Like the United Nations, like OPEC, like the African nations. These are government-related organizations that are internationally known.
The African Union.
Yes, the African Union, even the ECOWAS.
Okay.
There's even a new one called the Alliance of the Sahel country between Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. What I think that is voluntary. Like Niger was formerly.
What's the primary purpose of that one?
Initially, Niger was formerly part of ECOWAS.
Okay.
If you feel that where you belong to is not meeting your needs,
okay.
You are not obliged to be there. We are not there by compulsion. We are there voluntarily. You can choose to be. For instance, in OPEC, Russia is not a part of OPEC because they don't want to be restricted in their oil production. They've looked at their economy. They want to be free to determine how much how they produce oil on a daily basis. Or like Nigeria is a part of OPEC, we have a limit by 1.something million, so close to 2 million barrels per day. We can't exceed that because our OPEC quota.
Okay.
So and if we have a budget that exceeds that, then we have to look elsewhere to source for funds. So like I said, most of these bodies are voluntary. It's not mandatory. I said that the governmental segment of it is also what we call the non-governmental, which they call the NGOs.
Okay.
These ones are not really funded by government, For example, Doctors Without Borders, Amnesty International, these are non-governmental organizations.
Is there a difference between non-governmental organizations and international non-governmental organizations?
They are all international.
Okay.
Only that one of them is funded or government is fully involved in a way, in the fact that, for example, we are members of African Union.
Okay.
It's not a non-governmental organization, it's a national collaboration. We are part of that union. But when you say amnesty, we're not they're not binding us to amnesty. We can choose to listen to their counsel, we can choose not to. See, Doctors Without Borders, they are working on they're independent. Although they are still somehow regulated by the country, but you can just talk about at any time. You're not directly funding them.
Okay.
Yeah, so their funds come from donations from foundations, and what we call them non-governmental, and because government is not directly involved in their day-to-day running.
Okay.
That's why we call them non-governmental. And their funding are also self they do their funding by themselves, either by their foundations or by philanthropists, depending. So they are non-governmental because they don't rely on government for anything.
Amazing. Now, how effective do you think the United States is, for example, in solving Africa's problems, especially economic and security problems?
The United States,
the United Nations.
Okay, nations.
Yeah.
For me, I would like to deviate to a point. I don't believe that, although the United Nations were actually set up after the Second World War, it was a fallout of the devastation of the Second World War.
Okay.
So as to ensure that they prevent further kind of catastrophe that went with that particular war. But when it comes to benefit, you look at it from, I think really the bigger nations really benefit from them, to be very fair. Because the exploitation has remained. It's just that this time it's like we are cooperating with them to be exploited. Some of the internal conflicts you have in Nigeria, you have in Africa, if you trace some of the root cause, you find that international hands are involved. If the weapons are not purchased here, where are they coming from? If you're only one manufacturer, where are they coming from? If the government is coming to the forest to lift people, where are they coming from? You see, somehow they are involved. So I think they have a way to play because of the advancement, but I think that we should be the first point of call in resolving our own conflict.
Okay.
Yes, because it's only that wears the shoe in those where it pinches. We should be the fulcrum of our issues, and we should understand our issues better than another person and know how to resolve our issues. Because most of these solutions that we think that are there for us, they're actually there for their own interest. No nation just does a selfless service for no reason. When the new president of America came up with Donald Trump, he was looking for what will benefit from Ukraine for him to continue pumping the billions that was pumped by his predecessor.
Yeah.
There was some area that had these rare metals. He wanted to harness it and have a stake there. Then he will now stand as a defense against the Russians. So when you look at the whole thing, it's pure politics, economic policies they are operating. They are not there for your vested interest. I don't want to lose billions in a region where there are no stake. There's nothing for them to carry over at the end of the day.
So it's a trade by barter?
It's not a trade by barter. On this platform, it's done with consent. You are agreeing to their alliance, and their terms. You don't have the technology, you don't have the wherewithal. If you see America coming down to Nigeria, like trying to come and assist us, we're very weary. There's a good side, and there's.
Could that be one of the sentiments that were expressed quite recently when Donald Trump showed interest in helping Nigeria fix its insecurity problems, and some persons were raising an eyebrow, saying that he must have some sort of ulterior motive?
As I said earlier, they only have their vested interest. I did see here once on this platform that I keep saying that that's not the most blessed nation. In those northern part where you see these conflicts still prevailing, the level of minerals, recently it was published that in Kaduna alone, commercial deposits of lithium and some rare metals were discovered. But they are saying that it has been there, and persons have annexed those villages and they are using them. So the government know that if they come in here, help us to give some bit of stability.
So there has to be something.
Yeah, there will be something that goes back to their country. Yeah. For example, most of those will be exported to their country at a very subsidized rates without tax. So you know what they're doing. They're not just coming here because they just love the black race, they just want to help us. No. They've also calculated what they stand to gain at the end of the conflict. So that's exactly what's happening. When you see them trying to mitigate in matters like this, there are always vested interest. It's why when they are dealing with those advanced and very highly economic countries,
right?
They are not just there as doing a philanthropic gesture. No. That's the wrong notion we have when we are inviting them, thinking they are there for us. No. Like we talked about the neo-colonial stuff. We have been liberated, let me say physically, but spiritually and mentally, we are still under bondage. It's just that they are not just here, but they are here. In fact, our action tells us that they are still here. That what they do, how they come to the country, do what they like and leave without us even knowing.
So it's more of a psychological warfare.
Exactly, and we are doing it with our own, allowing them to do so without saying that it's an invasion. It's an invasion to be precise. Before you get into any person's aerospace or whatever airspace, there must be permission. Some of these things are done without even the consent of the Nigerian government, without even the Nigerian Airways, aviation, those in charge of the airspace, knowing what is happening. And you can't talk, but you don't have what it takes. So they're not doing it for free. I can tell you that for free. They're doing it for a particular purpose. But by and large, we have found ourselves in the mess. We must find a way to find ourselves out of the mess.
Amazing. Now, talking about finding a way out of the quagmire, okay, the contributions, I want us to take a look at the African Union, because we talked about solving our own problems by ourselves. Okay, so if we are going to leverage on our ability to solve our own problems, or our potentials to solve our own problems, let's take a look at the African Union, which is the biggest, should I say, the biggest body that we have, that has the capacity to solve our problems. What contributions do you think it has made towards resolving conflicts on the continent? Because we've experienced pockets of conflicts here and there, over the years on the continent. What role do you think the African Union has played in helping to mitigate against it?
Well, for me, from my own observation, I have not seen anything tangible. To be fair, nothing really tangible from the African Union. I think what was most effective then was ECOWAS.
ECOWAS,
the time they had what they called ECOMOG. They had a military arm that could enforce an ECOWAS policy. But for African Union, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything they've done. Look at what's happening in South Africa, for instance. Now, the South Africans are saying Nigerians should go. Now, go back to history and check what Nigeria has invested in South Africa. Now, you'll be shocked that the massive wealth in South Africa is not owned by the blacks. In terms of percentage, most of the wealth they are owned by the whites.
When you say wealth, are you talking about
both the landmass, the economic strength, the mega industries or whatever? They are owned by whites. Why not? If the blacks, you see, I don't know how they do it, but the blacks now see the other blacks as the problem. One thing I've seen about one of these more advanced countries is that they found a way to make us fight each other at their own benefit. We think that we are resolving our issues, but it's to their own advantage. What has the black man who opened a shop in South Africa has to do with your problem? It's not holding your wealth or holding you from working. If it's work, but they're going to cause a conflict where the blacks are now fighting the blacks, sending every Nigerians, Ghanaians, Mozambique, Zimbabwe out of their country. But when we look at the real core of the matter, who owns the resources? Who owns the economy of South Africa? It's not the blacks. It's the whites. Now, someone who came from somewhere else and has invaded your country is not a citizen, and those who fought for your liberation are now your adversary. And they are fighting it with passion.
Brothers fighting with brothers.
Exactly. Nobody's even thinking that Nigeria was a heaven for them when their country was in turmoil. Even I saw recently in Israel that Ghanaians are saying the same thing. Ghanaians left their country and they came to Nigeria, and they were helped. After a while, they said the Ghana must go. But after that, we have to Nigerians in Ghana. Now Ghana says Nigerians must go. You see, we must sit down and
come up playing out.
Exactly. You can see that we have not understood our problem. Let me give you a simple example. The EU has a currency, which we call the euro. Far before they even had that idea, there was this proposal for an EU currency. Even as simple as a regional West African currency, it's not even there. We cannot even cooperate to have a single currency. We cannot even integrate. We cannot allow ourselves to stay amongst ourselves, to enhance our economy. The connection is not there. And there is strength in unity, and we don't believe in it. Whatever we say, we don't believe in it. If you're asking us to leave, let's look at the economic benefit from Nigerians, from South Africa, and whatever takes away from Nigeria. Go and do the comparison. In fact, what we take away from Nigeria is if not 2-3 times its value of what we get from them in terms of diaspora remittances. And yet they're asking us to leave. Then we are in Nigerians crying that all South African companies here should be removed, or they should find their way out. You see, we are not helping ourselves because many of us are subscribers to their network. You can imagine if that begins to play out. You see, we are ending up fighting ourselves for no just cause.
No just cause.
So I think that we should look inward. The African Union should be more decisive. The ECOWAS, just like they did with ECOMOG, when they were trying to enforce democracy in Liberia, they did that. They did that, and it works. So it's not about joining an organization, and you cannot bring the policies you are preaching to reality or people. So that is it.
I actually do have a question to ask with regards to the ECOMOG thing, but that will be right after this break. In case you just joined us, it is Flipside on Independent Television. Please stay tuned. All right, it's good to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, I have joining me someone who happens to be an entrepreneur and, of course, a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Matthew, or Deacon Matthew Ahirabo. In fact, his portfolio is actually very long, but let's not...
Thank you for having me, though little issues.
Absolutely, one of those things that happen sometimes. It's good to have you on the show.
I greet Edo State, I greet Nigeria for having the opportunity to listen to us this time.
I like your African regalia.
I thought I told you yes. We must recognize, yes, we must buy made in Nigeria, we must consume made in Nigeria, yes. And that will help internalize our economy, you know, to block leakages and all that we've been experiencing. Because we cannot keep depending on other products from other countries, creating market for them while we suffer.
And we are complaining of unemployment.
You see, complaining of unemployment while you are the one causing it by your consumption appetite. You know. So
okay, so we're actually not talking about internal production or economics today.
Talking about global economy, talking about international agencies, what they influence, it still boils down to consumption.
Absolutely.
And
so let's get started. Let me ask you this, because before you came, Mr. Kingsley was actually taking us on a journey through Africa's experience or interaction with the international community thus far, and the challenges that we've had, of course. So I would like to ask you, could you please set the tone for the conversation, with regards to organizations such as the IMF and the World
Bank? You see, it is derogatory to see that they are like cooperatives. Only they are made up of heads of government. When we talk about IMF, I think there are about 191 member states, and the other one 189 member states. Different. I begin to ask the question, what is the significance of African authorities, African heads of state in this global body? But I was told that it's just infinitesimal compared to what the composition is, as it were. And you asked me, talking about demography, talking about population, Africa, put together of the about 50-something states, commands huge population density in the global economy, that his contribution or his impact is small compared to what we are expecting. The other day I was told when the petroleum we are consuming now, well, it was about, I think 200 and something thereabouts. IMF were predicting that the fair price should be sold at about 700 and all of that. And not just too long now, about 2 weeks ago, we were also told that IMF is saying Nigeria is credit worthy, their debt is not that high compared to... Are they to dictate to us how we are to run our internal affairs? And that's because we've been depending so much on what comes from outside the country, and that has been the problem. So it is good to come together, like pooling resources, like when we talk about insurance, for instance, you do not wait for risk eventuality to happen before you organize yourself. You understand? You have to take a step ahead. It's good to come together, but by the time it gets to the point that you have no say whatsoever, whatever they dictate, they tell you, I have a problem with that. And that is why...
Are you implying that Africans are not proactive?
They are not just that they are not proactive, they've not been, how will I put it now, productive to be able to decide what happened within their state. Then talk more of international influence. That is where I have the problem. You should be able to control your resources, what happened, you know, within your as a sovereign state. That and outside the world power, so to speak, made up of like this organization we are talking about, and they now begin to decide what happened. You know, I have a problem with that, and I am not finding it funny with IMF. I say it everywhere. They are not helping us. If you want me to come that straight, they are not helping us to dictate, you know, what is happening within our natural, what we do with our natural resources, the production process. Imagine now they are giving you that opportunity to come and borrow money, for instance, like the World Bank, and they will be telling you how you are going to spend it. Don't invest in capital projects. Don't invest in the industry. Don't invest in productivity. Invest in recurrent expenditure. Invest in palliatives. Invest in, you know, to cushion like rolling out of vaccine. Just imagine. I'm not okay with it, and that is why I thank God and I salute ITV for this opportunity for me to air my grievances. For God's sake, we are a sovereign nation, and our leaders should act thus. They should act, you know, in that direction to be able to dictate what we are doing and how we should go about it.
All right, thank you very much. Your grievances are very much acknowledged. And I'm hoping that the powers that be, especially on the international level, are taking notes and you know, planning to do the needful, just so we do not keep moving in circles. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Kingsley, how has the World Bank supported economic development in African countries in the past, say, 10 years?
Well, they've been doing their bit, like he said. When you are in an organization where you don't have a say, or even when you have a say, the say is only when the money comes to you. There are two major problems. One, we don't have a voice in the World Bank.
Why don't you have a voice?
Because we are not. We are more of a third world country, and you cannot sit with millionaires and billionaires and a poor man. You say you have idea. Who wants your idea? If you have idea, why where you are?
I think there's a Benin adage to that effect.
Yes. so you may be talented, you may be wise, but because you are poor, your idea is discarded. That's where the problem is starting from. It's not as if we are not intelligent. For instance, I was looking at the IMF loan IMF loan that came to Nigeria. I thought I came out through the COVID-19. And you know that COVID-19, for crying out loud, I hate to sound always controversial, can be managed by our medical concussions.
Yeah. You think so?
I'm telling you the truth. Not take it anyway. I've read the symptoms. You see, when they say they have given you vaccine and they ask you to put a nose mask, if you understand what a vaccination is, what it means to be immunized. Yeah. If you are immunized, sometimes I can say for a decade, if you are predisposed to such infection, it will not affect you because you are already immune against it. How can they give you a vaccine and yet you are still following the preliminary precautions? It means you're not safe or you're not safe. So two things are wrong. One, we don't have a voice. Two, when the money comes, who are the ones the monies are given to? Is it the same corrupt leaders we're talking about? Now we engineer a project. There was a project that happened once. I don't want to mention the state so I can be covered, so I don't put people in trouble. It came in I think about 20-something million. And when we saw what was being executed, we raised an alarm. And they went to meet the governor. The governor said the governor has taken half of the money. Of about 20 million, 11 million has gone. Then you have paid tax. Then the contractor took another half of the money. And now called Mr. Harry, say you can build something. Say, yes, I have 10 million left, but I'm taking 5. Can you execute the project with 5 million? You said, I can try. And you want to also make profits. You now execute the project about 3 million, you now need 2 million. From 23, 24 million, the project executed is barely 3 million. So when the WHO gives us funds, who monitors the implementation of those funds?
I think that's a very salient question.
Because most times we take loans. If you check, if you do what we call forensic auditing, You find that most of the loans or facility that comes by donation, if you check the way the money are expended, you eventually find that more than 75% of that money ends up in the pockets of leaders. Let me not be specific. Ends up in their pocket. So the money is not really sent back to the economy. That's why it was complaining, how can they give you money and tell you what to do? Because they know our kind of person and what we do when money enters our custody.
And they know that we are not...
Yes, we don't have integrity. When you go to even the non-governmental organization, for instance, you know that at the time because of fraud, you can run an NGO, having partnered with some persons abroad. They'll be sending you money for a particular reason, maybe for child maternal issues, maybe for women empowerment. They may send you money of, say, let me just make it simple, 10 million to disburse among women that are disadvantaged at the rural setting. And you look at the 10 million, you give them 100,000. So you just call some women, maybe like 50 or 60, you will give them maybe 20, 30, you write their name, you fill form, you submit the form. Out of the 10 million, you snap there, thank you. You find out of the 10 million that was given to you, only maybe if you have fear of God.
Generous.
If you have the fear of God,
okay,
you may give half. But if you are devoid of the fear of God, you may give 10%.
But what kind of fear of God would that even be in the first place?
The fear of God means to an extent you have conscience. You have conscience, you are still compassionate. Some people are not even compassionate. Entire money enters back into their pockets. That's why most of these interventions by the government is not effective, because there's corruption on this end, and there's a lack of voice on the other end. So there's no proper synergy, and who monitors what is given and how it is implemented. So the effectiveness becomes almost zero. Because if I get funding because of a particular reason, and the funding will not get to the target audience or the target beneficiaries, then what is the essence?
All right. Now, the issue of monitoring is a very salient point that you've raised, and I would like us to revisit it right after this break, because we cannot keep moving in this direction. You know, we get funding from international organizations, but there's no accountability whatsoever. Now, that is the aspect I would like us to, focus on right after this break. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Mr. Kingsley, the point you raised about accountability is quite a very serious one, because it will go a long way to determine how these funds or these aids are utilized, when they do get here. Now, what do you think can be done to create a system of accountability, a mechanism that ensures that the wrong people do not hijack these monies that are actually meant for the well-being of the people?
I think the very first thing will come from your end as journalists. When monies like this are being sent, they should be made public. People should be aware that, for instance, UNICEF is donating $5 million to underprivileged Nigerians in some areas. They will give us a demography of the breakdown of who gets what and what they are to get. And it should make it a public document so that everybody can have an input. They can see exactly what is on paper. That way, whoever is trying to steal is already
on alert
that it's not going to be business as usual, because whatever is going to steal is already known to the public. Awareness should be made. Most of these transfers are done in secret. Most of the beneficiaries don't even get to know. For example, somebody sent a couple of grants to me to disburse to a couple of persons, and there's a grant. I've already told them where the money came. Not because of my kind of person, that's all. Ordinarily, money has even entered my custody. It's a small money though, but then I can just, but for conscience sake, I told them before now, it's small money, small pocket grant, fine. I knew the person is an NGO, send to, I have a few women that needs this help, send to them. Send me now, send it through you because of the confidence. But what I'm trying to say, for those mega donations, mega transactions, the journalists should do their investigation properly and allow the public to be aware that this sort of amount is being sent to alleviate poverty. Some of these things are sent to mitigate this immigration influx of foreigners to their country. They're trying to make us to be living comfortable here, so that the drive to want to come over will decline.
So as to also reduce the burden on
them, on their facilities, their security and stuff like that. So let's just help them, so they will not have to run down here. But what they don't understand, when the monies are sent, they don't also give us the feeling of knowing that this amount of money has been disbursed for this and this purpose. So we don't know. That's first problem. Second problem is that they should get religious bodies involved in a way. May not be the major agents of disbursement, but they should be formally aware, you know, and before the money even lands, to really educate their fellowship that this and this amount is coming for this and these purposes, you know, and it should be part of the board that disburses such money. That way we can, you know, if you don't have, like I say, a monitoring system, it will not work. Like I did tell you when I said, we do programs with TEDFund. I always say that. There's a way they monitor us. For example, when I did my master's program, it was sponsored by TEDFund. When I was done, they didn't ask me when they gave me the money, but I have to do a retirement. I have to send my thesis, my certificate, everything I got by virtue of that sponsorship, which they can always validate from the school I submitted for, that I was going to attend. They can validate my claim that this young man was given so and so amount of money. He went for the program. He has finished the program. Now, if they find out that the money was released and I didn't go for that program, I'm already in trouble. If I'm going to face either EFCC or ICPC, you get a picture. Yeah. There must be a check and balance a routine that already puts fear in your heart that if I steal this money, it may not be easy. Yeah. I may easily be caught. But we don't have those checks and balances.
So you think all of this happens because it thrives in secrecy?
That's one. Then the composition of what, you know, like we do in regular administration. Now you have the head that signs, you have the treasurer or secretary that signs. You know, you have people that can checkmate the other person. You know, when you have absolute power, you're the one that signs everything. They say absolute power will not corrupt you absolutely, yeah. Because nobody checks you. Like we were saying earlier at the back door, we have the 3 arms of government. I would say there's no longer 3 arms. We are now having 2 arms. To be fair to the judiciary, let me still call them an arm. If I would say we have 3 arms, I will give it to you, the journalists, as the second arm of government. But when you say assemblies, whether at state or national level, they are an extended office of either the governor or the president. I don't call them rubber stamp. They've gone beyond rubber stamp. Rubber stamp still means you can have some bit of discussion before you stamp. You must stamp because you are an extended part. In fact, I'm your employer. You must stamp. And that's why we are advocating for independence when it comes to their financial dealings. Yeah. As long as the government is the one that funds the assembly, the day you refuse to stamp, that's the day funding will disappear from the assembly. And before you know, your roof is leaking. You go and hold your meeting somewhere else. And nothing will happen.
Right, that was a rather hilarious one. Now, I'd like to ask you, Deacon Matthew, what challenges, because he has actually pointed out some, okay, but let's take a look at it on the spectrum. Yes. What challenges do you think limit the effectiveness of international organizations in Africa?
The level of education is still...
On whose part now?
On our part.
Okay.
On our part, because what you refuse to find out will be hidden for you for, if not throughout your generation. You know, Bible says, study to show yourself approved as a workman that need not to be ashamed. It takes through, the other day we talked about research and development. There's huge finance, capital allotted to that. Don't look at it that in everything I must get quick win, quick gain. Do your time, you understand? Study hard, and before you know, you will know those things that are easily available to you. Okay. If you know the composition of the crude oil that is under our foot, you understand that when you distill it, you have so many byproducts. You understand, even down to the bitumen that we now go and source for as a raw material in constructing our road. You will not have that mind to say, let me sell it, you know, to the international market for them to refile. And imagine the other day now, is it not Dangote that was saying he's taking delivery of crude oil from another country? When in OPEC, we are one of the biggest country with huge resources in crude oil. Why will it have to be sold? You understand? Because this same international organization that I'm very, very upset about, you know, we want to use it as collateral, you know, to get you the fund, you know, that is, you see, in so many instances, it is easy for you to borrow, but how is good? No nation on earth will say it does not borrow. You understand? It's good to borrow, but what do you spend it on? So one of these challenges.
Do you think we are borrowing too much as a nation, for instance?
One, we are borrowing. We are not using it for what it is meant.
So the problem is not that we are borrowing.
No, it's not. It's not that we are borrowing.
But you don't think we are borrowing too much?
We are even borrowing too much because it is not being spent for what it is meant. Okay. So these are all these things we have to look at. You know, our nation, we should take the bull by the horn. You know, let us go the hard way. Do your time. Pay the sacrifice. You know, work on your raw material. Let it be that it is the product you don't have the raw material of making, you will not make for exchange in the international market. Because if you keep consuming, you are worsening your balance of payment deficit, and that will lower your voice in the international community. You understand? You cannot be talking when you are a highly indebted nation, where other countries are talking, heads of states are talking.
Mr. Kingsley said.
You understand? You have no voice. You understand? Because of what I do, you understand, I'm able to stand shoulder tall when it comes to, you know, deciding policy, even for this state and nation. But if I have been so dependent on salary, looking up to somewhere, you know, I will not have this credibility. So what I'm saying to us here in Nigeria, even to Africa member states, let us look inwards. Work on our raw materials, add values to them. Then let it be that it is what you don't have, you make for exchange, you know, to balance the economy. There must be trade, whether it's by barter or by currency. There must be trade, whether at the local market, national market, and the international market. So that is how it is. We must invest in education. Let us know, you know, the composition of what we have and how we must utilize them. And also talking about monitoring. You understand? It is the duty of like the legislative arm to check what the executive is doing. So if there can be a way, each of these arms gets their funding from the constitution, not passing through the executive, I think that would be another way that this monitoring will be more effective. You understand? Because it becomes like an appendage of the executive, even to the judiciary. Just not too long, we are told that judges should not be taking gifts so that it does not corrupt them. You understand? Because if what they decide, who
pays the piper, they take.
You understand, is coming from only the executive, you know, they'll be able to, that will influence their judgment in court. Then for the legislator, that will influence their oversight. You know, we cannot be keeping moving around circles, circumnavigating and think we are going far. You know, you come to where you started from, you go over again, you come to where you started from, and those around their journey, they are heading on. So that is how it is. Let's invest in education, then monitoring and evaluation, very important. Because if you do not know where you are coming from and know where you are now, it's difficult for you to dictate where you are going.
So when you say monitoring, you're saying that it's the role of the international organizations to actually monitor?
Even if they have business, because no nation is an island of its own.
Okay.
You understand? Whether they are doing well to my own perception before now or not, you know, let them involve, like my brother said, let's involve religious leaders. Those some can also be corrupted.
Of course, but I was going to say,
yes,
religious leaders are even.
We understand that. So by the time media takes it up, we'll be able to know what is happening.
But the whole according to him is transparency.
Transparency. Mm-hmm. Let the journalists put it up. Let us know what is coming in. Then who is it on his table now? Let us know. Then where is it going from there? Because look, ITV, thank God for what ITV is doing, even with all your sisters program and all that. How we are able to even call, you know, while on program, we call a sitting chairman, called DPO, called the state commissioner of police, you know, to give accounts of what they are doing. This makes for check. It's not just what the legislators are doing that we don't see. Let us hear from them live.
Could that be the reason Mr. Kingsley called us the third?
You are even not doing more, you know. They say we are the fourth.
No, they call them the fourth. But in my own explanation, I will rewrite the economic history and call them the third arm of government. Because one arm is already missing. It's not an arm anyway, it's an extension of one of the arms. So they are the third arm. On my own,
you think we'll fill the vacuum?
To a large extent,
you have. You are acting
because we are actually flattered, and
you don't have a flatter. It's obvious. You know, you are able to make people know what is happening. You know, give people space to air their opinion, to voice their grievances. You know, you are now doing the job that we expect the legislature to do. That's what you're doing. Okay. I'm not speaking about any legislation in Nigeria because it's like the same trend all over. Yeah. When you have an assembly that is at variance with that we have in River State, it's always volatile. There's always one institution where the assembly will say yes. And our late Archbishop, the Patricia, will say, if you have people around you at the yes type, you know you are finished.
The Bible says, all men say well of you.
Yes, you are not safe.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley. Well, it's still flip side on independent television. Now, this is our final break on the show. When we return, we are going to be, piecing things up and just, find a way to make sense of all of this conversation, especially focusing on the solution part of the conversation. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is the final lap of Flip Side for today, and I still have Mr. Kingsley Ikeke and of course Deacon Matthew Ehorobo right in the building with me. Now, finally, I would like us to begin to examine the way out of this problem, because so far it seems like we've been focusing on the problems and so let's begin to profess solutions in the best way that we can. Now, let me ask you this, Mr. Kingsley. What reforms do you think are needed to make international organizations more effective in Africa?
The one first thing I said when I was talking was that we need your arm. In trying to get ready for this program, something struck me. I remember that when you say cleaner air or using a greenhouse emission, whatever, there used to be compensations. I forgot, but when I was trying to, when I got right through, I felt there used to be, so I checked. There are funds. What I said, education is one of the key. Journalism is another key. That people should be aware. For instance, if Edo State, for instance, now decides to change all the transportation vehicle into electric cars or into solar vehicles, they can do a proposal, a calculation of the level of emission that comes out of these vehicles on a daily basis, and the benefit of bringing in vehicles that don't use fossil fuel. The fossil fuel are the one that comes from petroleum. And those vehicles that don't use fossil fuel, they tend to be more friendly to the environment, and they make the environment healthier. They also help to check climate or global warming, because most of these vehicles that we use, or machinery that we use what we call carbon dioxide, which forms carbon 4 eventually. And that carbon 4 has a way of trapping heat. And when it traps it, you have what called the heating of the atmosphere, or called global warming. The other ones that deplete the ozone layer. The point I'm going to is this: if we are aware that there are funds, there are even concessionary loans. When they know that you are trying to make the environment healthier, they give it to you with almost zero interest. So you cannot implement those transportation, like we talk about CNG, that the emission rate is far minimal than the regular diesel or fuel. So you can have a calculation and make requests, and you are giving even funds outside the loans. You are giving. So we need enlightenment. That's why I say you are very key to this matter. We need education. We should be enlightened. We are ahead. I think there's a university that is using solar cacao. Yes. So that does not use any. Does not pollute the environment. It makes the environment healthier for all of us to live in. If they are covering a very large population and they could calculate what they have removed by virtue of this new introduction, they are compensated. People should go and investigate. Most of these things are hidden, they are buried. Because the awareness is not there. People are not aware. Even when we are aware of most entertainment, Wizkid is coming, Davido is in town, Rema is in the stadium, everywhere is jam-packed. Those ones that brings benefit to life. We don't emphasize them, and we don't reward them accordingly, and that keeps us in the dark. And once you're in the dark, you know, after a while, you begin to see.
Okay.
And what you see is not the real thing. What you are seeing is virtual.
Virtual.
So we need education. We need you guys to step up your games. Investigative journalism, very, very important. The case in question, which they are still battling with the chief of staff and the one whatever, and that person's agency was captured in the budget. Somebody raised the eyebrow. This agency is in the budget. Now they are investigating. Only God knows the truth of the matter. But the point is that somebody looked into it when they're trying to deny the existence. The fact that same body was captured in the national budget and money was assigned. So who was supposed to do an oversight? Who assigned people to the agency? So many questions get unanswered.
Okay. You have something to conclude quickly.
To add to that, I want our politicians to know that, I keep saying this over and over, your political party will come and go. What remains is your identity. First, you are a Nigerian, or you are an African, and that is your identity in the global community. You understand? That is your DNA, your deoxyribonucleic acid. It works in you, and that is what you transfer to the next generation. 4 years will come and go, 8 years will come and go, but what you make out of it, the value of your economy, it remains. So they say he that lives in a glass house does not throw stone. You know, if you want Nigeria to take her pride of place in the community of nations, know that it is beyond your political party. So let us stop patronizing those that help us carry ballot box during the election. Stop, look for technocrats, those that are professional in that field. You know, like you imagine a medical doctor who walk all his way through the school, you know, blocking lecturers and all that. That's when you see the number of deaths, you know, coming from surgeries and all of that. You know, but if you know your onion, you know what you are made. The last time we had in the immediate past doctors, president of all that, he's a Nigerian, even an Edoman. World Trade Organization, he's a Nigerian. That is the chairman there. So we have brains here. Let us know to add value to our resources. We may be well read, know all the theory, but if you do not have product to offer and service to tag to your identity, you keep living a consumption life, and your imports, your balance of payment will keep you know, displacing, you know, at the international community. So what is necessary is that it is beyond your political party. You understand? It is beyond your tenure. Patronize professionalism and be transparent in your dealing. You understand? It is, but they say having food and raiment, be content. It is not food or money or a car or a house our leaders are now still looking for. They have all of that. So let them be content with what they have.
In a nutshell, they should strive to make impact.
Make impact, positive impact, such that when you travel out, it will be respected that this is a Nigerian. Right. Your passport, you know, will be given the honor it deserves.
It's okay. Thank you very much. I'm taking Matthew Hirobo, entrepreneur and, of course, public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for being on the show.
It's nice being here.
And, of course, the erudite Kingsley Ikeke. He's actually a clergyman, but it's actually amazing how much he knows about Nigeria and, of course, international affairs. Thanks so much for being on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's been Flipside on independent television, and it's been a very interesting conversation. It's also an ongoing one because it never ends here. There's so much more to say. But I guess that is where our leaders come in. That is where the stakeholders come in. Okay? It's not just enough to talk here. All right? We expect that action is taken. And of course, the needful is done. It's been an amazing conversation indeed. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome. This is This Morning on ITV. I am Anuluwapo Stevens, your host right here on the show in our Benin studio, and I have Harry Agboje on this table as well. Good morning, Harry.
Beautiful morning to you, Anu. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So many things to talk about today on the show, and we also have our colleagues joining in Lagos and Abuja during the course of the show. But let's quickly wrap minds around this. I saw an interesting conversation I thought to share regarding the Senate demanding the halt of rehabilitation and reintegration of bandits and terrorists into the society. Now, the Senate has asked the federal government to suspend the rehabilitation and reintegration program for Boko Haram members, while urging security agencies to intensify efforts to arrest and persecute terrorists and other criminal elements responsible for attacks across the country. Harry, what do you make out of this? Well, what was your first reaction when you heard the news?
First things first, the first thing that came to my mind was, where have they been all along? And why did it take them so long to, come to the realization of the fact that it doesn't make sense? As a matter of fact, it reminds me of what, because I was actually going through the speech, and I saw the part where the senator representing the Edo North Senatorial District, former governor, Senator Adams Oshiomhole, said that it doesn't make the whole process, the whole system of rehabilitating terrorists and bandits doesn't make common sense. And the first thing that came to my mind was, what exactly is he insinuating? Is he saying that his principle isn't making common sense? But that's a matter for another day. But you see, it's been a long time coming, like I said. And, I've said times without number on this platform that it doesn't make an iota of sense rehabilitating someone who, has been orientated to go about killing people and unleashing mayhem on people. It is a non-fact the world over that you don't rehabilitate. In fact, you don't even negotiate with terrorists. Okay, so how do we get to the point where, we are not just giving terrorists, in fact, terrorists should have no place at the negotiating table. Right. Now we've gotten to a point where we are rehabilitating them, and then how do we even, what are the parameters for measuring repentance? So how are you sure they've repented? If you understand the process that it takes for these guys to become terrorists, if you understand the psychological, the indoctrination, the psychological process that they have to go through to become terrorists, then you will know that it is near impossible for them to be truly repentant.
Right, that's the thing. Another big question is, can someone be truly repentant?
Yes.
So let's say you're an addict or you smoke a lot. For Harry, I don't know if you do you get to smoke, but let's say just say an addict of smoking. And then we hear cases of how a person have to struggle to leave their addiction. And for you now to call out a Boko Haram or a terrorist repentant.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because smoking in itself is terrible enough. It's a very serious addiction. So if something as serious as smoking can be so hard to break free from, you can imagine how hard terrorism and banditry would be.
Now let's bring our colleagues in Lagos and Abuja. Good morning, Lagos. How is Lagos today? Patricia, how are you?
Good morning, Anu. Lagos is beautiful, raining as always, but we are there. When you were talking about the terrorists, Harry said something and that made me to laugh. I just was in the studio alone and I started laughing, trust me. But anyway, I just want to say one word about that. Way to go. That's the way to go. I mean, like Harry said, why did it take them so long to decide on this? That is just the way to go. Adams Oshomole said it doesn't make common sense. That's what made me to laugh. Really, it really doesn't make common sense. It is a way to go. It took them so long, but thank God they got to this point. It's a way to go.
Now let me ask you this question. So one would wonder where all of the supporters of this program have been all along. And one of their claim is the fact that rehabilitating them or reintegrating them back into the society helps reduce them returning back to violence. How would you react to that?
No, that's not true. They are going to be giving information to those of them that are still in there. That's the bottom line. That's the truth. There's no way they could become that clean that they won't communicate with their members who are still out there causing harm to the government, to the country. So for me, they cannot be that clean. They will always. Some of them could come out clean. Actually, let's not give 100% conclusion, but we will still have the bad eggs amongst them who always take back information to their people in wherever their hideout is.
Okay, well, as we get to leave this conversation here, Harry, yesterday the Defense Minister, Christopher Musa, was actually on the street of social media trending because of an interesting statement that he made. He says, no more waiting, right? Shoot them. Basically, shoot at sites. Now, the Defense Minister is urging troops to engage bandits and terrorists without delay. But this is not the first time we're hearing and seeing, voices like this or information like this coming out from security chiefs. What do you make out of this?
Well, I totally agree with him. I think we've gone past the point where we make efforts to capture them. And of course, that's exactly what leads to the whole conversation about rehabilitation and the reintegration. Because if you do not capture them, you wouldn't even, start talking of rehabilitating them. But when you shoot at sight, let them go and reconcile with their maker. Now, like you rightly said, this is not the first time we're seeing something of this nature. Okay, we're used to the government coming out to say, not just government agencies as well, coming out to say, well, let's give stiffer penalties for these crimes and these atrocities. But I think right from time, we've never really lacked in policy making, in our opinion. I think the problem has always been the lack of willpower to do the needful. And the sincerity of purpose, because I would like to believe that the government is not sincere enough, and because it wasn't.
Why do you say that?
I would say that because of something a past president once said, that if insecurity lingers for more than 48 hours, then the government knows something about it.
Sani Abacha.
I didn't want to mention it, but thanks for filling me in. But basically, that's what I'm saying. Right. I feel like we've come to that point where we need to start intensifying measures to put an end, to stamp out insecurity totally. Because I think the reason the Senate is beginning to wake up is because it's no longer business as usual. Because back then it was as though the mayhem was being unleashed on the common man. But now it's beginning to hit home, and they're feeling more threatened than concerned. So I feel like it's a wake-up call, and the earlier we really start clamping down on them for real, the better for us all.
Absolutely. Patricia, they say that security is everybody's business at this point, but really how business-like it is for, an average Nigerian. I'd love to get your thoughts on what we just talked about regarding shoot at sight from the Defense Minister, and also what we would be enjoying from your place today in Lagos.
Okay, Anu, thank you so much. Shoot at sight, we've always heard that from past governments and even this present government. If it will be implemented, that could help curb this menace going around as kidnapping, terrorism, and all of that. If it will be implemented, we've always heard shoot at sight, and we never see it happen. We just hope this will be implemented this time around. And from Lagos, we'll be looking at two topics. We'll be taking a look at the allegation from the former governor of Borno State, Sheriff, who accuses Peter Obi for pursuing Nigerians' division because he says Peter Obi is an IPOB. So we're going to be taking a look at that later on today. And we'll also try to take a look at the federal agency. The president has ordered a comprehensive probe. And, you know, like we said the other day, the father of Prince was arrested. But this morning I saw a video flying around where Prince called the very dark man and, you know, says he wants to turn into, take his evidence to the police later on by today or thereabout. He's ready to give the police and the EFCC and whoever agencies that is concerned all the documentations that he has. So he's ready to turn himself in. So we'll be taking a look at that later on.
Conversation, and I'm currently wrapping my head around why Prince Adewale Adeniyi would actually involve a very dark man in a very critical and serious situation, a conversation like this. But anyway, we'll leave everything to the Senate, the federal government, the ICPC to do the needful regarding that story. Back here in Edo State, Nigeria, we'll turn our attention over to the youth, which according to statistics makes more of the population in Nigeria. And the big question really is, ahead of the 2027 general election, what's the role of young people in leadership? And also we'll turn our attention over to the NYSC reform. A couple of days ago, we saw the Minister of Youth and Development actually at a sister station where he said so many things and helped break down what really the reform is all about 53 years after. Is this the right time or not? We'll have amazing guests join us today on the show. We'll have Comrade Fidelis, former National Organization Secretary, YCON, and we'll also have Maleke Idowu join us in the studio this morning. Well, joining virtually, we have Oliberos Oshomar Esquire join us to talk more about this and more. There's a whole lot more to talk about on the show, but we really take a short break. And when we return, we'll move over to the front pages of the newspaper. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. You're on to This Morning on ITV, and we turn our attention now to national dailies on the show today. We'll start off with The Punch newspaper, leading with a bold headline that says 2027 elections, 6 legal hurdles before INEC. Well, wondering what that is about, pick up a copy of The Punch newspaper this morning. On page 22 of the Punch newspaper, it says, rising prices threaten Nigeria's poverty reduction gains. Who is speaking? The International Monetary Fund, IMF. Constituency projects, alleged funding suspension throws representatives into rowdy session on page 12. We'll talk some more about this on TMI Socials this morning. Harry.
Absolutely, and let's now focus on the Daily Times newspaper. And the Daily Times newspaper is leading with a screamer that says, budget funding, Abbas blocks attempt to summon Tinubu, insists House must follow approved motion. Budget funding, Abbas blocks attempts to summon Tinubu, insists House must follow approved motion. And then above the masthead there, aviation crisis looms as ANAP threatens shutdown over mountain debts. And next to that, how NNPC's $20 billion gas deals failed to deliver 2 million BPD oil production target. And then still on the Daily Times newspaper this morning, insurgency, don't wait for orders. Musa reissues shoot-on-sight order to troops. Just like you made mention of a moment ago. Right. And then court awards 10 million naira against EFCC for defaming ex-Power Minister Ogunloye. I think that's pretty much it on the Daily Times newspaper this morning.
Now the First Daily newspaper is up next to the First Daily newspaper, leading with, no more waiting, shoot them. Who's speaking? Defense Minister orders troops to engage bandit terrorists without delay. Obi, I may not be alive before 2027, alleges threats, intimidation. House erupts as lawmakers clash over move to summon Tinubu. Representative joins Senate demand for end to repentant terrorist rehabilitation. PFIPC Senate blocks fresh probe of 1.3 billion naira budget allocation. CBN warns against rejection of 100 naira notes. Representatives move to crush 2.23 trillion naira kidnap ransom network. Well, outside Nigeria, Trump declares Iran ceasefire over after fresh strikes. Well, still on the front page of the First Daily newspaper this morning, we have a picture of the newly graduated Nigerian Army recruits stand in formation during their personnel parade at the depot right there in Ebonyi State. And the event happened yesterday. Well, congratulations to them. OpenAI launches next generation GPT-5.6 models. Well, that's all on the First Daily. But Harry, I want us to react to this interesting comment from Peter Obi. It says he might not be alive ahead of the 2027. He might not be alive before the 2027 election. Now he's alleging intimidation and harassment and a whole lot of that and threats. What do you think is playing out here?
Well, politics is a dirty game, like some presidents have said, times without number. And before you decide to dabble into politics, you should have dotted the I's and crossed the T's. So I really would like to believe that he counted the cost before actually embarking on this. And having said that, this actually does bring mixed feelings. Right. Okay, because we understand that there is a, should I call it, so much hostility towards the opposition in Nigeria, in Nigerian politics. And we understand how desperate and extreme some politicians can be, especially when it comes to presidency. So I wouldn't really know how substantial his claims are. But at the same time, I think it's a cause for worry, and it's for the security agents to actually start paying attention to what exactly is going on, and of course doing the necessary investigation just to ensure that he's actually not at risk.
But then again, there are those who would say, with the kind of candidature of Peter Obi, of course we know how he has a large followership,
Absolutely.
Especially online, and with the young persons, there are those who just feel he's the messiah that want to come save Nigeria. Now, with him coming out to make such statement, interestingly, we'll have it on TMI Socials this morning, says a lot. Don't you think, on the other hand, he's just trying to play with the emotion of a lot of Nigerians?
That's exactly why I said it comes with mixed feelings, because there are lots of sentiments surrounding matters of this nature. Like you said, he has a messianic persona, and a whole lot of Nigerians and young people particularly see him as the savior that we've been waiting for, that we've been looking for. So perhaps, just like you said, he's probably just trying to appeal to the emotion of the vast majority of Nigerians out there who are looking for someone to liberate them from the status quo. But who knows, it could go either way. All right, let's move over to the next paper, which happens to be the Punch newspaper. And the Punch newspaper is leading with this headline that says 2027 elections. 6 legal hurdles before INEC.
Right.
6 legal hurdles before INEC, and that's on page 2.
We've touched on the Punch newspaper.
Okay, yeah, I think we have actually.
Let's see if we can do the Guardian.
Okay, let's see. The Guardian newspaper. All right, take that.
The Guardian newspaper.
Just go ahead
okay,
and take
cause of time, it's leading with this major headline that says legal distractions, intimidation weaken opposition 2027 contest on page 6. PFIPC probes divides National Assembly as ADC Atiku insists on independent inquiry. Away from that, Senate 6 15-year jail term, asset forfeiture for fake drug dealers. And finally, on the front page of the Guardian newspaper this morning, ex-policemen reject PENCOM's option B to protest poor welfare. Well, that's all time we permit us take this morning on the newspaper review. Do well to pick up any of the national dailies to stay abreast with what is going on currently in Nigeria and also around the world. Now we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to our first discuss of today. Please stay. Welcome back. As we look ahead to 2027, one question stands out. What is the role of young people, especially in electionary period and also in leadership in Nigeria? What role will young people play in shaping the future of leadership in this country? Across our communities and our nation, youth are driving innovation, influencing public discourse, and contributing to positive change. Now, their voices, ideas, and actions have the potential to shape a stronger future. Now, today on the show, we explore the opportunities, responsibilities, and impact the young people have in leadership, governance, and nation building. Well, joining us to do all of this and more on the show is Maleke Idowu, entertainer and political analyst. Good morning.
Good morning, you're welcome.
I heard my colleague calling you Kupa Maleke. Kupa Maleke. Okay, welcome on board.
You're welcome.
And I also have Comrade Fidelis, former National Secretary YCON. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, now let me start with you, Comrade Fidelis. So as we look ahead to the 2027, what do you think is actually the role of the younger generation ahead of the election?
Well, the younger generation has a very significant role to play when it comes to youth and election-related activities. Today we are talking about, when we talk about young people, first I would like to lay this background to say that young people are people between the ages of 14 to 35. But within the election context is between 18 and 35. Those are the people we are looking at now.
14 to 35, but we hear some 50-year-old folks say they're still young and, you know, Gen Zs, if I'm to put it that way.
Yes, young people, we are looking at documentation, we are looking at the youth policy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and what we have there. But having said that, the young people have a major role to play because they form the highest percentage of voters in our country. So because of that, the activities of the 2027 election is largely on young people because they have the energy, they have all it takes, they are in charge of social media, they have a voice, they are organized, they can stand any weather to push whatever narrative they want to push through. So young people have a very significant role to play in these 2027 elections. Chief among them is, if you are very conversant with what is happening, and you can see that there are so many agitation here and there, and these are being fronted by young people. So young people are in the center of our 2027 election, whatever it will be. Whether this election is going to be successful, whether it's going to give the right result to what it will be, is likely going to be on young people.
Okay. Now let me move my next question to you, Maleke. What have you observed over time, the attitude, the character, and the way young people actually operate in Nigeria? What have you observed? Do you think young persons are even ready to be in leadership? And those who are currently in the system, how would you rate them? How well have they performed?
To me, calling for the young people or the ones that have been there or the ones that are eager to be there, I will use the word, we are not really ready.
We're not ready
to occupy that space.
Why do you say
it
that?
might be tagged young people, but the mindset is not really that young mindset of a thing, because they are on a drive of, should I use the word negativity, or anything comes, anything that is trending, anything that is there, without even say, okay, let me, cross-check, go deeper. You just pick the surface, and that is what we are saying. That is why when you go to the social media now, you see insults to elderly ones, throwing the government have failed, this and that, and you don't have you don't have that space to participate, or you are not committed to yourself. Majority of them don't even know. You know, I was telling some set of people when insulting the president or the governor, I said, calm down. Do you know your councillor? I know the vote, I know the count. One. Do you know your House of Assembly member, your constituency? I know the one. You don't even know those ones that are closer to you. Okay, somebody is representing you. You don't even have a say. Then you just move, pam, to the top based on what is trending. Minnesota, Mr. President is the. We are not really ready, because the mindset of the younger generation now is not all about, I want to go into politics. It's all about, I want to trend the way it is. Okay, they are still in there, let me go there. You can see young people doing disastrous when it comes to, some of them are in government. Yeah, but are they making an impact? 90% I would say no. But at the same time, we need to encourage them to go into that same system, because the picture they are looking is that all politicians are thief, are criminal. But have you made up your mind to go into that system to correct the wrong? All right. You know, at times they are not constructive in what they say. They just come up, thank God, the formation of character law, then they get power now. Okay. So we pick some and replace some.
Now this might sound like you're holding brief for the powers that be, but don't you think that these young people have a legit reason to be, angry, and of course to hold the government accountable for their actions? Because it might seem like their annoyance is misplaced, and from what the picture you've painted, it's a case of misplaced priority, where they are busy chasing trends rather than actually making impact. You said some of them that are even in governance are not even making any meaningful change. Yeah. Don't you think there is a basis for their anger?
To me, if you say there is a basis for their anger, you will not take it. It's just like the parables of the elderly ones. They'll say, not be the way water take hungry you, now you take drink, you go choke. So your anger at times, you need to construct it. When it comes to the way you deliver your statements, your points, and this is not right, this is good, but you will not just come out because Mr. A and Mr. B, and some of the leaders are encouraging these guys to the wrong side. Take it or leave it, because once upon a time you will be privileged to serve under a leader.
Okay, so are you reading political undertones to this? Are you saying that the opposition are the ones using these guys to
not opposition, even ruling parties at times, they have this people around them. They bring your, we get our soldiers, let's go. You have been used, and at the same time, you are not seeing it from, okay, let me correct this. No one is bold enough. Poverty, they said, is a disease. No one is bold enough to look at his leader to say, leader, this is what you do, so go well. They bring this money for development now. Suppose no one, because of hunger. The fear, inferiority complex. If I do this now, I will lose this opportunity. This small place right for shop, anything leader talk, I will follow. That is why I'm still going, kicking against. I'm one of the fighters right now against leaders say, is killing the system. On and on. That is why some of our young ones don't have base. Because leaders say you are a worshiper to that person because it's your political leader. If his aims is off you, you are gone. No, you can still stand that right.
All right, quickly, I know my colleague actually has another question for you, but you made mention of the hunger factor, which I personally think is one of the cankerworms into it that has eaten so deep into the fabrics of the society. Who is responsible for the hunger in question? I think that's something that needs to be addressed. Isn't it the incumbent? Isn't it the powers that be? Because it looks like a deliberate attempt to impoverish the people just so they can be subservient to them. What do you think?
Yeah, some will say we have a system that failed. Some will say, oh, they are working on the system. Some will say to build is not an easy thing. To destroy comes like, pam, it goes. I will say you and me, the government and you and me are responsible for that shit.
How so?
Yeah, because once upon a time they will say, when it's not there, it's not there.
If you didn't do it,
But if you didn't do, you can create something to make it do.
Okay.
The lapses of everybody just govern us. Let's go there and steal. Let's go there. You see a system man that is not working, all he's doing is telling you, bro, I want to invest for Senator, I want to invest for House of Assembly. But the concept there is you are going there to tap, not to affect the other ones. Okay. So to me, I would say the basis of hunger, make I go that area. that the younger ones are seeing it like, okay, they want to use hunger finish us. They are not giving us any platform to, you know, exhibit our talent or express ourselves or what we have. You know, the system is corrupt. The system is, nobody will come here and tell you the system is going well.
Right.
Yeah, nobody, anybody that does that, no. The system, yeah, I'm an APC man, I'm a party man. So I will tell you there are lapses. But it's just like when you fall, the ability for you to stand, that's what matters. Okay. There is a fallen house, then these people are building, or the government of the day are building. Now, a leader cannot do it all. That is why I'm still saying it about, you know, the ones, the circle around you matters a lot. Matters a lot. When you are getting it right, at times those people, you get with a TD, bring a common, do a small, no worry, I'll tell Oga. Those things, you know, who are doing this? Is it not me and you? Okay. Now the government are the elderly ones. No, right. It's between me and you.
Now let me move back to you, Comrade Fidelix. A lot of things have been said on the table, but I feel we even missed out on the big point, because a couple of months ago, we saw the EFCC boss coming out to talk about how expensive it is to even acquire nomination form, how much they spent during primaries and all. And then we're talking about young persons who are aged between 18 to 35. And then I hear 30 million naira to what 100 million naira, as the case may be, for the presidency seat. Now, don't you think the system on its own is actually working against young individuals to even participate in governance? Oftentimes, for as long as I can remember, since I was 2 years old, I've heard we are the leaders of tomorrow. And then I wonder when the tomorrow will come. Comrade.
First, let me say that, you know, you have made a very select point in this issue. I want to first draw a strength from what my brother Ayo said. Right. You see, when we talk about young people, we talk about hunger. It's not a thing to downplay, because the role of hunger play in the life of an individual is a very serious issue. You know, a hungry man is an angry man. And when you are hungry, you can do anything for whatever reason. Absolutely. Why is there hunger in the land? Who is the architect of this hunger? Has it ever been like this? Where did we suddenly get to where we are now? I remember when we were in primary school, remember people, we had the governor in this state, then Abu Salih. Do we have hungers at that time? So even when we said military, you know, military rule, you know, it wasn't favorable to the people, was there hunger as it is today? So the system is designed in a way that young people will not have a space. Like you just rightly mentioned now. We all know that to buy, if you know, to acquire, how do you raise 100 million for a fund as a young person between 18 and 30 if you do not have a family weight? So if you check, discover that people who are within the political space at the moment are people who are family weight, not those who actually have been able to labor. You know, okay, now you want to contest to be a governor. You know what it is to acquire to get the fund. Fund is not just even the issue. Mobilization, paying of agents, and how many agents are you able to employ within the electoral system to, you know, to get your result and every other thing. So politics today in Nigeria is so expensive. I keep telling people, whatever forum I find myself to say it, it is not a business for, it's not a cheap business. So when you spend so much money in a system that politics have become so very expensive, the first question you ask yourself before you start to invest 10,000 into a business, you can ask yourself, what do I intend to benefit? What do I intend to gain?
Right, you said it's not a cheap business. Is politics a business? Should it even be business-sized, if there's a word like that? Because you are voted to serve the people, not to go there and make money.
Go to define. You know, I use the word business in the larger, you know, in the holistic terms, because even what we are doing here now is business. Trying to sensitize the people, it's a very serious business. But what we are saying is that, yes, first and foremost, if we ask these seats to be voluntary, are you sure people will come out the way it is today? What is the primary goal? Is the primary goal actually towards service? Is it actually towards serving the people? Or is just towards how much I can make, how rich will I become after this process? So if you check whether I would like it or not, today's system do not suggest that politics is a cheap. It's not cheap. Right. It's not cheap. There's no two ways about that. Because first and foremost, the young people we are talking about, we are looking at people between 18 and 30. Right. No matter how fast you are with your academics, maybe you are too fast at 21, you are out of university. in a country where there's unemployment, in a country where the system is so difficult for one person to accept. Now you even find in political parties, they say, okay, women have some certain, if you are contesting as a woman, you are not expected to pay XYZ for your phone. Has that been stepped down for young people? The answer is no. So that is why you discover that young people at the moment, they are purely in the business of voting.
Right. And
they are not yet in the business of being. You know what I was saying last week, Monday night? I said it. Because the political system is so toxic at the moment that the refined young people who would have been able to participate are afraid to be part of it. They are afraid to be part of it. For instance, now you see somebody who is a young person within that age space. What are they? They are focusing on their private business. They are focusing on their private life. I am not scared to talk story because I have been involved in youth development.
All right.
I've been involved since 1997. I've been involved in youth development. I have had the opportunity to have served various capacity, and I had the opportunity to have engaged young people, and I had the opportunity to have been personally involved.
Okay.
So I speak with facts.
All right. Thank you very much, Comrade Fidelis. I saw.
I just wanted to correct something. Yes, I disagree with that aspect of though it is expensive. Young people, being in politics and all of those. I would disagree with that because I believe to change any community, it takes unity. So that, therefore, if the youth, disunity has come to stay in the mindset of the youth. Greed has taken its own place.
That has come to stay.
Yes.
Are you saying that there's no tendency of us ever putting our differences aside and acting as a unified force?
No, we're talking about the greed side of it.
Okay.
Just let it be me. And letting it be you, you need the help of this and XYZ. If you call for 100 million, says the former, what have you, what takes 500, 1,000? Hey bro, let's put us together. This guy will represent us. Are you aware that same guy might get to that place and turn around to follow that same guy?
So corruption is a problem.
It's rolling within our veins.
But you also would say that it even started from the older generation.
If what? Sorry?
The corruption you're talking about, it started from the older generation. It didn't even start from the younger folks.
It's a thing that is in the inside. If you said it started from the generation, they gave birth to it. And it's still producing, we are still producing the same corruption because it's a system whereby it is in our vein. You don't say that younger ones, they can't go into politics because it's expensive. The unity is not just there. Because I remember during the time of Labour, though, I have one of our friends, he was a comrade in Delta State. He's a comrade to date. But he don't change the pattern. Because it's a man that will come out and everybody like, I stand with you. Immediately the government of the day calls him, hey, the XYZ, they used his nest in command, hey, blah, 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 blah. The guy, they came to his house one day and he said, oh, but I don't want to suffer, all these guys suffer, my papa suffer, more than your day. Like, swap. So you're saying, even if you are giving this same youth or whatever I want to represent, say, go there and represent, they will flip it up. Before you know where, I've never seen a situation whereby your own guy at the tail end, where you defeat knock a door, where you defeat say how far. Those are the kind of people we need that you can bounce into their house to say, hey, then they complain for street, say, see. That guy will cut you off. Don't correct him.
Because he is now in a privileged position.
Bam! That share, I don't know what is going. I've been privileged to rule, sir, with all due respect. Then I can't, I'm not a record keeper. But if you trace my history, I don't do my politics on TV, online, you won't see me do, but let's go to the field. Let's go to the street. I know how to sit you down and tell you the truth, and you will see it. I'm not that crowd chaser. Hey, I'm making a point, and you know. I will give you reality. CRCB, triumph.
Okay, now what you said so far borders so much on youth mobilization. I understand that you were once in government, right?
Yes.
I think you were an SSA, if I'm not mistaken.
SSA Executive Director.
So what impact would you say you made in your own time, especially as regards? No, it's just a harmless question. Okay, what impact would you say you made in your own time, especially as regards mobilizing the youth to be more politically aware and conscious, and of course being very active in the political system?
If you cannot speak to power, as a human being, first you are gone, and secondly, if you are lying on that mat of privilege, now here they for shop my food. If I talk, they don't come out to me. You will be a slave till eternity. Okay, then when I was an SSA, way back, I'm talking about 12, 13 years ago, when I was an SSA, At the same time, the youth look up to me when it comes to entertainment and generally, just name it, when it comes to acting and all of those things. And I was an SSA. Some silly things were not right. Though in the closed door, I normally talk to my governor. I say, Alpha, you cannot employ me and I don't have access to you. You employ me like I did there last. No, Alpha, look, leave the The day they came to bubble me, already rumor don't go, they don't scatter my name. This, you know, when you are in politics, you have challenges. You might be your next month, I don't want you to be there. Somebody came to this station when I was an SSA, came to ITV to say, my old friend, still in the industry, I see the dash money. No, my location should not be there. All of the wrong statements. See, today I see they play with her. Not promote anything for my body because the truth is there. Now, these same people took to the streets, blackmailed me. I did X, Y, Z. I followed them. They called me, move. I moved. So my governor saw me, and I was attacking my governor. And I like, the Senate president was in Benin that time, during the time of Shomole. That was the day we blocked the gate. And he saw me like, that's my employee. What is going on? Just like your person who you employ, and I did work for him. Whoa. He came there, Malik. I said, no, they're angry. And I sit down there because I did receive salary. Oh, God, you go answer. Okay, tell them to leave. With anger, he left. Because it's a governor that listed. He came back after I dropped the Senate president and this David Mark then and said, okay, what happened? And I played the cassette, blah, blah. These people came to blackmail me. They came to betray me. These are my close pals. They came to report me, and they buggered me at the same time. Do you know after that incident, there was an answer? It's just like when the devil plan evil for you, they change up. Immediately, they promote me to executive director.
Amazing.
Inside the crisis.
Okay.
But one, I was brought to power to say, see how it is. If you want to sack me, sack me. Okay.
Right. Now, let me move back to you, Comrade Fidelis, as we leave the conversation here. What can young people do now to ensure that they are better leaders, they are better than the ones that we have currently? Because over time we've had clamor for, I know during the former administration of Muhammadu Buhari, we had the Not Too Young to Rule bill being signed, right? So what can we do to be better off as the leaders of tomorrow? And when will the tomorrow come?
Well, for me, I think young people have the capacity to take the stage very seriously. But the challenge that we have, like I keep saying, that we have a faith family, which is also part of our major challenge in whatever we do. Because by the purpose of God, you know, with the work I do, I work as a marriage and a family counselor. So I discovered that we have a great departure from moral standard to whatever it is, where the society where money drives the day. Because it still boils down to the fact that the system has been provided enough. Right. You know, my brother made some few remarks. You see, when you are an independent man, you can I have no reason to sack me. I do my things. I have never worked for government. I work for myself and I make my money personally. So you don't have that kind of a control value. So I can talk to you when I choose to talk to you. Chief among them is that we have had.
But do you think that will change if you ever became answerable to?
By the purpose of God, like I said, I don't know the best way to put it, so I don't look as if I'm singing the praise of myself. Okay. But if you go to areas where I've said, they will tell you, they say, he may not know me very well. He can ask his brother, Comrade Solomon Ijoba. They will tell you, I am one person, I believe in. Do things well.
So I'm not trying to stop you. I think you need to upgrade to possess the other side of politics. Now you are independent. You can do whatever you do. You can say whatever you want to say because you are independent. So how can you get into the system now without you? I'll
still be able to do
it. Because the system will want to break you. But say it the way it is.
That is what I'm saying. Okay. Because I said, in areas where I've had the opportunity to serve, I have served meritoriously, and people who know me, that's why I just brought in your brother, because he can ask. When I serve, we are not, in areas where I've had positions, it's not that we haven't had government influence. I have been involved in, we were having one election, they brought somebody and said, oh, this one's for governor's interest. I said, how? In this state? We fought that battle, and we defeated that person. That's because we just felt, as no people could do one thing. But what I'm saying is that there's a family failure of raising good moral children. And that is also affecting what is happening now.
Okay.
So if we must be able to really speak truth to power, then there needs to be a kind of a paradigm shift from where we are now, raising children of high moral standard who believe that they can make changes wherever they find themselves.
Okay.
Because if we cannot achieve that, like he has already alluded to, it will become a story of the fact that everybody is in a hurry to go and pinch from the cake. And when everybody is in a hurry to go and pinch from the cake, the country will be on a standstill. Okay. Where we are. So we must raise a new generation that will begin to look at things differently. But unfortunately, it's not that we don't have them now. Part of the challenge that I discover, people who want to look at it genuinely, majority of them hardly find their way, because it's like a game of you cannot beat them, you join them. Everybody is moving this way. You are a minority moving towards what is right.
Okay.
The society is not to pay attention to that.
Okay, I'd also love to get a final thought from you, Malike, just before we move over to the other conversation. There's this usual and popular saying that we are the leaders of tomorrow. Now, the big question is, when will tomorrow even come? Now, we have a new generation coming on board. We have the Gen Z, and we're moving forward. We also have the Gen Beta. I hear my children that were born last year and this year are also forming the Gen Beta. So when will that tomorrow come?
Me and you might not experience that tomorrow.
No, I will experience it too.
No, it's a fact. I'm telling you the fact. This generation is something else now. The one that is coming,
right?
Allah Maradiba. The one that is called Agalaf.
They don't even give a hoot about anything.
They don't send your papa. The one that is coming out.
So are you saying that in a positive sense or in a negative sense?
It's a negative one.
But don't you think that's the kind of energy that we need in politics? Because we see the likes of Wike, and we see how dogged he is, right? And then you said the one that is coming don't even give a damn about you. Don't you think that's the kind of energy we need in politics?
Have you ever been poor to that level that everybody around you is the cause of your problem? Try that. No, don't try that. I don't wish.
No, may I not be poor to that extent?
I'm just trying to dive you to this perspective that seeing Wike being who he is now, go back to his history. The loyalty was 100. Now he's holding it. That is why I said the blood, he there inside. The calm guy you come to now to say, I'm a comrade, I will do this. Let me let something out from the boss. Once upon a time, my comrade told me, he said, let me fight for people for this country. I was once an NLC, blah, blah, blah. I was once a vocal member when it comes to...
we all witnessed that,
I was once a this, that. He says, see me, the people I was fighting then, now they are dead, now they walk with you. But I'm still trying to make a point. But even those that believe in me before, it was just complaining. They are not saying it. But I'm making a point. It's a gradual process. You cannot come to a man that you see from the other side that is on top. You say, you are a madman. No, you tell him you are a madman gently. Before you know, you grip as a Ghana English you speak. Okay. You cannot say the way you used to say.
Finally, I know you are wrapping up now, but would you also say that defines you? Because once upon a time you were the voice of the masses, the voice of the youth.
Yes.
Now you are in governance.
Yes.
So do you think anything has changed?
Am I not still talking? Not coming on here to say what I'm saying. No, I'm still talking today. Go to the street, ask question.
Right.
Malike, I will still tell you. Okay. But I'm constructive. You know the problem we're having, a lot of this youth want to make a difference. But you're not constructive in your statement. You just come, insult, so that is why you see some that say deformation of character. But before, who should be, now only you, now you go answer when you read. I've seen whereby a situation, now we, as a check, I'm a victim of this shit. Why I'm saying it, I remember the NSAS thing. I came out now. Because I was not in government of the Baseki. People say like, I be the Emeka. No, I say no. Many people see they were not in the government. Why they not come? They give up. Like, I beg you, government come. Every the one way you fair do, they not go come fight for you. But this is me. I'm coming. I'm just trying to round up. Like, I came out and I did what I did. Commissioner of Police then, I've forgotten his name. Malike helped me. Everything was going fine. Till an attack came from the same youth from Ogbe, which we all know him. We will call his name to the government of the day. The dead body there, a guy that was standing close to me, I call him from Ogun, say, "Mo go." Instantly, they get him down. Fellow youth, because the government decided to use the other side of the game. Now I took this corpse down to, maybe you say for TV where I hold up, They say now Uzu. I can't. What they call that grass cutter meat? Uzu. Antelope. They say now I carry. I took him down to government house. I lay him there. Say government. No. I called the deputy governor. You know, you are your boy. I called the crowd was there. Now look at the funny side of it. Yeah, the government are looking at you. This is my friend in government that we used to play together because he don't do another side. And he used to know me saying that's why I be. Okay, no, we go. They try to iron it, blah, blah, blah. First attack again is from the corps elder brother. That's a barrister. I'm talking about NSAS here that just 3-4 years ago. There, before the guy like Maleke, yes, I don't know how it happens. The guy knock on they say live on a family matter. Okay, fine, let's go. Before you know, they went to go and bust the prison. Do you know they rule everything on me? Saying I make control because the crowd there in the ring road, if I say here, they go. If I say here, in a manner that I'm trying to calm them, even when I was not in power or in government, I was still calming them that, okay, not the government will do this. Now me, I used to be police. All right. Look, we caution the police. But last, I was being left alone. They invited me in IG's office and I looked, that Oshobe, what would you do that time? We have group. Oshobe, hey, I shout Oshobe, I look back. Bro, I was alone. So with that motivate you or prompt you to say you want to stand, those are the things we need to look at. The Benin call it akungbe, when there's disunity. Which akungbe
means unity.
Yes. When there's disunity among these same youths, they know how to throw it. Then we are gone.
Okay, well, so much has been said on the show this morning, but it's even a lot more to talk about today on the show, but we really need to have a conversation here. It's an unending one, and we hope that moving towards the 2027 general election and also in politics and governance, youth would be given a fair share to have their voices and do the needful towards building a better Nigeria for all of us to be. Now, don't go anywhere, because when we return, we'll take our attention down to NYSC reforms and more. Please stay. You hear NYSC, what's the first thing that comes to your head? Well, for a lot of persons, it's the khaki uniform. For a lot of persons, it's that anthem, under the sun or in the rain, with dedication and selflessness, Nigeria we stand. Me trying to remember how it was sung during that period. But anyway, the federal government newly approved reform of the National Youth Service Corps splits orientation camp into 3 distinct phases, introduces 11 specialized career streams that corps member will select at registration. Now, according to details provided by the Special Advisor to the President on Policy Coordination, Hadiza Bala Usman, the Federal Executive Council approved the comprehensive overhaul of the 53-year-old scheme, with the Minister of Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, describing it as the first holistic review of NYSC since it was established in 1973. Now, my guests are pretty much here in the studio. Maleke Idowu, an entertainer, and also Comrade Fidelis right here on the show. But I'd love to start with you, Maleke. Now, you are pretty much grounded on social media. There was this comment that a lot of young persons reacted to as regards the uniform, which I, for one, was looking forward to, when the minister said, although perhaps he had a buffer, but he first of all said that the uniform is going to be changed to Adire, and a lot of persons, you know, reacted to it. So what was your reaction to that? Right, the NYSC uniform.
We don't have a minister of youth.
We do have a minister of
youth.
No,
we don't. You have, we don't have.
Why do you say that?
Because it's not brought to power. You can't say it the way it is. Is uniform the problem of the day? There are some certain things you just have to deviate from. There are some, look, I understand with you, comrade. There is a lot of discouragement. That is why they want that disunity to remain within the youth. And some of us, the youth, say, sense not still day. Because we are privileged to get 1,000 naira, we don't switch immediately. They make the noise like cloud chasing, immediately they just tap the small. Not thinking there is a future. Now you are talking about Adire or Sheji. Is that the problem of the day? Me, I cannot go in details of all of this. It's my friend, though. But at times I do throw it to him and say, bro, Blase, you know, they do something. He say, no, Malik, we are working. I say, I know. Not be to come social media, they vocal. there are some things you do. You could just be pronounced. It be like rice, sorry, Gary. You not get somebody now. It is cement pass everything for road, for market. There are some, I tried, you know, at times when you want to talk to power, you play Naka. You play Naka. So to me, I will say, I'm not trying to say, I will use the word opportunist. Because there are a lot of them that got into the power, like, okay, because it's this and that and this and this. At the same time, if you are scared about your position, I know you need to support the government of the day. I can study from my master, Comrade Adam and Leo Shomole. You can see what he's doing in the Senate House. Is he not in APC? Is he not a member of the House? But still condemns to the true meter, bam. But he's still trying to make a difference. There is a man that can look into the president's house and say, hey, no, or God, this one, no, he no go. But still, now those kind of people, now the house go gang up, boom, to move you out. So when my minister is not able to do the needful, and we all know the needful, in terms of you are the youth minister, it's not, I'm not saying it. The signs are not there.
Okay.
Is it the boss with one time they said about, what is change NYSC, this, how is their living? You serve?
Yes, I did.
Okay, me not serve. You serve?
Definitely.
Bam, but I go to school. But how is their living doing? Those that you call the NYC, you want to change shirt, you change belly, you change future. What about me leaving that camp now? I don't finish everything. What is the benefit for me to say, okay, I serve my country and I want to work? You see why some of those people take their children abroad to do everything abroad. When they don't reach time to share, they bring and come back and say, then I can pay for it. Instantly. Power speak, because the disunity, if that NYC, all the camp put together, say, tell us what is happening. Not be the president. This is my problem. There's somebody that is heading that department. Down to local government and what have you. Take it around the all sector or in politics, in governance. When you are privileged to be employed or whatever, you are in charge of whatever. Make that same difference. I will not go to the president and be shouting. Majority of them say, Tinubu don't finish also, all that for NYSC. No, there is a minister holding. They put somebody there. When you give that person heat,
right,
he will pass the message.
Now, let me get your take on this, Comrade Fidelis. What was that first thing you actually, held on to when you had the information regarding a major overhaul 53 years after? Now, there are those who would actually say that NYSC has overstayed its welcome here in Nigeria. Do you think so?
Well, first I must give this present administration that, I must say kudos to that decision to bring this on reform into the NYSC. Because I have personally, over the years, have said that this program is not productive. With what they are saying, my only concern, I'm very much in agreement with the new policy, trying to say that yes, within the space you are in camp, you should have a skill, because that is what it should be now in this country. Because everybody has to be, entrepreneurship now has even moved into the secondary level of education. My daughter in her school, they are doing entrepreneurship, even at JS1 level. And I think that area of the policy for me, very okay. The minister has been off and on in terms of the uniform. At the point he said, no, that was not what he meant, so that it to be looked into. But that is not, for me, if the program they are designing for the scheme to work, if it will be holistically handled, get people, seasoned trainers to train people in this area of skills, not politicizing them, not a whitewash kind of a program. People come to camp within the period of 2 weeks. What skill can you learn within 2 weeks that will be effective in this part of the world? We all know what this to learn a skill. I have a skill. Even when I left secondary school, my first thing I did was skill before I find my way back to the university. So I know what it is, and that skill is what is holding me today. Even for that skill, perhaps I would have been either out of Benin or in the village now, joining my crew to do some other menial job. So what I'm trying to say is that the program is robust, but government need power to ensure that what they are proposing in this reform is implemented.
All right. Now, Maleki said something that borders on misplaced priority.
Yes.
He said that the uniform thing is totally unnecessary and, there are more pressing issues.
Yes.
Now, do you think that because you sound like you're giving them a vote of confidence, especially as regards skills acquisition.
Yes.
Don't you see other misplaced priorities in the scheme, as to speak?
Good. Of course, that is what I'm saying. I still maintain the fact that with this scheme they are proposing. Because this scheme has been there. It's not just something we're talking about over 50 years scheme. There are so many lapses already. You see, somebody who went through school for a period of 4, some for 6 years, as the case may be 5 years, and then is the living condition of these people, is there anything to write home about? Do we even have a suitable accommodation for somebody who have actually went to the university to say, yes, this is a camp? We have not seen the state of the camp within and outside the Edo State. We are not seeing in other states. This really, what kind of food they provide during this camp? The question is that,
it's a good thing you asked that, because we've seen very disturbing videos of the kind of the low quality food.
Yes, because the challenge is that the government is not providing money. No, money was provided. It's still the corruption that we're talking about. Somebody is giving 5,000 naira to prepare a pot of soup for 200 people. How will it work? So these are the challenges that they are still there tomorrow. So the scheme has been there. That is why I said, why I thank government for trying to, revisit the scheme. What will happen to these schemes that they are proposing? That is where I don't want to preempt the fact that it will not see the light of the day as it has always been. I want to be optimistic. I want to be positive. To say, okay, you are putting a reform, go on, fine.
Okay.
Let the reform be delivered.
Now, back to you, Maleke. Aside these skills, I feel like you need to stay alive, you need to be healthy, you need to be safe to even learn all of the skills that we're talking about. Now, as regards the state of the camp, I think the best camp we have in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken, is the one in Yola, Adamawa State, which I actually went to. But aside that, the safety of corps members, the welfare package of corps members. Now, these are the things a lot of persons want to hear. I listened to the Minister of Youth at the sister station. With regards to the Alawi, he never mentioned anything about it. And for most young people, that's all of their concern. That's what they want to hear. Are you increasing the monies or not? What about our safety at the camp? What do you make out of everything?
That was the point I was trying to bring out, that the reform or what have you, whatever uniform, I translate that to uniform. Don't also cloth for me. Tell me what is on board. I have a daughter in Bensidausa University. I know what they pay for school fees. She's going to a 500 level from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I have close to 13 of them. Just imagine I spare these children, okay, to go to school. You know what I tell parents at times, when they tap from this, leave that skill acquisition where this man, they say, you won't come do. Teach your child some handwork. As far as you are in this country, if we pay you abroad, we pay you within. Teach them. All my kids, the most sound, I know say that sound pass, is they even learn shoemaker join.
Well, isn't the skill acquisition program still part of teaching them?
Baba, I don't go school for 5 years, 4 years. Now you want to teach me skill acquisition. Okay. You know what I will get small skill. You throw the light, no problem. If you want, we are smart enough in 1 week. Nigeria is just tell us say the motor pass here. They will elaborate on it. See how the motor table. That is how smart we are. Then now we are talking about the younger generation. Let me reflect back to Comrade when you said the younger generation, not privileged and all of this thing. One is privileged now. Are you aware that some of this younger generation, when they put for power, the older ones even better pass them. The older ones get conscience. Do you see that younger one will come not to? Yes, okay, you said something about, okay, maybe you are giving 5,000 to treat, okay, one of this corps member, blah, blah, blah. You know, see this younger generation, feel they given a 1K. No conscience to say, okay, take 1K or your own, give them 4K. They will rubbish it down. So the pains out there is in the eyes of everybody, not be the one where you come say you do skill. The major thing is, what is the future ahead?
Okay, so catching them young is what you're advocating for?
Not just catching them young, even if you do, remember I said something before now. This corruption, don't they come? It they veil. Not to say any young one you catch now, you know where they go. The young one, you using the privilege to say, make I groom this one. You know, it's an inbuild. What we need to do now is not treatment, not gradual process. If you like HIV, you treat and you don't go die.
Right.
That is what we need to do now, so that we can accommodate this movement when we come to the younger generation, say youth is not given a privilege. We are given a privilege. It's just for us to stand in unity. We are too disunited.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Mr. Fidelis, Comrade Fidelis rather, pardon me. There is a school of thought that is kicking against the National Youth Service Corps in its entirety. They believe it has, outlived its usefulness, it has overstayed its welcome, and, it is high time that we discarded it. What do you make of that? Some people are saying that there should be another scheme entirely. Now, there are also questions as regards corps members traveling, interstate. And of course, I had a very close friend that had an accident. Of course, we know accidents happen every time. Of course, that's the argument. Oh, it could happen anywhere. But this guy actually had an accident on his way to camp or to his place of assignment, and he was deformed for life. Okay, and a lot of things have happened to people. Corps members traveling, and of course, getting involved in terrible situations. Now, accident is part of it. Banditry is another thing, a recent one, whereby you're not even sure you can get to your destination without being apprehended, or without being abducted by kidnappers. So, do you think that argument makes sense?
Well, the issue is not even the scheme. It's the willpower to do what is right. Whether you scrap it, you bring in a new scheme. Will the new scheme be different from the old scheme? That's the fundamental question. Because if government have the willpower to ensure that the scheme hasn't really been, from the very beginning, the scheme was not supposed to be a bad idea. Okay, you are born in Benin, at those stages, perhaps you have not had the opportunity to travel to Lagos, go and do your youth service program in Lagos. You spend 1 year there trying to have this bridge between, cultural bridge. You are able to move to another state, learn what they do there, so that we can all live together as one people and the community. That was ordinarily what it ought to be. So the issue of, we still come back to some of the areas where we are lacking in the scheme generally. A young man who has just finished school and is moving, what is the health insurance for the scheme that is going into? You don't have one. So that's why when you talk about accident, the young man just lost his life. Nobody is going to talk about. In fact, it's not even known. Okay. It's not even heard of. Nobody even know whether he had an accident. So I think scheme like this should not have a health insurance. Right. There are some other things, innovation that I think can be brought into the scheme. But the truth of the matter is that because the way the scheme now leads people to live more difficult life, that is why I was now saying, okay, if you are situated by the scheme, give them startup, let them see what they can make of themselves. If you fail, you have failed yourself. Let it not be said that Nigeria made effort. People got a scholarship to go to school. Okay. They didn't travel to go and
right. No. Right. We really need to, because of the time, but there's a lot of things to talk about, and it's an ongoing conversation. But just before we go, Maleke, I know you're an entertainer. Yeah, we're going to. And we're about to go to another place. We're going to Abuja, perhaps. Oh, yes. Right. Definitely, that's the point. But I would love you to just, mesmerize us by singing, especially to the young folks, on that particular message you want to pass.
Yeah, to me, it's all about unity.
No, I want you to sing, actually.
Sing?
Yes.
Sing your message.
Pass your message through singing, through your voice. Let's feel you this morning.
Which kind of problem is that?
So
in English, they speak so.
Okay, freestyle.
I'm politics with this one now. Which one be freestyle? All right. Young folks, I call on you today. Anyhow you be, make you see I'm from afar come. They say the system corrupts, and we are trying to sponsor them by our strength. Young folks, look at the future today. Anytime you see yourself in a position, try to make that difference. Oh, power may come to talk so you around. Oh, be bold enough to speak to power. Young folks, unity can bring us together, but when them see the problem, them try to disunite. Hey, young folks,
Ready, that's the Kuma
we come together today.
Thank you so much. Kumaleke, right?
Kupaleke.
You want to Paleke?
Okay, great. Anyway, so on that note, that we wrap up the show right here. Thank you so much to all of our amazing guests. We had ended speaking to Maleke Idowu, an entertainer and political analyst here on the show. And also, I must say a big thank you to Comrade Fidelis, former National Secretary, YCON. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time. Now, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to Abuja studio for more on the show.
All right, welcome back. It's still This Morning on ITV, and we're still right here in our Benin studio. Now, we're moving over to a different conversation entirely, and that's something that has to do with xenophobia. Ex-Reign Senate's call for retaliatory measures against South Africa. Now, in recent time, there have been talks about too much, should I call it persecution of Nigerians living in South Africa, and that has been generating lots of controversies lately, and there have been talks about Nigerians retaliating. Of course, we know that the senator representing Edo North Senatorial District in the Senate, Comrade Adams Oshomole, calling for retaliatory measures against South Africa. Now, I have joining me on the show in our Abuja studio, actually, Dr. Peter Adomi. And of course, together we're going to be x-raying this topic. Xenophobia, Ex-Reign Senate's call for retaliatory measures against South Africa. Beautiful morning to you, Dr. Peter.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me this wet morning in Abuja.
Oh, it's actually wet in Abuja. All right, it's good to have you on the show. Now, let's begin, Doctor. What do you make of this policy? Do you think it's something that will even see the light of day?
Yeah, thank you very much. I do not think that it's something that is good for our international relationship. First and foremost, it is too bad that Nigerians are being stigmatized, targeted, and killed in South Africa, especially when we look at our African brotherhood, relationship, and all that. But I'm slightly looking at the issue from a different angle. In the first place, we should be able to ask ourselves, where did it all start? And how did it go that it has gone so bad that at this point we are having the rough edge of the relationship? So for me, calling for retaliatory measures, fine. But what kind of retaliatory measure are we looking for? When you are operating at par with any country, then you can begin to talk about retaliatory measures. But here we are, even the South Africa that is an African country, we are not operating at par. Nigeria is not doing much in terms of business, in terms of investment as a country in South Africa. So at the end of the day, you discover that we really don't have much that we can put on the table if we are going to embark on these retaliatory measures. Rather, I would want to see it differently. There are, well-known international relations standards that can be employed. I'm one of those who probably would have expected that by now the Nigerian ambassador in South Africa will have been, recalled to come and brief the president on what is going on in South Africa. We are just hearing bits and pieces of the information. We don't have an official position, official briefing of what exactly is happening between Nigeria and South Africa. So to that extent, I think the call is a little bit too early. Rather, the call should be to the president to do the needful. Call home the Nigerian ambassador. Let him come and brief the president, maybe by extension brief the parliament on what is actually happening. Nigerians' lives cannot just be wasted in foreign land, and then we carry on as if it's business as usual. So to that extent, I think that it is not about what is a retaliatory measure. Our measure should be based on constructive international standard that everybody knows.
Dr. Peter, you just said that Nigeria doesn't have what it takes, to, should I say, carry out retaliatory measures against South Africa? You said we are not at par. What exactly do you mean by that? Are you saying that we do not have the mechanisms that we need, to retaliate against South Africa? Are you saying that we do not have enough South Africans living in Nigeria as we have as we have Nigerians living in South Africa for us to be able to, really retaliate?
Yeah, you just, took the answer a little bit. How many South Africans are living in Nigeria? Very, very, very small numbers. So small that they don't even appear in the data. If 90% of South Africans you will find in Nigeria are here officially. But you go to South Africa, Nigerians that are there, 90% of Nigerians that are there informally. So if we are going to say, oh, we want to take retaliatory measures, imagine that Nigerians want to behave like South Africans. We go on the street to say, let South Africa, go away. We will not find them. We will not find them. And if we talk about South African businesses in Nigeria, boy, the South African businesses in Nigeria are established as part of the Nigerian economy. So if you hurt them, you are hurting the Nigerian economy. Too bad that situation is another subject altogether. But yeah, as a nation that is always thinking of foreign investment, I will not be surprised if very soon we will be calling on some other smaller countries to come and invest in Nigeria, because Nigerians will not invest in Nigeria. Otherwise, critical sectors like the communications would not have been taken over entirely by South Africa. And so if you want to retaliate, to start with, you can't get South Africans to kill or to pursue and say go back to your country. Secondly, the retaliatory measures you are going to put in place, how are you sure that they are not going to turn around to hurt Nigerians themselves? So at the end of the day, we need to do a thorough assessment of the situation and know how exactly we can respond to this. It's not something that we just wake up, like it happened some other time ago when we say, oh, South African xenophobia. In Lagos, they went destroying shops, ShopRite, and destroying communications. Who is losing with that? It is Nigeria that loses. It is Nigerians that are working there that will be thrown out of their jobs. So for me, there is no capacity to say, let us retaliate. You can only retaliate if you know that what you are going to do will hurt the other person. But now, what you are going to do, 70 to 80% will turn around to hurt you, then it is important that you tread carefully. So that's the way I look at it.
Let's go back to what you made mention of earlier ago, talking about recalling the Nigerian ambassador in South Africa. What diplomatic effect do you think that's going to have? What far-reaching diplomatic consequences do you think that will have on Nigeria?
Well, to start with, I think it is an international standard that when you have an issue with another country, the first thing you should do is to recall your representative there to come and tell you what is happening on the ground, not to begin to pick up news and information from social media. In this case, the Nigerian ambassador in South Africa, if he has been doing his job well, should be in a position to tell the president what what I will call a real-time information, real-time data, you know, so that we will know exactly what the issue is. Not to walk in the dark. So if the Nigerian ambassador is not the one briefing the president, the information may not be that credible. So for me, we need that foster. Why are we having an ambassador there if he's not going to be in a position to brief the president? Or why are we spending money running an embassy in a country where our citizens in the country, the number is not even known? We don't have accurate data of who is there and why is there. For instance, it is a common knowledge that there is hardly any university in South Africa that does not have at least a Nigerian in its academic staff. So, is the attacks affecting those ones? And we know also that several, if not, health services, facilities in South Africa. You go there, you will find at least a Nigerian doctor or a Nigerian nurse, a Nigerian, medical staff. Are they also targeted? The answer, we don't know. So these are areas where the ambassador should be giving us information so that what we are doing and what we are targeting, not just a blanket, blind response. So that is my take on that.
Consider this a blind response. Now, some persons have been calling for dialogue, okay, in some quarters, saying that that is the ultimate solution to the problem. Now, do you think we've exhausted that option? Do you think we've come to a point where dialogue isn't working anymore, and it might lead to a situation whereby both countries will call back the ambassadors from the other side of the divide?
Well, if we are dialoguing, who are we dialoguing with? And what will be the subject matter? What are we discussing? The situation on ground is that ordinary African folks, street people, citizens, are saying Nigerians have come to take their jobs, so Nigerians should go. What are you dialoguing about that? Are you dialoguing to say, let my people stay there and take your jobs? Or are you dialoguing to say, okay, let's share it? I once asked these questions. When Nigeria was supporting South African freedom fight and struggle, did we tell them that we were coming to colonize their country? Or were we supporting them because we wanted to have their country as another state in Nigeria? The answers are no. They are a sovereign country. We helped them, yes. We supported them during their time of struggle, yes. We cannot just take that on its face value and say, for that reason, we can go there and do whatever we like. So I don't see the need for dialogue. What we need to do probably is ask ourselves, do the needful. Have a statistics of Nigerians in South Africa. What are they doing there? Come to think about it. Don't you think that what is happening in South Africa is a wake-up call? It's a wake-up call to say, did we fight Donald Trump when he said we should go back to our shithole countries to go and fix them? Did we fight? So if other people are
Dr. Peter Adomi right there, and still this morning on ITV. We shall be going on a very important break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still TMI. And I still have Dr. Peter Adomi right here with me. Now, Dr. Peter, let's examine the role of the AU, the African Union, in all of this. Do you think they've done enough in mediating between Nigeria and South Africa? Because when issues of this nature come up sometimes, it is the AU's responsibility to, mediate and to ensure that it doesn't escalate. Do you think the AU has done enough in trying to resolve these little conflicts before it becomes a bigger one?
To the best of my knowledge, Nigeria has not approached the AU yet that we have a conflict with South Africa. And if we do, what will be our conflict? You see, if you follow the trend of events, you realize that the South African government had played very carefully along in this matter. Their citizens are asking questions. They are saying something. And the government have never come out to say, oh, ladies and gentlemen, what you are saying is wrong, it's not acceptable. Rather, the people set a date when Nigerians must leave. And even the South African government respected that date. It has a volume. So for me, AU is not yet, mediating in anything because there's nothing that has been brought to their table. That being said, the African unity that we're about, don't forget that every African country, and I say this very carefully, every African country is tied to the apron string of one master somewhere, where their policies are being weighed and analyzed before they take it. So if Nigeria and Africa have an issue and they are being teleguided to say take it or don't take it, at the end of the day you discover that we will be talking at different frequencies. So for me, AU does not have an issue in this yet. Like I said, what Nigeria needs to do is set the practice right. At best, if we must respond to this as the giant of Africa that we are, the best thing we should be doing, part of it is what we are doing already. Nigerians that are there, that are willing to come back home, evacuate them, which government is doing already. Fine. The next thing that we should be doing, like I said earlier, is have a holistic analysis of what really went wrong, what happened, and then profile solution. I think the National Assembly should be able to sit down, set up a broad committee to holistically review this issue and say, this is what happened to Nigerians, and this is what we think should be approached. Not for us to say, we want to retaliate. I think that is playing to the gallery. It's like what I used to witness in Lagos, many years back. I don't know if it still happens now, where you will be having an argument with somebody, and the person is running around the whole place, shouting and say, I will fight you today, I will kill you, I will bend you, I will do this, I will do that. He spends all his energy doing that. He has not been able to come to you to come and actually, embark on the fight. So I think that's what Nigeria is doing. Rather than saying we want to retaliate, ask yourself, where is this problem coming from? How do I deal with it? Rather than calling AU, calling it, because at the end of the day, those are ventures that will not lead us anywhere. What should lead us somewhere is what is the reason why young Nigerians, including older ones that are joining them now, to want to go abroad or go to other countries and go and do all manner of menial jobs, or even jobs that are so demeaning that even the slaves in the slave era were not subjected to that. We willingly carry ourselves to go and do it in the name of I outside the country. So that is the way I see it.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Peter, security analyst, for your amazing contribution to the conversation. We hope to have you some other time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's been TMI on Independent Television, and we shall be going on another break, after which we will be joining our Lagos studio. Please stay tuned.
Welcome back. This is the continuation of This Morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. I'm Patricia Uremu Gabriels. It's a Thursday morning, beautiful Thursday morning. The rains are beginning to at least give us a breathing space so that we can actually go about our duties without stressing over the rain. This morning, I have in the house my co-anchor. You know, I'm always excited when I'm sitting with him. He is Dr. Victor Ohai. Doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
It's a cold morning, a great departure from the humidity that Lagos is noted for. So it's a good day.
Okay, so we also promised you we're going to be bringing back Chief Godi Ofose. Chief Godi Ofose is the editor-in-chief, the Industry newspaper. I'm always also very excited when I have him because he shakes the table, he makes the discussion quite interesting. Chief Godi, you're welcome to the program.
Good morning, Patricia. Good morning, Doctor. It's nice to be here once again. About shaking the table, I do not know.
He speaks the truth, and you know, but the truth, most times, we don't want to hear the truth. Yes. So it's always shaking the table because he actually speaks the truth. And also, I want to thank him specially because I made him to be able to come here. He had a lot of things lined up this morning, but we pulled him here. Thank you so much, Chief Godi, for coming.
National issue over any other thing.
Thank you.
We have to build this country together.
We do have to. Thank you so much. Doctor, we're going to be talking about two special topics this morning. Two special topics. So the first one we're going to be looking at is the alleged Biafra agenda by the former governor of Borno State, Sheriff, accusing Peter Obi of pursuing the agenda of dividing Nigeria. That's what we're going to be looking at. That's our first topic this morning. So I'm leaving that to you, Doctor.
There's a video, I wish we could play it. I don't know if it's ready, but Boko Haram started under Ali Modu. And I find it laughable when all he has to say about Peter Obi is that he's not condemning Biafra, he's not condemning Biafra. And so I'd like to ask you, so first of all, is Biafra still alive, or is this something that anybody should be accused of? Whether must you open your mouth and say you are condemning? I don't know how many Jews, German presidents, every time they get into power or anybody condemn Germany because of the Holocaust. Is this something that is mandated? Is that what truly, how do I put it now? Is that what shows your patriotism? Is that what shows you, the fact that you can be a leader for the whole of Nigeria?
All right, Doctor.
Is that a yardstick? That's what I think what share with you in the case.
Thank you, Doctor. Once again, I feel we as a people, we have lost our direction. As people of Nigeria, we have lost our directions. Why do I say that? Because first and foremost, if we are sitting down here discussing the statement made by Ali Modu Sheriff, that means we have lost our directions. Just like, pardon me to say this, there are some people in this life that you have to say a lot of things in your family that you barely give an attention to. And I think Ali Modu Sheriff fall within that bracket, okay? Well, for the sake of the discussion, I would say that first of all, we are giving Ali Modu Sheriff, who had died politically, right? Who had died politically. another resurrection, let me use that word, into prominence, into political discourse. This is a man, the last time we heard from him was when he had a fight with Wike in the PDP, when Wike brought him to rescue PDP, and he wanted to take the PDP from Wike. Maybe we forgot. I mean, that was the last time we heard from him. And that was in the early hours of Buhari's administration, when PDP was on the brakes.
Yeah.
Right? So, and this is the same man that the national discussion now, if you do a bit of a survey, if you do a bit of data analysis, you find out that the impression about Biafra, all right, in the Nigerian media space, and the mentions and impression and everything is quite insignificant compared to terrorism and banditry in the Up North. So this is a man who did not use the opportunity to say, I condemn the banditry, I condemn the killing in the North, I condemn the bombing in his own state, Borno State, I condemn the attack of the military apparatus in his own state. That is coming back to talk about an agitation that is incomatous. Now, if Peter Obi, I'm not supporting Peter Obi anyway, so I want to actually put the discussion in context. If Peter Obi is talking, not condemning, according to his use of choice of word, not condemning Biafra, all right? And that means that Peter Obi not condemning Biafra, tacitly supporting it. As Peter Obi,
and has a plan to divide the nation.
You see, these are the political, when we talked about people, and I hold federal government to account on all of this. I owe DSS to account on all of this. These are the divisive politics people play. And because it seems to be pandered towards the federal government, the support of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, nobody's saying anything about it. If this same man had come out to say that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, is not condemning banditry, would the DSS not call him to questions? So he came out, it resurrected him, he came out to attack key political oppositions members. He attacked Atiku, he attacked Peter Obi. And everybody seems very happy about it. And this is the same man who allegedly was said to have started Boko Haram. And he has also, in one of the, before I get here, he was reported in the Punch, I forget the date, that he said he wasn't the one that started, that his current vice president that started it.
Oh, interesting.
So in the end, he has always been here and there. He has not actually condemned the atrocity, the killing that is happening in the Nigerian today, the kidnapping that is happening in Nigeria today. By implication, that means for what he has said to Obi, is also supporting the Boko Haram.
Very, very interesting. You know, it's getting more interesting, Doctor. But I want to quickly ask you a question that is bothering me. Could this deepen regional and ethnic divisions?
That is exactly what is. That is the agenda in the first place. You know, it's coming to ensure that we brings back with the kind of things, the leadership, the hardship in the country. He has an agenda. He wants to take our discussion, our agitation for good governance, our agitation for making Nigeria a better place, our agitation for improving on our level of poverty, the hardship ordinary Nigerians are going through, into a political discussion. Very, very dangerous. And I think the security agents look into that. At the point like this, nobody needs any tribal sentiment statement like he has made that, oh, will not vote for Peter Obi. All right? Will not vote for Peter Obi. For instance, if Peter Obi has said the Southeast will not vote for anybody, the entire country would have been in turmoil. Right? Would have been in turmoil. So we have to encourage all the political actors to play down on ethnic rhetorics. We don't need it.
whatever, if it is going to get vote for your people, if it's going to make you more prominent, we should play it down. Why can't we follow the path of our little brother Rwanda? That you dare not play up ethnicity in whatever you are talking about. Why can't we do that if we really want to build this country? Why can't we do that? And you see very strong men coming out to make this kind of statement. Actually, it makes me wonder whether the security apparatus in this country really works. Maybe they want to accept, and we can see what is happening to El-Rufai for saying that the phone line of NSA was tapped, all right, and which do not, in essence, as not as aggravated as what the statement that Alu, because that statement alone could cause chaos in Nigeria. It could cause killing in Nigeria. People could start rising up and say, okay, if your leader is saying this, I don't want you in my place. You start seeing uprising. So we don't need all of those kind of statements. The country is tense enough. With the political situation, with the insecurity that we are facing right now, it's tense enough. A man who just came out after a long time has not mentioned anything about the school children that was kidnapped in Oyo.
In Oyo State, yeah.
A lot of people, a lot of school children that are in captivity in the bush. That when the rain falls, it falls on them. When the sun shines, it shines on them. He had never mentioned any of those things. And we are very comfortable about his statement, about what he's doing. And the national TV is giving him a platform to spew those things. To spew those things. So
target is not the word, but an easy pathway
to come back.
Political comeback.
Of course, Peter Obi has been a political poster boy since the last elections, all right, when the Obedience was formed and people started following organically. So he has a poster. So if you want to gain cheap relevance, first of all, shoot at him. All right, shoot at him. You get mentioned, clickbait. You see people talking about it. Perhaps if you had come out and talk about the usual thing, everybody would not listen to him. So I feel Peter Obi has become a political poster boy, where whoever that seek relevance would first of all throw a stone at him. So it's not far-fetched. We all know it. Because it's been a long time we have a politician who grew supporters organically. He has been a long time. The last time we had that was in the time of Awolowo. Not the last time. The last time was MKO. That even I wasn't even up to the voting age in this thing. So MKO, all right, that had organic. You go to the village, see people talking about MKO. That was the last time we had a politician in Nigeria who had organic followers, who do not need to spend money for people to shout on him, who do not need to spend money, who people love for what he stands for and what he has done and what he has shown. Because you must show workings for people. You must show workings for people to start seeing you as a leader that they can follow without inducement. But what we have today, before now, what we normally have, we are the leaders who coerce us, induce us, make us believe that, okay, because, I mean, hungry person, if you give him 10,000 naira today, if you sink your name, not knowing that, like my mother used to say, a child who has 20 egbang is a very prominent food in my place. That when he thinks that when he have that egbang, when he eats, he will eat it forever. He don't, not egbang. It's just close to that. So when you eat it, you know that when you get to 20 days that you have, the days will still continue. So these are the things that they have. That's why Nigerian politicians have found a way to weaponize poverty, to put all of us perpetually down.
I want to ask you a question. very soon the campaigns will start.
They are started.
But there's supposed to be
what? The post then have started.
They are not respecting.
No. The government in power at the state level, at the federal level, they have started campaign, and that's why you see billboards. What are the billboards for? When you put 2027, the campaign has started. The only people that have not started campaigning are the oppositions.
Okay, so how do you think parties could avoid this kind of comments during the campaigns? Because, like you said, the campaigns have started, and we're going to be seeing more of, Nigerians do that a lot. Nigerian politicians do that a lot. Instead of telling the citizens what they will do, they begin to, insult each other. How do you think parties will be able to avoid this come 2027?
Well, I believe that the first problem that we have is that we have strong men and weak institutions. And it's playing out. That's why if INEC says the campaign has not started, and a strong man says I have started, INEC cannot do anything. Especially if the strong man is in the governing ruling party, as it were. All right? Because the INEC does not control the police. They don't control the security, so they cannot send anybody to enforce the law. So where it's going to stop is by the time we start having strong institutions and weak men, like is happening. I don't like to use the America, because America just celebrated 250 years of democracy. All right? And we are still at the level of 62, 63, right? Since independent. We are not even talking about the democracy in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. Have we been doing democratic government from that time to this time? So when you consider our democracy is approximately perhaps not up to 25, okay, let's say not up to 35 years, because they have been broken over time by the military rules. All right? So I don't want to use America as an example in this case. But as other countries, even in Africa, all right, you could say, because the Rwanda democracy is modeled towards the Chinese democracy, as it were. All right. So even in other climes, we have to begin to see that we build an institution that can hold people to account. None of this big man, like I said, it's not just about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If Atiku find himself there tomorrow, he's going to still do the same thing. If he doesn't want to do it, his followers who are in government will tell him, this is what your predecessor did. Why can't you also do this? All right? So the solution to all of this is, first and foremost, build a strong institution across board. All right? Because if you build a strong institution, pardon me to jump into a topic that is coming. We won't have what Adeni did in Abuja. It won't happen. It won't happen anywhere, because there's going to be accountability. All right? So I don't even know who the chief of staff of the president of the United States is, because the chief of staff of the president in Nigeria is more popular than a governor. More powerful than a governor. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm sorry to jump into that, but I'm just trying to lay ground rules here for why we are where we are today. We are where we are today because our institutions are very weak. What the police sees can do, until a big man asks the police to do it, he will not do it. Okay. Until we cry and shout, and there is pressure on a big man. Do you know how long this thing has been happening? Only day before yesterday, Mr. President is just ordering here ICPC to prove, since something that happened since last year.
We're going to come to that later.
Like you said,
we're going to come to that later, Doctor.
But let me just ask this: Alimodu has made an allegation, and like you have pointed out, he has come to equity, but not with clean hands, because the very same thing he's accusing Peter Obi of is equally guilty of. We have not seen him openly condemn the terrorists and all that. On the other hand, we have seen smaller people make comments and they've been picked up like chickens, locked away, journalists, ordinary citizens. What this culture of impunity has continued. Why do you think that people can make statements like this and get away with it? When I say statements like this, I mean, he has made an allegation. Should Peter Obi get away with it? I'm just using it as an example. If it is true that he says he's supporting, with whether he has proof or not is a different matter. And he, like you have said, can be accused of fueling or incensing tribal whatever. And yet, and these are in the public space, on social media and all that, because this is also online. Should we continue to allow things like this to go on? If yes, why? If no, why?
Yes, I think we shouldn't. If Peter Obi, secession is a crime in Nigeria.
It is.
All right? That's a violent way of trying to move yourself away from being a part of this country. And the southeastern part of this country tried once, and since it tried once, I mean, it was during the military era that happened. So you can hardly see that now, because there are civilian governors, all right, who do not have the power. And as at that time, the entire Southeast was in one person's hand. Late General Ojukwu, as it were.
Colonel.
I think he was later promoted before he died.
Maybe, but I'm not aware.
Okay, Colonel, as it were. Okay. If Peter Obi is found to be supporting the secession agenda, the security agencies should do their job. All right, should do their job. People in the north, e.g., Gumi, Dr. Gumi,
yes,
who has been advocating and talking about the right of banditries and terrorists. I don't think that is not enough support. When, for instance, I'm caught in camera advocating for the rapist rights, asking people, government, to sit with the rapist and discuss, and so that they can stop raping. Please, I'm sorry to have used this analogy, because it's the idea of people killing people. It's also grievous, right?
Yes.
I think that is enough support, and I don't know why the security agencies have not called.
Some say it's untouchable.
Called him in.
You know, but we also heard it's untouchable.
You see, that's why I talk about. You see, when we continue to talk about it, I talk about weak institutions. All right, the current president, when he left office, he was prosecuted in the U.S. Nobody said he was untouchable. He was.
Who?
Trump, after the uprising.
Yeah.
All right. He was sentenced. So, in democracy that have strong institutions, there is no untouchable person. Everyone is equal before the law. You could be first among equal, because we give you that power as a people. But when it comes to being accountable, you must be accountable. You must be. So I feel even people like Ali Modu Sharif should be called in to ask them, how can we solve the problem of terrorism in Nigeria when it actually started in your government? Because Boko Haram started in Borno when he was a governor. It was started in Borno when he was a governor. And he did nothing about it. So I feel it's just an agenda. It's just a political agenda. It's just a way to move our mind, our discourse, our conversation away from what is happening right now. All right? There is a serious misgovernance issue in Nigeria today.
Okay, so do you think Peter Obi has the right to sue him?
Of course, if you are blackmailed, if you are libeled, all right, you have the right to sue. All right? He has the right to sue, but it's all political talk. I believe that Alumudu Sharif do not believe in what he said.
He just said it carelessly.
That is how politicians behave.
But is it good for the nation
That is what I'm saying.
Well,
is it good for the nation? What are the things that are put in place for such things to stop? Those things that are put in place for things like this to stop is weak. They cannot enforce it. They cannot enforce it. And I can tell you that...
Let me interrupt you.
Okay.
This person is in jail right now. What's his
El-Rufai.
name? No. The AA candidate, Shore.
Shore. No, he said he has been released.
Not released, maybe he's been bail.
He's on bail.
He's on bail. But they took him to court and they locked him up for days. What was the reason? Was it not? Is it which is more serious? What he said and what
was handling now?
And what we're hearing now?
You know, that's why I'm telling you that if Ali Modu Sharif had come to criticize the government and said all these things I say, maybe perhaps he would have picked up based on national security. All right? But because he's doing the work of the people in power, so he's on the track. And we cannot build a nation. I've always said it. We cannot build a nation like that. America did not build their democracy like that. Americans built their democracy. The guy who started it all believed that, look, if I'm to go for it for this country to be okay, let it be. People build.
To court, Peter Obi should go and clear his name. Let it be, since he's not in government, he should take it up with.
I think my conclusion should be the advice go to court sounds so pedestrian.
Okay.
And I think there must be a structure for accountability. Mr. Peter Obi shouldn't made to go to court for this kind of statement. No, for this kind of statement that Ali Modu Sharif made, he should be invited. That means you know something that security agencies.
Should be invited?
Modu Sharif should be invited because he has given so much. Because if you say somebody is supporting a secession, that means there is a serious security concern coming up. So you are aware of it. You cannot say you are saying that based on the fact that he has not condemned it. Because if you want to say that to you, you are guilty as well, that you have not condemned Boko Haram anywhere. You have not condemned killing in the north anywhere. So security agents, because that's what I'm saying. First and foremost, this is the case of national security. So they shouldn't make, it's not a civil case. So they shouldn't make Peter Obi to go to court. The security agencies should do their job. Invite Peter Obi first. Invite Ali Modu Sharif. Ask the basis of this accusation in the first place. And if they don't find a strong basis, the federal government can charge Ali Modu Sharif.
This government.
I am saying in a normal situation.
Okay.
So when you say somebody should go to, because this is not a civil case, somebody is saying that I was there when you stole a fridge or when you stole food from someone.
Okay, quickly, just like you said, so we can go on to the second topic. But before we go on to the second topic, do you think this will affect voters' perception coming 2027?
Ali Modu Sharif is highly insignificant in the Nigerian political space today. So what is that's why I started my statement with, we give too much attention to very relevant people.
Okay.
So it's not going to affect anything.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Chief, for handling that first topic. So, Doctor, we're going to the second topic.
Yeah.
It says fake federal agency. You had mentioned it, and you had leaked it out. President orders if probe.
Do you have a video?
Yeah, I think there's that we're starting with what the president said. I think that was yesterday. He said, "I have confidence on integrity of my chief of."
So where is the probe going to come from? So if you have absolute confidence, because we don't need to discuss it, then we want them to probe the present government, the escape, the Adeyemi. That's who you want them to probe. You see, these are the problem that we have when we talk about, okay, is the president who work for the. This is not the democracy you work for, please. In everywhere in the world, if you are in government and accused of something as little as not as the magnitude shouldn't even get to this point. No matter the confidence that the president has on you, you should step aside.
Okay, let me start by asking you. I know Doctor has a lot to ask, but let me start by asking you, how serious is this problem, the problem of fake federal agencies? How serious is this?
It's so serious that he has threatened the very fiber of this nation. How, first and foremost, there are a lot of legs on it. How our budgetary system is. The work of the people we voted from our places called Senator and House of Assembly, House of Rep. He has called to question the very fiber of our democracy. That if what happened today happened for, like in Egypt, there will be uprising. I'm not calling for it. I'm saying that the little thing that happened in the Arab Spring was not as big as this, was not as dangerous as what just happened.
Bread strike, just look for bread.
The crisis, the strike and the crisis that happened in Turkey was about bread. American can do whatever they can do if there is scarcity of egg. But I'm telling you that in the entire gamut of the presidency, from the executive to the judiciary to the National Assembly, that's legislature, we have a serious issue. That you are calling, for us to even call a fake agency who has a budget allocation. No, a fake agency has a budget allocation. Who defended that budget?
Signed.
Who did that? Let us not listen. Let us take this who the guy DG was. Let's take him out of the equation. That means if there was no even DG in that agency, today that agency will spend this money that we are talking about, 1.3 billion. Is it billion, Abi? Who will spend it? So, for a country that wants to do a probe, I'm a commissioner, somebody is a commissioner of police, and the son of the commissioner of police was caught in the web of human trafficking. All right? And the commissioner of police says, we have started investigation, but I trust my son.
And then you have put junior officers to try.
Listen, I'm saying, I'm giving this analogy for Nigerians to look at it. The commissioner of police has said, we are investigation, we have commenced investigation. However, I trust my son. I have absolute belief and trust of my son. He cannot do that.
You are appointing the people who will.
See, these are the things that we talked about. Nigerians are not stupid. It's not. I don't want to mention a country. We are not stupid. Okay. Listen, we may be following. I told you, because that is what poverty does to human psyche, to people. It takes away their dignity. Poverty takes away person's dignity, and makes you. It's not as if you call Malu brother, you know, we still chop the meat. You can still chop that is the poverty level I'm talking about. We know. But like I always tell people that, look, just give it a time. When the people, it's just like an ocean. You see, today, we have some feeling everywhere. My prayer is that let us not be any volcano eruption in part of the sea close to us. That is, everywhere look up. People are enjoying everywhere in the where there's some feel. I don't want to mention them so that people will not panic. They are living in those areas. Please, it is what they call graveyard peace. The day there is a volcanic eruption anywhere, in any sea, in any ocean close to us, may God not allow it to happen.
Amen.
So that's why I'm talking about people's quietness. Someday, I'm giving you an example. An average Nigerian can now deduce from what the president said. You have the American philosopher and poet Ralph Emerson said. Ralph Emerson said, "What you do speaks so loudly, I can't hear what you say." He has not even said it. He has already given him another appointment.
That's a chief of staff.
Chief of staff. So in every environment, UK resign. Not because of bad governance anyway, because he has lost the party, the party faith, the members of this party. All right, he has lost their confidence. He has lost their trust. He put his hand, he used his hand to resign. All right. So in a country like this, National Assembly is looking at Akpabio. House of Rep is looking at Abbas. They don't ask them to resign for this scandalous act first, before we even come to the presidency. Because if the Nigerians had asked the president to resign for this, the president will not be supporting chief of staff. He will sacrifice chief of staff first to save his own job. Because the job of the president is the job. The president thought he has his job. Don't think he has not done anything. Meanwhile, he was the one who took that budget to the National Assembly to present. That means we must have gone through it page by page with his aid and find out which one was wrong, which one was correct.
Okay, because of time, Doctor, I know you have some questions for our guest.
So, I just want to bring a few things to the fore. Adeyemi said he paid 400 billion, allegedly, to the chief of staff. I've not heard the chief of staff deny it. Maybe he has. You will tell us. To get that appointment. We have seen him in an office. I think they say that the federal secretariat also. I'm not so sure.
You see him taking pictures with the vice president.
Yes, with people in government and foreign dignitaries. He has received them by virtue of the position and the office. Somebody who would have been key to that investigation was murdered along the Abuja. Allegedly. Thank you. Allegedly murdered or killed or was involved in whatever it was.
A fire incident in a hotel.
Yes. Oh, was it in a hotel?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So a fire incident in a hotel. Okay, so, and why do you think Adeyemi came out? Do you think he came out because he feared for his life? Because of the way that guy died, other circumstances? One. Two, is the issue of bribing for power new in this country? Three, no, I just want to
have time.
No, you say that as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then finally, this thing that got inserted into the budget, is this the first that such a thing is happening? Is it strange to our budgetary system?
Okay, first, my mother used to say, I want to answer the first question with this. My mother, when a group of thieves come to your house and steal, but when somebody come to your house and steal only person, be worried because you may not find your good or your property. But when group of thieves come to your house to steal, don't worry, hold your peace. It is after the sharing formula, you will know those who stole from you.
Good proverb.
All right?
So that answers that.
That's answered.
Because of time.
Secondly, the third one is that, the bribery will never stop. It has always been, especially the way we run our democracy. People, our electoral law does not have all money. You must have money in the first place. You cannot contest an office in Nigeria without paying millions of naira to purchase a form printed from a computer. That in the first place knows that money is in Nigeria. Lastly, the budget issue, that is my own concern. Whatever Gbajabiamila and Adeyemi eats, I don't want to know. That's at the level of allegation. But the budget insertion of this agency, it is not an allegation. It is proven. It is there. We should work on that. Whether Adeyemi gave Gbajabiamila 400 million, I don't want to know. At the level of allegation, I don't care. But what I care about is how did that money, was that money allocated to that agency that is not in existence in the first place? That's what I want to do. And National Assembly must play a part in it. The National Assembly leadership must play a part in it. If they don't, their members should remove them. Presidency, executive level, the head must rule. Whether president, we have seen where president come out and say, I trust this person. people still agitate and they remove him.
Very unfortunately, Chief, we have to go. Time is up for us, very unfortunately. I would have actually loved to continue to hear more of your proverbs and how all that will help this situation, because, like you said, it's a very serious situation. Doctor?
No, it's always a pleasure, very incisive and insightful. Thank you very much for,
it's my pleasure.
Especially the last 3 answers you gave us very briefly, but they spoke to the issue.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief, and we hope to call you back to continue to clarify all of this. And to our viewers out there, thank you for joining us this morning on the continuation for This Morning on ITV. We'll take you back to Benin where this continues.
A beautiful morning to you and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. We begin with the Edo State government, which has commenced the demolition of illegal structures and caravans built under the 132 kV high-tension power line at Ego Market, Benin City, following a recent sudden fire outbreak on the overhead line. The demolition exercise focused on illegal structures and stalls located directly under the high-tension power line within the market and its environs. Efosa Wangwe has details.
A few weeks ago, fire erupted on the high-tension area at Ego Market, Aziz, causing panic among residents and traders. It is against this backdrop that the Edo State government decided to evacuate people from the area to help safeguard their lives before the demolition exercise. As bulldozers moved in, owners of some stores and onlookers scampered to salvage their goods while the structure were being pulled down. It was a movement of emotions as some owners of stores cried uncontrollably, lamenting that the government did not give them enough time to evacuate their goods and property, while others commended the government for the action.
The government, they alert us. We are actually thinking it was a joke, but everything come to surprise, as in, it's somehow, but we are sorry, Sha.
A week plus, so the government entered the people of Ego Market made a park a month. So they know here, they bring caterpillar come, begin to scatter everywhere for Ego Market. So it was in a year, it will not be like this.
They say we are trading on that power line, of which is very bad, but we know that. But a lot of people now, their store are damaged, so we don't know what to do. So we just pray that government should come to our rescue.
Feeding questions from newsmen after the exercise, the managing director of Edo State Development and Building Control Agency, Mr. Darlington Igabale, said the traders had been adequately informed before the demolition. He said the affected traders made the job easier for each team, as many had already removed substantial part of their structures before the officials arrived.
Those who are very stubborn, waiting to see until the government caterpillar rolls in, those are the people who are falling victim to their stores being destroyed. But for goods, I can assure you, no single good was destroyed.
From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
3 suspects, Dadi Ali from Taraba State, Gambo Suleiman from Katsina State, and Osakaya Viele from Edo State, have been arrested over the alleged murder of one Hannah, an indigene of Kebbi State. Deputy Corps Commander, Edo State Security Corps, Richard Balogun, said following the death of Hannah, her boyfriend, identified as Dadi Ali, an indigene of Taraba State, allegedly conspired with 3 of his friends to secretly dispose of her body. Jonah Morowa reports.
The Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun said the arrest of the suspect followed an intelligence report by officers of Ovia Northeast Operations and Tactical Team that 3 suspects transported the deceased body to an uncompleted building where they buried the body in an apparent attempt to conceal the death and obstruct any investigation into the circumstances surrounding the incident. He said the suspects have been handed over to the Akiadolo Police Division for further investigation to unravel the circumstances that led to the death of Hannah.
Those security corps will follow up, make statement with the police, and work with the police so that we can make the place peaceful for everybody.
The suspects explained the level of their involvement in the crime.
I'm my girlfriend.
And your girlfriend?
Yes.
How many years you and had on day?
Till.
How many years? Or how many months? Which year?
If I pass 5.
Past 5 years. Don't know. You ever know?
For years.
One additional suspect, identified only as Dada, is currently at large, and officers of the corps are on his trail to apprehend him. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
And weeks after Edo State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, assured residents that work was ongoing to address the perennial flooding at S&T Barracks, Shiho on the Benin-Lagos Road, Benin City, the situation appears far from being over as residents continue to express concerns over the pace of work at the site. Ofure Aneto was there.
A visit to the area revealed that flood water covers a large section of the road, forcing motorists to spend hours navigating the filled portion, while commercial activities around the area remain disrupted. Residents attributed the slow pace of work to the contractor's prolonged absence from the site, alleging that engineers rarely visit, pointing out that the contractor had blamed the delay on a faulty excavator.
They don't work. They work for you, they enter Barra. They work for Barra finish. We don't see them again. Now every day water fall, everywhere they full, and they sell market for here. Everywhere they carry market course, and they carry market course. No road to pass, no road with the pass go market, no road customer they pass come. Government not going to pass, so I beg.
All the time, contractor they come here, they look the road, but nothing done. This fine road like this, federal road in that matter, nothing done. Okay, this area, water don't carry the whole area. This is a busy area before. Business be they move here before. Because of this erosion, the business no go on again.
Where me they say, see my table for there, and they sell food. Everywhere they full. But now, I know they see one of them again. They go that side where water no day. They go down and they go cross. Some of them where they say ice cream, they know they come again. No market.
This is the reality motorists face daily on the Benin-Lagos road. With the road gradually paving way, commuters fear it will completely be cut off if urgent repairs are not done.
In a previous interview, the State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, maintained that work was ongoing to permanently address flooding in the area. However, attempts to get a recent update from the Commissioner was unsuccessful as he was said to be out of town for other official engagements. From Benin, Ofure and Neto, ITV News.
And in the same vein, over 4 criminal suspects have been arrested by the Edo State Security Corps for various offenses. The Deputy Corps Commander, Richard Balogun, said the suspects will be made to face the full weight of the law. Jonah Morwa has more.
The Deputy Corps Commander, Richard Balogun, said officers of the Corps from Uzeba on the Kewan Road in Benin City apprehended Isosa Amoyewu, who specializes in vandalizing street light cables.
What you not do for a hike?
Also apprehended in the Kai community up Saple Road for vandalizing windows was one Ayuna Umoru.
What are you doing in the Kai? I steal. You steal? What did you steal? No window.
2 other suspected vandals were apprehended on the 5th of July along Old Ilushi Road, Esa North East local government area. The suspect was caught vandalizing the rail line.
Your house dead there? No, touch me. See, if I say I'm losing, what I take is I'm good. Who
can lose them? Officers of the Corps are on the trail of one of the suspects who escaped. Meanwhile, one Christopher was rescued around Uku Pipeline Road by officers of the Corps. Speaking on the fate of the suspects, the Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun said all suspects have been handed over to the police for further investigation and prosecution.
They were prosecuted. Any case we handed over to police, we follow to logical conclusion. We follow a statement and follow to prosecution.
Exhibits recovered from the suspect have been handed over to the police. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Meanwhile, 2 police officers, Inspector Augustine Jeremiah and Corporal Miracle Ehirim of C Division, Asaba Delta State, have been demoted 1 rank below for collecting bribe from a motorist at their station using the point of sales machine. In a statement issued by Delta State Police Relations Officer S.P. Adafi Bright, says the Commissioner of Police, Yemi Oyeniyi, in his findings of the orderly room trial of Inspector Augustine Jeremiah and Corporal Miracle Ehirim Were, captured in a viral video receiving money from a motorist through post terminal within the station on 13th January 2026, CPO Oyeniyi reaffirmed that the officers were guilty of disobedience to lawful order, extortion, and discreditable conduct contrary to the provisions of the Police Act 2020 The police commissioner upheld their punishment of reduction in rank, with Inspector Augustine Jeremiah reduced to sergeant, while Corporal Miracle Ehirim rank reduced to constable. Delta Police Command warned that no officer is authorized to demand for or receive money from members of the public under any guise, adding that any officer found culpable will face appropriate disciplinary action. He reiterated that the use of POS and other electronic payment within the police stations and formations is totally prohibited. And that sums it on ITV News for this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igboje. TMI Socials is next. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The right to bail is one of the fundamental rights available to a person who has been arrested and accused of committing an offense. And what could be these rights? What are the thresholds? What are the limitations? And what kind of bail are really available in terms of what they constitute? And all of these could also gear towards ensuring that the right of the person being accused or being arrested are really protected. How do we galvanize all of this? Looking at the essence of Law and You that questions critically the aspects of the law, and of course how to elucidate those areas that seem to be blurred before the viewers. And this is where we always come in. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukmo. Welcome again to another opportunity to take you through the school of thought on the legal system in Nigeria. What could be the benefits of bail to the citizenry? And of course, what could be the limitations? Who can be given the right to be bailed? And who shouldn't be given the right to that? Joining me in this is a legal practitioner, Emmanuel Obakolo. Thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a delight to be here.
I know we've gone through this corridor, through this road some time back, but we got to expand it and look at how we can deepen practice in order to bring light to those areas that seem gray. And now we look at the aspect of the law. Is bail a right or a privilege?
Bail
is, first of all, what is bail?
Firstly, what is bail? In the case of Caleb Ojo and Federal Republic of Nigeria, the court defined bail to mean generally freeing or setting at liberty an accused person. Then the Police Act, Section 27 of the Police Act, also guarantees bail to a suspect at the police station. Now ultimately, Section 35 subsection 1 of the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees bail, wherein that provisions does provide that right to liberty. So every person has right to liberty by virtue of the provisions of Section 31, Section 35 rather, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution. Then Section 35, subsection 5 of the extant Constitution provides thus, in paraphrase now, that where a person is arrested, the person should not spend more than 24 hours wherein from the police station to that court, to the court, has a radius of 40 kilometers. And where the distance is more than 40 kilometers, it should not be more than 48 hours for the person to be charged to court. So when you sum all of this, you discover that bail is as of right and not a privilege.
Okay. Well, let's look at the concept again critically. Who gives bail? Is it the police or the court or both?
Now, there are 3 types of bail. 1, police bail. 2, court bail. 3, bail by government agencies.
Oh.
Now, the police bail is the one that most persons are aware of, that is prevalent in our society today. Oh, when a person is arrested, you see family members, you see friends running to the police station, and the first thing that they will seek for is that the person be granted bail. That is common with us, the police bail. Also, when the person is charged to court, you see they get a lawyer, and the first thing they will tell the lawyer is apply for the bail of our sibling or of our brother, friend or sister, as the case may be. And what the lawyer does, if it is a lower court, for instance like a magistrate court or a customary court, you see the person go to make an oral application. Also, a court of summary jurisdiction like the Federal High Court, they can also make oral application, but just now the court will seek or demand for an application, for written application for the bail of the defendant. Now, before now we know them as accused person or persons, but now the law has regulated to mean a defendant. So these are some of the steps. Then other government agencies like the DSS, like the ICPC, like the AFCC, they fall under government agencies. So all these agencies also have their modus operandi on how their bail is granted or how bail is granted. So bail comes under these 3 folds for a suspect or a defendant / an accused person.
Okay, well, let's look at it critically again. Some questions are always being asked. What offenses can be seen as bailable and what other offenses can't? I remember we drew some analogy some time back in that. So if you can breeze through it again and then also make us understand at what point can one not be given that bail?
Yeah, when the offense is a capital offense, for instance, murder, it is difficult for either the police or the courts or even other government agencies to grant bail. And in most cases, it is only the courts that may grant bail. And in such situations, the courts will look at extreme conditions before the court can grant the bail, because bail, as despite the constitutional provision as of right, is still within the discretion of the courts to grant the bail.
Yes. Looking at the risk.
Yes, because the court will consider certain factors whether or not the bail is granted. Yes, for instance, if the person, the defendant or accused person in this case, will abscond, the court may not grant bail. If the court look at it, if the prosecution is able to prove to the court that this person can jump bail, so the court may not grant that bail, despite the fact that bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and also Section 27 of the Police Act. So, if again, another condition is if the person will interfere with the matter on ground, the evidence on his prosecution, if he has that capacity, that ability to influence it, to interfere with it, the court may not grant bail. So, you cannot now say, oh, because bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the Constitution, then the court in every circumstances must grant bail. No!
Okay. We're going to interrogate it in both ways. At that of the police bill, which is very, very conversant, which people are very conversant with, they usually say bail is free. But we know, to common knowledge, bail isn't free, or is it?
It is not free. I've had experiences with respect to that. And by the time you try to put up the argument that bail is free, even when you are seeing it, the inscription on the wall at the police station, bail is free, in capital letters, it is still not yet free.
So what's the component of the law in that?
It is unfortunate that we find ourselves in this quagmire, wherein, even as a lawyer, for instance, myself now, you go to a police station and you make an oral application for the bail of a suspect, or at times, even written application for the bail of a suspect, and the police will grant that application, and before you know it, the IPO in charge of the matter will tell you, I have an instruction from upstairs that so conditions should be met, and one of the conditions that they will put forward is the condition of money, yet it is scripted on their walls, at times even the fence of the police station or the door at the police station, that bail is free. And when you begin to put up arguments that legally bail should be free, that there is absolutely no need for any person to pay money before bail could be granted or given, as the case may be, you may even be surprised. Like I had one ugly experience. Family members of the suspect, you are not telling me, lawyer, you have done your own. At this stage, we should come in and see how we can free our brother.
Okay.
Because they are so much in a hurry to release the suspect. So in such situation, the lawyer may be helpless. And before you know, you may even be tagged, giving names, bearing names that are not yours, that this lawyer always want to be this, I want to be that. And like a policeman told me some time ago in the station, that even SAN, they come here to give us money, but you always come here, you just put a straight face, as if you are the one that was the first lawyer in the history of Nigeria. So when you begin to meet up with challenges like that, and that is what we see today, has come to make the monetary aspect of a bail to become a norm.
Okay, but what actually is the consequence of this breach? Because it's one thing for us to say that we have a law. It's another for us to see how enforceable the law is if there is a breach. For law enforcement agents, for instance, that could be caught napping and collecting money for bail when the component of the law has it that bail is free. What is the consequence for such law enforcement agents who break the law?
The law frowns at it, but whether or not, if you put up that argument, maybe in the court, you will not take the police to court for demanding for money for bail.
Is it ridiculous?
I wonder whether you are going to succeed, because you meet up with denial. One, you may not have evidence to tender.
Because they are the one that provide the evidence.
Yes.
If at all.
Yes. Besides that, the money.
You're the one that can provide. You as a citizen.
You don't have the evidence, because the money that is so paid for the bail is physical. They take it cash. They take the money cash. And we've seen situations where they will tell you, okay, if you don't have the money cash, pay to a particular POS and then we go there and get the money cash from the POS.
In the process of taking that cash, for instance,
yes.
What about if there's a video clip to that effect?
What video clip? How are you going to do it?
Everyone is a journalist.
Unfortunately, you will meet with a very strong denier. Very strong denier. So at the end of the day, it may amount to exercise in futility. Maybe the court,
whatever that hasn't happened doesn't give room for its inaccessibility to this, as in doesn't give room for it not to happen.
Yes,
I believe we are evolving, and our awareness as a people also is in the evolving stage. And so a situation where everyone is a journalist, and at every point T, one is able to get these evidences. Are you saying that such can be prosecuted in court?
They can.
Okay.
There are examples.
So we can still leave opportunities open.
Yes.
In that direction.
Yes. There are examples. Even within the police system, there are some top-ranking officers who will tell you what you have done is wrong. Let's look at from the divisional level of the police station. You discover that the DPO determines what happens at that division. So when the DPO is somebody who is strict, who is disciplined, who does not want to hear of pay bail money before somebody could be granted bail, you see that all the rank and file in that division will sit up. And everybody will know. So it goes to tell that whatever transpires at the police station, it is within the control of who heads that police station. Yes. So the top, whoever is at the top, determines what happens.
This is quite a huge challenge, most especially if we trickle it down to the aspects of taking money at checkpoints, for instance, by policemen. It's in common knowledge that we see this, everybody see this, and just that we are unable to really, tackle this issue just now, because it seems to flow from the top. Now, this again is a bane of Nigerian development, and of course, an act of corruption. So if we are to change this process, what do we do? How do we go about it? Concerning making the law to be alive on this, and of course, for awareness to be done in this regard to make sure that we do not encourage the practice.
Well, good enough, the law is always alive. But who will be courageous enough to bring such situation before the law? Who amongst us will be courageous?
Considered actions on
yes. So the plight we find ourselves today is that every one of us, consciously or unconsciously, have contributed to it.
Guilty. Guilty.
So in such situation, what do we do?
Because we
cannot blame the law.
Right. Is as guilty as the one who takes it.
Yes. So
if bail is free, he who gives money to the police is as guilty as the police officer. That
it is, because it's two sides of a coin. So the situation just now is that for the law to visit sanctions or such situation is that we ourselves should be ready not to contravene the law.
Oh well, most especially when it comes to you who is at the begging end. You need to be free. Freedom is imperative, and so at that point, one may not want to, doggedly or ruggedly go into the aspect of ensuring that he or she doesn't give this money as a way of, payment for a bill. But again, we're gonna be crossing that road, most especially as there are also some mind-boggling questions as regards the court bill that you may mention of. We're gonna look into that after this short break. Do stay. Big thanks. Welcome back. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omogu. I still have my guest with me, a wonderful guest, legal practitioner Emmanuel Obabolo. Thanks for being here still.
Thank you.
Well, let's go to court bill, and maybe after court bill we could also do some nitty-gritty about expanding it. We usually see where they say you must have a land document or whatever in Abuja or in the choicest place of the country. You know, there are some bills, you know, that are so heavy when it comes to the financial amount that goes with it, most especially involving politicians. And sometimes it could be as huge as 50 million, 100 million, 500 million. Now, are these monies getting back to those who paid after the case has been, you know, prosecuted, or are just this money going to the treasury of the government? And a situation where one who is made to pay this money is unable to pay it, is that on the way of denying that person justice of getting bail?
Very good question. But the understanding that that is prevalent in the society with respect to court bail is some persons think when the court makes that pronouncement of certain amount to be paid, that the surety or the accused person or defendant, as the case may be, will be the one that will likely pay that money. But if you listen to the court calls that amount to be paid a like sum.
A what?
Like sum.
Like sum.
Yes. What it simply means is that that money is not paid. The money can only be paid where the person jump bail, and that money will be paid by the sureties or sureties.
You mean that money is not paid?
That money is not paid. Yes, the money is just a condition where the person jumps bail or abscond.
Okay. Well, looking at that case as concerning, you know, jumping bail, we understand that this is Nigeria. You know, if we are to look into a democratic practice in Nigeria, that we still find it unable to, you know, practice stricto sensu as the democratic tenets expects of us as Nigerians. These people sometimes they jump bail and are in situations where even those who were connected one time or the other to their bachelor, I don't know if they were eventually arrested or prosecuted, or at what point if they ever were granted bail, or if they jumped the bail. But just to put it in summary, do you see the laws in the country as enforceable, most especially as regards politicians who jump bail and one way or the other are not rearrested to face the charges against them in court?
Unfortunately, we've seen situations like this, even like that. Even just now, the sole contractor of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, Shaguri as they call it, he was a partner to General Sani Abacha, late General Sani Abacha. But today he's still the person that the present regime is romancing with. To the extent,
seems we've forgotten the history.
Yes, to the extent that a contract of that magnitude has been granted to him again. So when we talk of corruption and the prosecution of corruption in Nigeria, it is only when a party or parties in that corruption case don't have the nod of the government in place, particularly the executive in place. That is when you hear of the prosecution. Like we have just now in Nigeria, even where it is clear, expressly clear to every Tom, Dick and Harry that a particular person is corrupt and has corruption charges hanging on his neck. And by the time the person defects, decamp or jump to the ruling political party, the All Progressive Congress, then the matter dies a natural death. So we'll see that that has no business with the court. Until a party is prosecuted, that is when the person will go through trial in the court. But when the person is not prosecuted, the court cannot jump and begin to arrest corrupt persons in the society and be taking them to court to try them. So all all that we have seen rather in Nigeria today is that why corruption cases are not even having headway. Some bail is granted with stringent conditions, and you see that they meet the condition because they are partners in crime, participants criminis, so to speak, will now come and look for a leeway out to see how they can get him off the hook. But take note that the grant of bail is not the end to prosecution, but whether or not the prosecutor or the prosecution team or the agency in charge to prosecute will continue is another different ball game. We've seen today where somebody, the EFCC chairman boast on the national television and pages of the newspaper that until he gets a particular governor charge to court, that he will not rest. But today, you see that governor is now a member of the campaign team of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And you see the man going about telling people that he must ensure that the president gets re-elected because he knows that the only way out for him to escape trial is to begin to make such promises.
Yes, I know this is becoming interesting because we are tying it into politics, and most especially if we must correct the process, then we must ensure that political actors, they do the nitty-gritty or they do the needful in following up with the law in order to make equality before the law as propounded by evidenzing the rule of law, really, really effective in our democratic system. But again, let's also look into this aspect where some persons do say that sureties could be seen at risk if such who are accused jumps bail. Now, what is the guarantee that such a surety will not be denied justice in prosecution, like you said, concerning if those who are accused jumps bail?
The surety must go through trial. It's a must. That's why before you stand as a surety for an accused person or a defendant, you must ensure that you know that person. And what some courts do now is that in their granting of bail, they will spell it out in black and white that the surety must be a blood relation to the person that is to be granted the bail. A blood relation, so that you can know how, where, and when to find him whenever he jumps bail. Okay. But however, we still have professional sureties who swear to an affidavit, make the affidavit declaration that they are blood relation, whereas they are not. But they collect money because they want to stand as sureties.
Can the law prove that?
It's difficult.
Can lawyers prove that?
It's difficult because we've seen that there is conspiracy even amongst lawyers and the litigants and their family members.
This becomes intriguing, exciting, amazing, should I say terrific. Interestingly, this is going to culminate into the next episode. Big thanks, Emmanuel Obakwala, for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be here.
I will see you on the part 2 series of this episode. Do stay.
On the news, Nigeria moves to adopt 112 as national emergency number. Senate begins consideration of Tinubu's bills to reform criminal justice system. EDSEC reassures free, fair, credible local government election. Governor Okpeyolo meets with traditional rulers for stronger collaboration against insecurity. Lagos police arrest 135 suspected cultists associated with 7/7 Cults Group Celebration Day. A very good evening to you. Thank you for joining us on the main news on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network studio. And joining me from Benin Network studio is Lawrence. Lawrence, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. A pretty evening to you and good to see you on the screen.
Good to see you too. And from our Lagos studio, we have Patricia. Patricia, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
See you too. And you both are looking beautiful and handsome this evening. You can watch ITV live online at www.live.itvradio.com. And you can also follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, ITV Radio, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Just to remind you. From the Abuja Network studio this evening, we are beginning with the National Assembly, where the Senate on Thursday commenced legislative consideration of 2 executive bills transmitted by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, seeking to reform Nigeria's criminal justice system and strengthen the administration of public senior secondary education across the country. The first seeks to repeal the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA 2015, and replace it with the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA 2026, while the second proposes amendments to the National Secondary Education Commission Act. The report. Reading the President's letters during plenary, Senate President Godswill Akpabio says the proposed ACJA 2026 is designed to modernize criminal justice administration within the Federal Capital Territory and other federal courts by addressing deficiencies identified in the implementation of the 2015 Act.
Inefficient coordination among criminal justice institutions, ineffective case management mechanisms, and limitations in the monitoring and evaluation of compliance with the provisions of the Act. The bill, as reviewed by a team of law officers with extensive experience in criminal law, criminal procedure, and legislative drafting, have extensively addressed the above challenges.
Meanwhile, President Tinubu also transmits the National Secondary Education Commission Amendments Bill 2026 to the Senate for consideration. He explains that the amendment bill is intended to strengthen the administration, governance, and oversight of senior secondary education across the country as part of the federal government's efforts to improve the quality of education.
In consequence of the above, the desire of this administration to strengthening the educational institutions in the national interest, the National Secondary Education Commission Amendment Bill 2026 is forwarded to for legislative action.
The Senate President subsequently refers both bills to the Senate Committee on Rules and Business for further legislative action. From the National Assembly, Charity Tanko, ITV News. The Nigerian government is set to deepen engagement with state governors and emergency response agencies on the adoption of 112 as the national emergency number. As Abigail Aderemi reports, this was the outcome of a meeting between a delegation from the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, and the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, at the Presidential Villa.
The delegation from the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, was led to the Presidential Villa by the chairman of its governing board, Chief Ibikunle Olorunimbe. The development comes days after the National Economic Council, NEC, chaired by the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, approved the adoption of 112 as the national emergency number across all levels of government and relevant agencies. Addressing the delegation at the meeting, the Vice President directed that a roadmap be developed to ensure that the nation adopts a single unified emergency number in line with global best practices. VP Shettima further directed the NCC to collaborate with the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, given the agency's expertise in disaster management, relief and rehabilitation across Nigeria. He assured the delegation that the project will be sustained, noting that the required funding will be mobilized through the National Economic Council, NEC, and the private sector. The Vice President also called for high-level engagement and commitment from emergency responders to drive the successful implementation of the 112 initiative. Earlier, Olorunimbe briefed the Vice President on the progress made towards the adoption of the 112 emergency number. He informed the Vice President that the NCC, leveraging technology, has established about 35 emergency communication centers nationwide.
We discussed how to optimize it. We also discussed the importance of the different response agencies, the police, the fire service, the ambulance service, NEMA, the SEMAs, and all the other emergency responders, the need for them to be properly integrated.
Echoing the Vice President's position, Olorunimbe said the nation would need greater commitment from governors across the country to provide the necessary support and maintain the infrastructure the Commission has put in place to ensure that the centers function optimally. From Abuja, Abigail Aderemi, ITV News.
Members of the 10th House of Representatives on Thursday called on the federal government to intensify diplomatic efforts to protect Nigerians in South Africa following the reported killing of 2 Nigerians amid renewed xenophobic attacks in the country. Ogani Victor reports that the resolution was passed sequel to the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance sponsored by Chairman, House Committee on Navy, Honorable Yusuf Gagdi, over the escalating xenophobic attacks in South Africa, with contributions from several lawmakers, Honorable Billy Famous Osawaru, who proposed stiffer measures to curb further attacks.
Reported killings of 2 Nigerians and other Africans amid renewed xenophobic attacks in South Africa remain a major subject of discourse across the African continent, with calls from African leaders to resolve the menace once and for all. Leading the debate, Honorable Yusuf Gagdi said the reported killings underscored the urgent need for decisive action to protect Nigerian citizens.
The federal government of Nigeria has confirmed the recent killing of the Nigerian citizen, of 2 Nigerian citizens, including one who reportedly died while in South African police custody, and another one who was brutally murdered in front of his business premises. These tragic incidents, Mr. Speaker, have once again exposed Nigerians and other African nationals to grave danger. Repeated diplomatic engagement between Nigeria and South Africa.
Contributing to the debate, Honorable Billy Osawaru and others insisted that stronger diplomatic measures were needed to hold the South African government accountable.
We as Nigerians, we have done everything. We have engaged them diplomatically. Mr. Speaker, it looks like we are being undermined. The sovereignty of Nigeria as a country is being undermined by the government of South Africa. This is why, at this point, I will thank Right Honorable Gaji for this motion that I co-sponsored, but we still have to put some more amendments. For South African government to know this is not business as usual anymore.
My own suggestion is to take a resolution in this House today
to cut all diplomatic ties with South Africa until this matter has been resolved to the International Court.
The motion was referred to the House Committee on Foreign Affairs for further legislative action. From the House of Representatives, Ogane Victor, ITV News.
This is all we've got from the Abuja Network Studio. I am handing you over to Lawrence from our Benin Network Studio for more stories. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charity. Right here in Benin, we'll begin by telling you that the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, ETSEC, sees all is set for Saturday's local government election with logistics, adequate training of formal and ad hoc staff, mobilization of security, observers, the media and other partners all duly put in place, while all sensitive and non-sensitive materials will soon be distributed according to established operational procedures. Chairman of the Commission, Sir Jonathan Ifwobokia, speaking on the preparations for the exercise with newsmen at the headquarters of the Commission located at Oko-Ogba off Airport Road in Benin City, appealed to the electorate to come out en masse to vote for the candidates of their choice. The report filed in by Okidi Emir David is presented by Ikmomusa Ugiagbi.
At the office of the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, ETSEC, in Oko-Ogba, Airport Road, Benin City, evidence of tidying up preparations for the Saturday's local government election were visibly present, with voting materials orderly arranged and ready to be distributed. ETSEC Chairman Sir Jonathan Ifwobokia says there will be restriction of movement between 6 a.m. and 3 p.m., disclosing that about 10,000 ad hoc staff have been both technically and digitally trained for the election, adding that concrete arrangements have also been instituted for hitch-free election in riverine areas. Sir Jonathan Ifwobokia expressed deep appreciation to security agencies and other partners for their due commitment towards a very successful election, maintaining that modalities have been instituted to ensure smooth, timely delivery of electoral materials as well as uninterrupted ICT and communication.
The Commission has worked diligently over the past several months to ensure that every aspect of the electoral process complies with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the electoral laws of Edo State, and internationally accepted democratic principles.
The Commissioner in charge of ICT and Communication, Dr. Suleiman Ihwaria, in his remarks, assured the people of an election that will reflect their true wish, asking the media and other stakeholders to render objective and balanced services to the election on Saturday.
They will urge you to give a very responsible and accurate reportage of what you see on election day.
Other commissioners at the briefing were Honorable Frank Habib Umoru, Chief Anthony Izwagbe Akpogome, Honorable Thomas Igbomo, and Barrister Hope Osaodion. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukpevulu has solicited stronger collaboration with traditional rulers across the 18 local government areas of Edo State to tackle insecurity and other criminal activities. Speaking while receiving traditional rulers from Edo Central Senatorial District and Edo North Senatorial District on a courtesy visit to Government House in Benin City, Governor Ukpevulu said that the traditional rulers remain critical stakeholders in the fight against crime due to their closeness with their communities. Again, Ikmomusa Ugiagbe brings us details.
Governor Ukpevulu noted that recent kidnap cases involved local collaborators who are familiar with the movement and financial status of residents. He urged traditional rulers not to encourage or shield criminal elements, stressing that young people should be discouraged from engaging in crime. The governor also appealed to the royal fathers to mobilize support for President Bola Tinubu ahead of the next presidential election, expressing confidence that Edo State could deliver substantial votes for the president.
There are so many crises all over regarding insecurity. The best person to help me fighting this insecurity are the kings, because you are the one that know your vicinity. Many of those kidnappers that we are arresting now, they are not even from outside. Many of them are our people. So I want to beg the traditional rulers, if we must stop it, we have to work together.
Responding on behalf of the traditional rulers who passed a vote of confidence in the governor, the Ojuromi of Uromi, His Royal Highness Ansem Edonoje II, described his developmental efforts across the state as commendable. The Ojuromi assured Governor Okpebholo of the continued support and cooperation of traditional rulers in promoting peace, security, and development across Edo State.
Your Excellency, we are proud of you and the giant strides you are making in repositioning our state infrastructure as well as other important sectors in our state. We want you to know that we stand with you as we are ready to give you all the support you need from us to ensure your administration's success beyond expectations.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Edo State Executive Council has approved the appointment of His Royal Highness Senator Francis Ali Mekena as the Okumagbe of Wano Clan in Isako East local government area of Edo State. This is contained in a statement by the Edo State Commissioner of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Uhombamu. According to the statement, the appointment of Senator Ali Mekena as the Okumagbe of Wano Clan takes effect from 6th July 2026. The statement congratulates Senator Ali Mekena and wishes him well in the discharge of his responsibility to the people as the Okumagbe of Wano Clan. Igbenedion Education Center has held its 2026 valedictory service for graduating students in the senior secondary school, marking the successful completion of another academic session. Usemudeme Osagi reports that the ceremony held at the school's chapel featured praise and worship, word ministration, prayers and spoken word and poetry.
Procession by graduates kicked off the event, which featured praise and worship, spoken word poetry and scripture reading. In his sermon, the officiating minister, Pastor Christopher Usagiede, urged the graduates to develop godly character and maintain excellence as they prepare for higher academic pursuits.
Have nothing to do with your fruitful works of darkness as a teenager, and finally, walk wisely.
Special prayers were offered for the graduates as they move to the next phase of their academic journey. Director of Administration, Igbenedion Education Center, Pastor Angela Igbenedion, congratulated the graduating students and appreciated parents for entrusting their children's education to the school.
On behalf of the board, chairman, deputy chairman, board, principals and the management, we appreciate God for keeping them safe. We appreciate the parents. In the midst of it all, no bad reports. God has been faithful.
Some graduating students thanked the school's management, teachers and parents for their support and guidance through their academic sojourn.
I want to say a very big thank you everyone that's taken care of me in my time of the school.
I want to say a very big thank you to my teachers, the deputy chairman, Lee Cherry, and everybody supported me as I'm graduating.
Some parents expressed gratitude to the school's management and teachers for the quality education and moral upbringing given to the students.
I pray as they progress into the university that it will be a good ambassador of the school, of their families.
I thank God Almighty for taking us through the system to this stage of our children's education life.
100 senior secondary school students successfully completed their secondary education in the 2025-2026 academic session at Igbenedion Education Center, Benin City. From Benin, Osemudeme Osagi, ITV News.
Following renewed xenophobic attacks on Nigerians and other African nationals in South Africa, 270 Nigerians are expected to be evacuated back home on Wednesday. The development has sparked widespread condemnation and renewed concerns over the safety of Nigerians living in South Africa. Patience Osarogiwa sought the views of a cross-section of Nigerians.
Nigerians and other African nationals have continued to face xenophobic attacks in South Africa, forcing many to flee the country. In response, the federal government has intensified efforts to evacuate affected Nigerians. In Benin City, Bishop Charles Okundigie and Reverend Austin Unwabu said the development should serve as a wake-up call for Nigerian leaders to build a more prosperous nation that provides opportunities for its citizens. The clerics warned that unless the returnees are properly reintegrated, the influx could worsen the country's existing security and socioeconomic challenges.
If the economy of Nigeria was okay, as we are the giant of Africa, everything is okay. South Africa will not have that gut to attack any Nigeria or send us home.
They see Nigeria as no country, nobody in the country. When our leaders do not make the country comfortable for the citizens, that is the reason why they are flying outside the country.
In Delta State, political analyst James Shegun accused the South African government of not doing enough to protect Nigerians, despite Nigerians' significant role in the struggle against apartheid.
South African people will sooner than later realize that what they are doing is wrong. It will also have implications on their economy.
Also reacting to the evacuation of another 270 Nigerians from South Africa, Lagos-based legal practitioner Jide Ologun described the situation as painful and traumatic, especially for those who have lived, worked, and invested in South Africa for many years.
They are back to an environment where the economy is not smiling at anyone. So it's like it should be a tough one, starting all over again.
In Abuja, respondents urged the federal government to expedite the evacuation of all Nigerians willing to return from South Africa, while condemning the renewed xenophobic attacks.
It is very, very absurd. It is appalling. A few misguided South Africans calling for the expulsion of Africans from Africa. That is preposterous.
It is high time for them to think outside the box, to find solution to their own problem, to stop accusing other people for what is happening in their country.
While acknowledging South Africans' sovereign right to force its immigration laws, the respondents maintained that no individual should be subjected to violence, discrimination, or forced displacement because of their nationality. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Up next, we're going to Lagos, where Patricia is on standby with more stories. Patricia, over to you.
Many thanks, Charity. From Lagos, the Lagos State Police Command, comprising area commanders, divisional police officers, tactical commanders, and the Violent Crime Reports Unit, said it arrested 135 suspected cultists. The State Police Commissioner, CP Tijani Fatai, said a simultaneous raid across identified criminal hideouts and black spots within the state to prevent cult-related violence associated with the 7/7 led to the arrest. Aigbuju Kwara tells us more.
The Commissioner of Police, Tijani Fatai, said the operation led to the arrest of 135 suspected cultists and the recovery of 26 firearms, 16 dangerous weapons such as cutlasses, battle axes, daggers and knives, assaulted charms, 11 bottles of different alcoholic brands, substance suspected to be India and other illicit drugs, as well as 6 mobiles. The CP said the operation followed intelligence gathering indicating plans by rival cult groups to launch attacks on and engage in other criminal activities. He said investigation is ongoing to identify and apprehend other members of the criminal gangs, while the suspects will be charged to court upon conclusion of investigation. From Lagos, Aigbuju Kwara, ITV News.
You're still watching the main news on ITV. Take a short break and we will stay with us.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Moving on, the National Business and Technical Examinations Board, NABTEB, has officially released the result of the 2026 National Common Entrance Examination, NCEE, for admission into federal and state technical colleges across the country. The registrar, Dr. Muhammad Aminu Mohammed, made the announcement during a press conference held in Benin City. The report filed in by Sikirat Oluwakbelomi is presented by Afusa Onwangwe.
The Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of NABTEB, Dr. Muhammad Aminu Mohammed, during a press conference held on Tuesday, July 7, 2026, said the National Common Entrance is designed to identify and select qualified candidates for admission into technical colleges across the country. Dr. Mohammed stated that 15,290 candidates registered for the 2026 Common Entrance Examination, out of which 13,848 sat for the examination, while 1,442 were absent. He added that 7,215 candidates registered for admission into the 34 federal technical colleges, while 8,075 candidates registered for the 168 state technical colleges across the country. According to him, 10,426 candidates scored 50% and above, while 5,708 candidates scored 70% and above. He also stated that 3,422 candidates scored below 50%, while 31 candidates attained scores of 96% and above, the highest performance recorded in the examination.
The release will also serve as the basis for admission to federal and state technical colleges, subject to admission guideline approved by the Federal Ministry of Education and other related authorities.
Dr. Muhammad Aminu Mohammed urged candidates to check their results through the board's approved channels, noting that the released results will serve as the basis for admission into federal and state technical colleges. He reaffirmed NABTEB's commitment to maintaining transparency, professionalism, and integrity in its examinations and encourage youth to embrace technical and vocational education and training, TVET.
I wish to assure all stakeholders that NABTEB remain committed to maintain the highest standard of integrity.
From Benin, Fosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
A two-day training workshop for academic technologists and scientists organized by the National Association of Academic Technologists, NAT. University of Benin branch has opened in Benin City with a team Professional Synergy for Cutting-Edge Scientific and Technological Advancement. Ebua Obaze's report is presented by Momusa Ugiagbi.
In a remark, the Vice-Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omoegie, represented by Professor Christopher Usunobun, commended the National Association of Academic Technologies for organizing the workshop and encouraged participants to make the most of the training.
This training reflects the association's commitment to promoting excellence, driving innovation, and seeking continuous professional development among academic laboratory technologies.
Earlier, while welcoming guests and participants, Chairman, National Association of Academic Technologies, Unibem Branch, Comrade Stella Omofuma Oyahilome, described the workshop as an opportunity to strengthen professionalism and collaboration among academic technologies.
At the end of this workshop, we shall all return to our respective departments better equipped with practical skills.
The guest lecturer, Edafe Ikoku, who dwelt on time management and punctuality in academia, explained the importance of effective time management and punctuality in academic institutions, highlighting practical principles, real-life examples, and strategies for improving productivity in the workplace.
In academia, time is one of the most precious, one of the most valuable resources we have. Research projects have deadlines.
An award of excellence was bestowed on the Vice-Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omoegie, for his leadership qualities and support for NAT. Some participants described the workshop as educative and enlightening.
I've learned that you prioritize your time. You don't do too many things at the same time.
We're talking about development, innovation.
The two-day workshop will be rounded off on Wednesday, 8 July 2026. Ikmamosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The central body of Edo State Tipper Drivers Association, also known as the Senate, at its special meeting held on Thursday, unanimously expelled the immediate past chairman of the association, Comrade Austin Onwago. The special meeting, which held at the State Secretariat of the association located at Azagba Community in Benina-Ochi Bypass, Benin City, had in attendance the executives of all the branches, past branch chairman. William Siama tells us more.
Chairman, Edo State Tipper Drivers Association, Comrade Osaro Aigbekan, announcing the resolution of the outcome of the special meeting by the central body, expelling the former chairman of the association, Comrade Austin Onwago, with immediate effect. In the various remarks, some past branch chairmen and current executives on some branches recount how Comrade Austin Onwago allegedly ran the affairs of the association with impunity, high-handedness, created confusion, disunity, disharmony, and rancor, unanimously resolved the expulsion of Comrade Onwago from the association as part of efforts to restore unity, peace, and stability in the Edo Tipper Drivers Association.
We will see the move Onwago name come more for this our union. I strongly believe and I support my last speaker to make sure that today we should give him a vote of no confidence in this union. Money revenue when we supposed to pay to government. This was the one now we say make they pay. You know they pay the money, they chop the money. We expect him, all of us will support this expense.
Earlier, State Chairman of Tipper Drivers Association, Comrade Osaro Aigbekan, briefed executives on the progress recorded vis-a-vis the challenges confronting the association. He harped on the need for cooperation and unflinching loyalty to move the association to greater heights. In attendance at the special meeting were principal executives who include State Vice Chairman Comrade Sunday Ude, State Secretary General Comrade Emmanuel Odion, State Supervisor Comrade Peter Obasui, among others. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
The All Progressives Congress APC, Uhunwode local government chapter, has rounded off its word-to-word campaign ahead of the July 11th local government election, taking its campaign message to all the 10 political wards in the local government council. The campaign train led by the Uhunwode APC chairman, Honorable Sawi Osayemeri, was accompanied by party leaders, elected representatives, state and local government appointees, ward executives, women and youth leaders. Ikpon Osaogiagbe has details.
Among those present during the campaign were the member representing Uhunwode constituency at the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable K.C. Usamoyi, former local government chairman, Honorable Roland Alari, and other party stakeholders. At each ward, party leaders formally presented the APC chairmanship candidate, Honorable Austin Imafidon, his running mate, Honorable Agier Joseph Samuel, as well as the party's councillorship candidates, urging residents to vote massively for the APC in the forthcoming local government election. Speaking during the campaign, Uhunwode APC chairman, Honorable Usawe Osayemeri, described Austin Imafidon as a tested leader whose performance as acting chairman has improved governance and accelerated development across the local government. Speaking during the campaign, the APC chairmanship candidate, Honorable Austin Imafidon, and his running mate, Honorable Agier Joseph, thanked residents for their support.
If we begin to talk what we don't do, we know come up for year. And we intend to say that the grace of God, when they don't elect us, when we don't come in after the election as chairman, we go put many projects. Yes.
We believe in him, we trust him, we have confidence in him that he will deliver. All the party leaders, we employ them to support him.
We are much encouraged. That shows that the APC as a party, we are doing well. We want to appreciate every one of them.
Honorable Austin Imafidon is a man of the people. Uhunwode is APC and APC is Uhunwode.
Loyalty is a two-way street. So as our supporters are loyal to us, you know, that is how we are loyal to them as a party.
The campaign featured interactive meetings with traditional rulers, community leaders, elders, women, youths, and other stakeholders, many of who commended the administration's achievements in road construction, security, healthcare, education, and youth empowerment. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
You're still on to the ITV main news, broadcasting live on independent television. It's time for us to take another short breather. The news continues shortly. Stay with us. Well, thank you so much for staying with us on the news. Moving on, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Edo State Command, has encouraged eligible voters to come out on Saturday and exercise their civic responsibility in the local government election without fear, assuring them of adequate security before, during, and after the election. Jonah Omorowa brings details.
Parading the suspect, the Edo State Command Public Relations Officer CSP Efosa Ogbebo said during interrogation, the suspects confessed to the crime and admitted collecting 1.2 million from suspected vendors. CSP Ogbebo said,
speaking on the level of preparedness to provide adequate security before, during, and after Saturday's local government election across Edo State, the Public Relations Officer, Edo State Command of NSCDC, Chief Superintendent Efosa Ogbebo, said the Corps has deployed a total of 1,300 officers for the exercise across the 3 senatorial districts to ensure safety, peaceful, free, and credible polls.
The command has deployed 1,300 personnel to ensure the protection of life, property, and also national critical assets and infrastructure during the forthcoming election. The command is committed to ensure that this election is free, fair, and credible. And we want to use this opportunity to call on political parties, candidates, and their supporters to abide by the electoral rule and also conduct themselves peacefully.
The security agency reaffirmed its commitment to working closely with other security agencies to ensure that the election is conducted peacefully across the state, calling on all stakeholders to shun acts capable of undermining the credibility of the exercise. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
In a bid to check unguided utterances of some persons on the social media, a civil group in conjunction with the AAC has called on the Inspector General of Police, IGP, the DSS, and others to arrest a Benin social media influencer, Collins Arahowa, popularly known as No Mind Them, for threatening the leader of the Revolution Now publisher of Sahara Reporters and the presidential candidate of the AAC, Omoyele Sowore, and its members from putting on their cap symbol on his entry into Edo State. They made their stand known during a press conference held in Benin City, the Edo State capital. The report is presented by Efosa Nwangwe.
Say we can't see anybody wear berets for Edo, say in a freedom fighter or in a revolutionary, we go beat her, give her to police.
That was the statement on social media of the influencer that ignited the anger of the civil group, the Revolution Now and AAC members. In an interview, Joseph Gbale, a civil society member, said, though he's not a member of the AAC, but Omoyele Sowore is a respected activist that nobody can be threatened without reaction from the civil society and otherwise. He called on the security agencies to swing into action and arrest Mr. Collins, known as No Mind Them.
Aides of a governor come out online to threaten law-abiding people. If you have any issue concerning the AAC, the proper thing to do is to write a petition to the Commissioner of Police or Director of SSS to investigate the activities. And hence, we are saying Kabudu Regentemanta.
Reacting to the threat, the AAC members said the unguided utterances of the said Mr. Collins went beyond his boundary with the threat of their leader, a human rights fighter, and their presidential candidate. They said their orange beret color is the symbol of the AAC and wondered why the said Mr. Collins is trying to drag their name into what they don't know, and called on the police, the DSS, and other security agencies to urgently arrest and prosecute him for such unguided utterances.
We have come to address the public over the unnecessary threats issued
by one Mr. Collins Agagowa, where he threatened that any member of AAC wearing our orange beret cap will be beaten mercilessly. Of course, we have written the Commissioner of Police and we have equally copied the DSS.
There is no monopoly of violence to anybody. They've done it several times to other political parties, but not AAC.
The Sahara Reporter, publisher, human rights activist, and presidential candidate of AAC is expected in Benin City as part of his familiarization visit ahead of the 2027 general election. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Edo State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has arrested one Mr. Monday Adisa, 52, for allegedly impersonating a personnel of the Corps to extort money from suspected pipeline vendors. The suspect, who was said to have been arrested on the 7th of July 2026 by personnel of the command's anti-vendor unit at the NNPC pipeline corridor in Urohi community in Issa West local government area of Edo State, confessed to the crime. Efosa Wangwe again brings report.
Parading the suspect, the Edo State Command Public Relations Officer CSP Efosa Gbebo said during interrogation, the suspect confessed to the crime and admitted collecting 1.2 million from suspected vendors. CSP Gbebo said the suspect also revealed that he carried out the act with an accomplice identified as Simeon, who is currently at large. The Public Relations Officer said the State Commander Akintoya Saidi Ayela has directed that the suspect be charged to court while efforts are ongoing to arrest the fleeing accomplice. He warned members of the public against impersonating security personnel, stressing that anyone found engaging in such criminal act will face the full weight of the law.
On the 7th of July 2026, at about 4:00 hours, the operatives of the command launched a manhunt through intelligence information and tracked this Mr. Monday Adisa, age 52, and arrested him. And when interrogated, he confessed to have collected 1.2 million from the suspected vendors. He warned members of the public against impersonating security personnel, stressing that anyone found engaged in such criminal acts will face the full weight of the law.
The suspect, Monday Adisa, confessed to the crime.
The community, they are doing that organizations in my community. My village people gave me information. I say, I dey carry any security, that soldier to come and destroy that place. He now say, he will give me 1 million. The 1 million is not, did not sent to me, we sent to that my brother. Which is senior, the 1.2 is sent. Is through that my brother.
Suspect at the time of this report was being charged to court. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Questions bordering on the credibility or otherwise of the forthcoming Edo State local government election continues to dominate discourse on 60 Minutes Nigeria, as stakeholders called for increased voter awareness, transparency, and a wider participation. Esther Ogoro reports that the concerns were also raised over a low public interest and the limited involvement of political parties across the state's 18 local government areas. The report is presented by Joe Egwasa.
A political analyst, Comrade Osao Okoro Obaraye, says many Nigerians have lost confidence in the electoral process, believing elections are determined by a select few. He urged citizens to shun the polls and called for sustained grassroots sensitization on the importance of local government administration.
This one is supposed to be popular, but the people are not involved. The National Administration Agency need to go out, go to market, go to mosque, go to churches, go to where people gather to let them know about what is ongoing.
Academician and University of Benin lecturer Owin Oluwo attributed the low interest in the election to poor public awareness, noting that many voters are unfamiliar with the candidate. He added that the high cost of campaigns discourages political parties from participating.
Most times I give kudos to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his effort in trying to give local government autonomy.
Clergyman Chris Emiowele expressed concerns over the credibility of Nigeria's electoral system, stressing that only a transparent and competitive process can produce credible leaders.
Because there's no competition, nobody is sure what the result will be, everybody is on their own.
Because I can't waste my money when I'm sure that, number one, it will not be fair. Number two, somebody have already predetermined who will be there. Then I will be wasting my money and wasting my time. That's what you are seeing.
Adding his voice to the discussion, Bishop Bright Olumerse said inadequate voters' awareness remains a major challenge, adding that the level of grassroots mobilization seen in previous elections have significantly declined. The guest called on the electoral body, political parties, and civil society organizations to set up voters' education and ensure a free, fair, and credible local government election across Edo State. From Benin, Joy Egwasa, ITV News.
Minimizing child mortality in Nigeria and Africa at large was one of the vocal points of the 7th anniversary celebration of the Med Vehicle Care in Benin City. The anniversary was used to launch 2 new programs that will be beneficial to the Nigerian child. Efusa Owangwe brings us details.
The 7th anniversary, which emphasizes so much on maternal, newborn, and childhood, also dwelt on how to minimize the death rates of children in Nigeria and Africa, knowing that Nigeria has the largest rate of infant mortality in Africa. The program, however, talked about visitation to schools to educate teachers and students on health issues, and way to partner with some private schools where they will be engaging in back-to-school checkup every new term. However, they are also partnering with a special needs school to teach them how to care for such children. The keynote speaker, Professor Akpede, described the 7th anniversary of Med Vehicle Care as worthwhile and beneficial to humanity.
Facilities. I'm not saying they are not helpful, but those things we can do with what's already available. How far have we gone with them? And then the ones already there, what is our attitude to the maintenance? The real innovation now should be our doing those things we already have the abilities to do and not shy away from them.
Chairman Med Vehicle Care, Professor A.J. Enato, said the road path for the past 7 years has been challenging as plans are underway for expansion to different communities around Edo State and beyond, and also creation of awareness about sicknesses and issues in children.
The organization is a mission a driven community-focused organization because we are always looking for how we can give back to the community. That was actually the original idea to the setting up of Med Vehicle.
Lead and coordinator Dr. Izeuwa Enato called on the Edo State government to partner with Med Vehicle Care to reach more children, especially those in public schools in the state. She added that they can help women who have different types of complications and women who do not have funds to go to hospital.
We want the government to join us to see that this program is rolled out into state schools. So we are looking on partners, we are calling on well-meaning Nigerians. From Benin,
Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
And we take you now to Borno State, where suspected Boko Haram terrorists have attacked Logumani community in Nganla local government area of Borno State, destroying a police outpost, a primary healthcare center, and classrooms of a primary school. The attack occurred shortly after the insurgents launched an assault on the military forward operating base in the community. Military authority confirmed that the attack was successfully repelled by troops of Operation Hadinkai, although some military equipment was damaged during the exchange. Security operatives have since launched a follow-up operations to track down the fleeing terrorists. Meanwhile, Chairman of Nganla Local Government Council, Mala Tijani Gala, has inspected the affected facilities and assured residents that the findings will be forwarded to the Borno State government for urgent intervention. Residents have also been urged to remain calm and continue cooperating with security agencies. The controversy surrounding the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council FPIPC has taken a fresh turn as the council's Director General Prince Adeni Adeyemi says he is ready to hand over relevant documents to security agencies investigating the alleged ghost agency. President Bola Tinubu had earlier directed the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission (ICPC) to investigate how the council secured a 1.3 billion naira allocation in the 2026 budget, despite claims by the presidency that the agency does not exist. Speaking during an online interview, Adeyemi denied wrongdoings and expressed his willingness to cooperate fully with investigators, while the House of Representatives has constituted an ad hoc committee to investigate the budgetary allocation. The Senate has suspended its own inquiry pending the outcome of the ICPC investigation. The development has intensified scrutiny of Nigeria's budget process, with lawmakers calling for stronger verification measures to prevent similar occurrences in future appropriation exercises. We'll take you through business news, where the Apex Bank, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has directed members of the public, businesses and financial institutions to stop rejecting the standard 100 Naira banknote, reaffirming that it remains a valid legal tender across the country. The directive follows a report that some traders, commercial outlets and other economic operators had refused to accept the standard 100 Naira banknotes over rumor that it has been withdrawn from circulation. In a statement issued in Abuja, the acting director of corporate communications of the Apex Bank, the CBN, Hakama Sidi Ali, clarified that the standard 100 Naira banknote has not been phased out and remains in full circulation alongside the commemorative 100 Naira banknote introduced to mark Nigeria's centenary celebration in the year 2014. She explained that the commemorative note was never intended to replace the existing standard 100 Naira banknote, stressing that both versions are recognized as legal tenders and must be accepted for all transactions nationwide. The Apex Bank warned that rejecting any legally issued Nigerian banknote contravenes the provision of the CBN Act and undermines public confidence in the nation's currency. The CBN also cautioned individuals, businesses, commercial banks and other economic operators against refusing the standard 100 Naira banknote, warning that appropriate sanctions will be imposed on anyone found violating the law. The bank also reaffirmed its commitment to protecting the integrity of the Naira, ensuring adequate cash circulation and maintaining public confidence in all duly issued Nigerian banknotes, while urging Nigerians to freely accept and transact with both the standard and the commemorative 100 Naira notes. And talking sports, where the federal government has signed a hosting agreement for the 2027 African School Games with the Association of National Olympic Committees of Africa, NAOCA. The signing ceremony, which took place in Abuja on Wednesday, marked a significant step in Nigeria's quest to stage a successful second edition of the African School Game, tagged Abuja 2027. Chairman of the NSC, Malam Shehu Diko, said that hosting the African School Games is a huge milestone for Nigeria and aligns with the goal of President Bola Tinubu to reset Nigerian sports. He reassured the committee that the second edition of the African School Games would set a new standard for future editions. And with that sport report, to call it a wrap on the ITV main news for tonight. On behalf of my colleagues Charity Tanko in Abuja and Patricia Gabriels in Lagos, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for being a part of the news. Do have a blissful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Amasho, standing for Ehosa Osamudame Agbalaho. That is all his annual leave. When he returns, definitely he's going out there, relax, recharge, to refire to about things that is going on in our country for 1 hour. Before he comes back, I'll just be the one filling in for this particular moment. So today is all about the local government election that will take place on the 11th of July, which is a Saturday in Edo State. That is the focus of today's discussion. When you get to hear people talking about local government elections, many have misfeelings, misgivings. You know, their own interpretation of local government election. Way back, it wasn't like that. You get to hear phrases like 18/18, 14/14, 10/10. You just limit depending on the number of local government area in a state. Now, this seems to be a cancer festered into the fabric of election that has to do with the local government in Nigeria. It's not peculiar to one state. It's not peculiar to one party. It's like everyone is just doing the same. The big question now is, will it be different this time around in Edo State, taking Edo State as a case study? Is it going to be free, fair, credible, and of course meet that particular mark that Edo State citizens will hit their chest and say, yes, we are getting it again? Or is it going to be 18/18? Anyway, my analysts, they are here. They'll do justice to it. If it's going to be 18/18, what are the factors that led to it? Would there be arm twisting? Or some analysts are going to write results, or be like, said, Chema, go ahead, just call the result, give it to us and all that. All these and more will deliberate on this edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Very close to me, you get to hear put food on the table. You will not see or hear any of these things happening. The voice of the common masses, Jimmy, to welcome Comrade Okoro Osaho Obare, and of course the PRO of Oedo local government. Comrade, welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria.
It's good to be here.
All right. Somebody close to him, he's an academia, but when he starts talking politics, he's like, come on, you're supposed to be a politician. What gets us? A mathematician to the call prof. Jimmy, to welcome Professor Owen Olowo. Thank you for coming on today's show.
Thank you for having me.
I wouldn't want to dive into one area so sensitive. You know what I'm talking about? I wouldn't want to say it right now. All right. All right. And of course, at my extreme, he is a clergyman, political affairs commentator, and of course a political analyst. Let me to welcome Reverend Chris Imiowele. Thank you so much, Reverend, for taking our time to join us in the studio.
Thank you, Wilson. Good afternoon.
All right. Reverend, I'm going to start off with you for some good reasons. The election is coming on the 11th of July, which is this Saturday. I mean, generally speaking, the atmosphere for ones like you know emanating from what you can perceive, what do you feel about it in general?
Well, I will ask you, is the election holding, except when I hear on the radio? Because those days, once there's election, you will do election hold. I've not seen any billboard, I've not seen any flyer, I've not seen any campaign going on. So who do I vote for? I don't even know. I don't know which candidate that are contesting. So how do I vote you? So I will ask you again, is the election holding?
Are you asking me that question, right, bro?
Of course, because I don't see anything that indicates to me election is holding. Like I told you, no billboard, no flyers, nobody is campaigning, nobody is telling you anything. And then on Saturday, you just go there and vote for who? I don't even know who to vote for either if I want to go to the place. I don't know who is chairman, who is the councillor. I don't know what's going on. That's my own opinion.
No, for now, you don't know what is going on. You can't feel it in the atmosphere.
I only just know the election going on by radio or television.
Interesting. Quite interesting. Well, Prof. Obonachiyo, he said he's not feeling it. No gusto, no hype, nothing. He just got to see it on TV and heard it over the radio. But he's not feeling anything about election. Local government election is going to take place on the 11th of this month.
Well, he just took it off me. Apparently, if he had started meeting, I would have also said the same thing. I can tell you for free that the majority of those state citizens are not aware that there's election on Saturday. There's no public awareness. I'm sure that is supposed to be the duty of the EDSEC, I don't know what they call them, body in charge of
local government elections.
There's no awareness. Sometimes on social media, when I'm maybe scrolling through Facebook, I would just something will pop up like, oh, this particular candidate is moving from, it's already into social ward, and you see a few persons that are just gathered. So the local government election, my own perception, people see it like an election for some persons to participate in. People don't see it like a general thing. And I'm very sure if, of course, Saturday will be, I don't know if there's going to be restriction of movement. If there will be restriction of movement, maybe that is what will now make people to be suddenly conscious. Because this is going to take place in the 18 local government of Edo State. The implication is that there may be some level of restriction of movement so that election materials can move from place to place, and also people can also go and exercise their franchise. If there is no such restriction, I can assure you, we see that everything will just appear to be normal. Like your normal working day, people will go about their businesses and all that. Even if there's a restriction of movement, I can also assure you too that people will just use that day to do laundry, just rest, because the perception, general perception in the local government election is that the election is just meant for a few persons. The people, I can tell you for free also that people don't even know that that local government election that is coming, they can participate with it with their INEC card, that voter's card. They may think that, oh, it's a special kind of election and they don't have the credentials to participate in the election. So I think this is not, and again, when you talked about 18 over 18 and all that, people, because my take, people are not really interested in local government elections. Yes, people are not interested.
Not interested, you sure about it?
Yes, people are not interested because they just feel what people are really like. That's why most times I give kudos to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his effort in trying to give local government autonomy. Before now, I really don't know how far, I really don't know the autonomy thing, how far it has gone. The local government is seen as a part of a state. As a part of, there are 3 tiers of government.
Yes.
But many persons, the state and local government seems to be fused.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. Prof, I will come back to you. Well, comrade, you've heard both of their opinions. They are saying that they cannot feel that particular bursts of energy that usually surrounds local government election in this election. What's your say?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think what the prof has said, the prof has done the classroom digestion of this very question. He has said it, there is already a failure on the part of the EDSEC the EDSEC to communicate. But for we that are in the process, I think we are very well aware the campaigns will be ending midnight today. Are you getting it now? So there will be campaigns here and there from ward to ward to meet with people. So it has really been ongoing for it. But I think people too, the way...
Are you speaking for all local governments or just particular local government?
I think I should speak where I stay. If I start speaking of where I don't stay, it will be very myopic. I should be able to digest where I stay. I'm telling you that, you know, we've moved around the 12 wards, we've moved around virtually each, again, doing it, going back again. So meeting all the various individuals. But Prof, I've also told you that our people don't really know about local government election. Our people pretend to read, and even if they read, what do they read? Are you getting it now? That's just the truth. The truth is that most people don't even know about local government. Most 80% don't even know what is local government. They just believe in states, they believe in Tinubu, they believe in, that is their own mental process. So it also boils down that the National Orientation Agency should go do more about enlightenment to do, because it was the people, if by the time they are aware that the local government is the closest to them, I think, and if they also hold it upon themselves to participate, it will ginger it, the momentum more. Are you getting it now? And also, you know, now election is now very, very expensive. Unlike before, it's very, very, very now expensive. For you to run an election now, as we speak, citing the case of Mbia House of Assembly, you need neatly above 500 million. Neatly above. You don't need 200, you don't need
500 million.
Over 500 million. For you to say you are prepared. Then to go for a senatorial election, you need above 2 billion. To go for House of Rep, you need above 1 billion, 1.5 billion. For you to say you are serious. Not you are, that's cash. Are you getting that? That you are not going to sign receipt in anyone. Is you are going to pull it to say it's here, and you do it if you are serious. So it's also good, you know, since it's also councillorship and local government, they also try to see how best they can cut costs to also make sure that they are also going to spend, but not the way it's going to spend like that. So seeing all those areas that we are expecting is going to be in the bigger election, because this one is supposed to be popular, but the people are not even aware. You can, if not that we are politicians, you heard when we were on radio 2 days ago that somebody from our place was telling me does not know the councillor, whereas I know the councillor. He said he does not, that the one he knew before was the one who was councillor within our unit. So the National Orientation Agency need to go out, go to market, go to mosques, go to churches, go to where people gather to let them know about what is ongoing.
Okay, Reverend, well, it's like all of you are like saying this something about the awareness campaign. We talk about local government election. What do you think is responsible for this? He said EDSEC talked about National Orientation Agency. Who is responsible for the inability of people to, one, hear about the local government election or develop interest in partaking in these local government elections?
There's so many reasons you can adjust to what's going on. The first one is that many years back, the impact of the local government was felt. I know in this state that local government used to tie rules. At least I'm old enough to tell you that. And that local government used to do things that you can know that there's a system going on. Right now, nobody is telling you about local government. What you hear is governor. That's all. So when you have that kind of situation, who will be interested in what is not? When you don't feel the impact of anything, why are you interested? It's what if you know that something is going to affect your life or affect then you will be interested. Now the local government impact is not even felt anywhere apart from concerned in those states. It was not like that before. I can tell you when it started. I don't want to mention names here. I can tell you when this thing degenerated to where we are now. All you hear is governor. All you hear is those states. You will not hear about local government chairman. Though the local government chairman can talk, address people. You know, it was dignified to be a local government chairman. Right now, it's like a civil servant appointment. Number two, when there's no credibility, you will not have healthy competition. What is going on is that there may have been a predetermined candidate who will fill this space. So
Predetermined candidates?
In my own opinion, who is going to be struggling when you know your name is not on the list? For example, how many parties in Edo State is contesting now? Because there's no competition, nobody is sure what the result will be, everybody is on their own. Because I can't waste my money when I'm sure that, number one, it will not be fair. Number two, somebody already predetermined who will be there, then I will be wasting my money and wasting my time. That's what you are seeing. I may be wrong, but that's my own opinion.
All right, I'll come back to you, Reverend. Well, for what the EDSEC chairman said, he said we have the local political parties that will take part in this election. But still, I've not seen or heard some persons from other political parties saying they are going in for the local government election. Do you feel that it has something to do with the opinion of Reverend?
Well, you are saying you have seen, or you have okay, you are judging based on what the EDSEC chairman said.
Yes, said 11 political parties
are participating. Well, of course, he has all the data of those who have fielded candidates for the election, and taking by what he has said. But in all honesty, like judging from what, in fact, in those days, like when I say in those days, in the recent past, not too far in the past, it is only true when I'm moving along, I see people gather in some schools, I'll be asking, but please, what's happening here? Besides, today's election, are you not aware? But this one, I am much aware. I won't tell you why I'm much aware in this one. The thing is, you know, the political parties, I will not say they don't seem to have faith. When I say political parties, beside the ruling party, the other parties are skeptical. Even if they are fielded candidates, it will just be to fulfill all righteousness. They are all skeptical about the outcome of the local government election. They believe that it will not be fair because local governments are seen to have been ceded to the state governments. In every way in this country, I will be shocked if the election of tomorrow is not 18/18.
Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday rather. I will be shocked if it's not 18/18 because that has been the trend. And even though other political parties have fielded candidates, they will not put in much energy. The election is money. My brother here who is into it has told you that election is money, and he's not lying about it. No matter how small the election is, councillorship election, you have to spend money, you have to mobilize men and materials to the units in your ward to campaign. And when you are going to see these people, it's not, you are not going to just see them with everything. And election is money in this country. Election is very expensive to run in Nigeria. So the other political parties who are participating, the 10 others who are participating beside the ruling party now, may not be putting. That's why, like I said earlier, I've been seeing Facebook posts. Like when you just go on Facebook, you just see people, mainly the ruling party, and the ones who are spending money to do jingles, spending money to go for what campaign, because the others are skeptical to spend. Because they also know that the way this thing goes, so you know, people are. I'm not campaigning. I want to tell you for free that the way it is in those states as it is, people are happy with the governor technically. I'm not campaigning. I'm not singing his praise, but I'm a servant of the truth. I like to speak truth anytime, anywhere. People are happy with the governor. Look at actually the day before yesterday. Today is 8, right?
Today is 9.
There was this 770. My son, who just turned 18 on the 5th, came to meet me and said, in the evening, 6th of July, Daddy, he said tomorrow is 7/7. He said we should not be careful, we should be careful, we shouldn't go to school, we should be very careful. I laughed when he told me. I said, don't worry, you go to school. I laughed and I told the mom, I said, in the fear of Bewulu, your mom will tell you, I will come to your house and I will bring your house down. This joy in the face of.
So you are saying it's going to be an easy ride for his party? Is that what you're saying right now?
What I'm saying is that people seem to be happy. Even if it's only the security. Before now, sir, you live in this state now. Or that they can't cause. But on the 7th, did you hear any? But what I told you, there is even a compensation for people if you get information, see something. We'll give you 3 million if you want to report a cultist. But I'm not even afraid so that they don't go and report innocent people.
I'll come back to you.
What I'm saying is that the way it stands, people that there are projects going on, people are seeing and all that. People may just say, because of this man. So the others, political parties, they are skeptical and they don't want to get too involved so that they don't start counting their losses.
I'll come back to you. Well, let me come to you, Okoro Sabai. Well, you heard him, he said because of the governor that other political parties, they are jittery. But from the feelers we are getting, they are saying that there is no need. That's like what our Reverend said, it will predestine. They know who's going to lead, who's going to win, who's going to come out. Because I said that it's going to be like what happened, the allegation leveled against former governor, that his own people clear the slates and all that. Is that what you'd be expecting, comrade?
You know, when I tell my friends I'm coming to ITV, they'll tell me, how much are they paying you? So sometimes they'll just stop and I'll tell them, how will I tell you, where am I going to share it with you? But when they now also start coming, they don't ask me. They don't ask because they don't know. They don't know.
Yes.
So it goes to show that what you didn't participate in, why are you judging it? I get it now. Now so that they do, you are at home, you didn't participate. You don't have right to also judge that system. I get it now.
But obviously because they are afraid to lose their money.
I'm saying, if you try listen to me, you see we are saying the same thing. Even if you are afraid to lose your money, did you participate in the process to now say, I do this one, I make them. We just judge. And they don't write down. I get it. We're in this town when they say they've wrote
the results.
The result. When the big movement swept everybody on the field. So and you get that selection until it is over, it is not over. I'm not telling you that it has. Why will it be written in this jet age what you didn't participate in? I get it now. Are they not going to set tribunal? Don't we have cameras to see? I'm not trying to tell you any issue here, but participate in the process.
But your position not participate in the process.
It's your right, your civic right to participate in that process. So telling me what I want to do that day, because the same local government will come and tell ITV here that day to say you are under my local government. Your tax that was 1 million before is now 8 million. You now say no, we will not pay. You didn't participate, you are going to pay. But if you participate, you can now come to the table to say, that day you come campaign for us. So we tell you this is what we want to. Are you getting it? So people that are aware are aware. The local government, truth be told, the prof told you something. Now as we speak, I can tell you, black and white, that it's 99% autonomous. That's why you see
local government.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Are you sure Obama is coming, Obaraye?
Listen, my words are words you can take to the bank. That Obaraye said, I didn't say ITV said. I'm in it. I'm inside it. I've seen, I listen, I watch. So it's like this, okay, it's not really good to judge you. Now I know that this is how it comes. I get it now. Yeah. Because I'm not there, I see. Okay, allocation never come. Allocation will come, you see it. It's on the system, you see it on the internet. So the chairman can never tell you he didn't receive it. You go to FAC, you see that he received 700 something million. You're on your own, not that everybody published. You go, you see it. So by the time it's not also working, it's eating the money. You cannot say it came, this is it. He will not tell you it didn't get to me. You say no, it's it. So the process is, I'm advising that we should try participate. Though election is expensive, I told my friends I will never contest again for any position because they don't pay you money back.
If you lose, you lose.
Or you are on your own. Pray you lose to somebody that has sympathy and empathy. That will now remember you to say, because you did this, come and follow me to be this. If you lose to a wicked person and vendetta continues after you lose, you might not survive the process. So my advice is that election is coming on Saturday. I'm very sure, I'm 80% sure here that there's going to be restriction of movement, that there is maybe from tomorrow evening, so that things moving from Edo can get to Isako, get to the Kukuruku on time. You cannot move on Saturday morning. You can't get there on time, so it might start moving tomorrow evening. So we might have half day tomorrow, starting from maybe 4 so that everything can work on Saturday. So the process is there, and I'm very sure the process is going to be free, fair and credible.
You very well said, nobody should be afraid. You can take a shot out in the political party you belong. You can easily come out to contest. Right now, from what you also opined, local government is 90% autonomous.
Listen, one of the things I don't like is that we are not able to tell ourselves the truth. We are all suffering it in one way or the other because truth is far. Listen to me. If I hear from him now because he's directly involved, now can I hold the government chairman responsible for what's going on? Those days, like I told you, the government chairman used to tie rules. At least I've seen them that time tie rules. Now I also know when that thing stopped. So if you're telling me now that the government they don't have the money, then I can see this, then they are nowhere to go to and now hold them responsible. That's number one. Number two, tell me any state where opposition won local government chairman in the recent time. I don't like just say in Delta State or in Oyo State or in Nigeria State, local government when they collected local government chairman, opposition won 3 seats, and what it has always been the ruling party saying true. Because my brother, were you not here when election was still going on Uromia? It was an announcement was made here, not here. An announcement was made that somebody had won. I think my memory has not failed me. I remember that election was still going on in Uromia when election was announced, and they did not go through tribunal. Who succeeded? So let us be factual. If I'm not sure that I'm going to get a fair treatment, I will not invest my time and money. And that's what's going on, because money is now very difficult to get. So if I get money, I will not go and put in something like 3 million, 5 million, 10 million into a project. But number one, I'm not sure that I'll be giving fair treatment.
I'll come back to you, Reverend.
Fair treatment.
I'll come back to you. Well, Prof, you heard me say he's not sure of the system because right from the onset, aside the 1999 election, orders have been just one way.
Yes. You see, I'm very, I tell people, all of us are blaming the government at the central. We should also learn to hold our governors accountable. And just now, we should also learn to hold our local government accountable. Because monies are going to all the 3 tiers of government, directly to their account now. They all have accounts with CBN, all the local government. And if we're not started seeing, I will talk to that, I will speak on that. Yeah. If we're not started seeing the dividends at the local government level in Edo State, does not mean that other states. We have seen videos of how local government chairmen in Lagos State are tying roads, giving, donating, etc. Just recently in this Tinubu government, unlike before, everything was just trickling to the state government. Now, on the issue of election, like I said earlier, if because of what is happening in this state now, if the ruling party takes 18/18, I'm sure people will not protest. I'm sure there will not be bad blood. So rig an election.
Are you speaking for yourself? Speaking for everyone?
I'm speaking for majority. Let me tell you. See, for you to rig an election, you must have what is called some level of legitimacy. See, when I say legitimacy here, when you just aided the process, because let me just say the everything is for you technically.
All right.
But in order to just you run on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You run on that goodwill that you already have with the people to secure everything. So you must have some level of legitimacy. When people here say you win or say I'm supposed to win and say I don't do it like that.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We want to take a break right now. When we return, we'll continue with this discussion. Free, fair, credible. Is that what Edo State citizens should be expecting this Saturday? The questions are very much on the table. Don't go away. for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. We will take 1 hour to talk about issue, political issue, economic issue, educational issue, you just name it, centering on Nigeria. Joining us right now in the studio, he is a clergyman, political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Bishop Bright Olumese. Bright, thank you so much for coming on today's show.
Thank you.
Right.
At home, good afternoon.
I believe we're watching, listen to their own points of view about this particular local government election. Do you feel that is going to be different, or is going to be the same old story where winner takes it all? Vis-a-vis 18 over 18.
Yeah, you shouldn't be asking that. It's normal. The same actors.
Yeah.
You know, you could see, you should just reflect. The last primaries will tell you, we no longer have democracy in Nigeria. The definition of democracy in Nigeria is different now. Definition of democracy we used to have government for the people, by the people. Now it's not government for the political leaders, godfathers, and you know, the primaries, people who want primaries were rectified. Political godfather sons' name were submitted to INEC. Go to various places like Benue, you see protests. Kwara, you see protests. Everywhere. And you now talk about local government. It's okay, and all of that. We're not expecting. That's why you see there's no jingle, nothing. There's nothing happening. People don't even know why there's local government election. And this local government election is supposed to be the election of grassroots, election of the people. People should know who should govern them. But this is the level where we are. And all of that. This is the reason why Nigeria is kept poor. Poverty in Nigeria is deliberate. It's a truth. The average man today, if you don't go out to look for food, your family can feed. So that so anything that will trouble your ends meet is like an enemy to you. So nobody wants to, even nobody cares, and all of that. So, but what I want to say, that it won't last forever. We want ESSEC to beat us to this. We want to see that on the 11th of July, Saturday, I will go to my polling booth. It's not just this government, previous government. Local government election date, materials don't arrive. You wait there. After you've gone, results will be collated. You know, in local government election, spirit plus votes. Because when they used to get what they can't, it's only God that knows where.
So spirit votes on local government election. Can you prove that?
Yeah, because now you now said I goes to my polling unit.
Yeah.
Waited all day, nobody came, but the result was announced from so
when did this happen?
A me ghost. No, I'm talking about
previous election, okay.
We're not it's not something, it's not an APC thing. It's been on. Did you get that right? Let me ask you, the autonomy granted to local government, where is it? This is a constitutional matter.
The comment is at least he's in there. Is it at least 90% autonomous?
Sir, if he don't say that, he lost his job. That's what do you want him to say? Because he's there, he's not supposed to speak. What do you want him to say? This is Nigeria politics. We know how it is. You get that right? See, let me tell you, there is nothing like. If you want to tell me, does the federal government control the money of the state? I'm asking you. So if it's autonomy, now there's even a constitutional problem. What's it called? Why is ESSEC had to do? Why states still conduct local government election? If they are granted autonomy, it means they are an arm of government. The INEC should do and create a healthy competition and all of that. So the issue is that let's say we are still growing. America just celebrated 250 years. When I was doing a breakdown the other day, that when America was 60 something, they've advanced past this stage and all of that. So the problem we're having is not that this current political gladiator, is that they are raising, if you look at some young persons following these guys, their mindset is even more terrible. And that is what is getting me really concerned. So the problem now is that there's a local government election. The local woman at the market is not aware. The local man at the market is not aware. Most people not aware. Jingo is not there. You don't see billboard anywhere. You don't see flyer everywhere. Where is the door-to-door campaign? In those days, 1999, when the lack of the Hagon won as the opposition party, APP, and all that, you see door-to-door campaign. You see people coming to your room, coming to your doorstep to knock. We need your vote, and vote. People came out to vote, and people won. So Now, this is the reality we're having. Are we having democracy? I just told you the democracy we're having now. It's not democracy for leaders, the democracy for settlements, and democracy for the elite. It's now, this thing, they have settled it. You need to settle. You, this one, House of Rep did not reach you. Okay, we give you 3 councillors and 1 local government. So it's not enough. Add 1 councillor. That's what we're having now.
You say settlement galore.
Oh God, you should know that.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Nigerians know that.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Bishop. I'll come back to you. Well, of course, you heard him. Before Bishop came in, Professor Owen said, look, as it stands right now, it's been a while there's a local government tying roads. For what he said, they were not seeing campaign, TV, radio, or street-to-street campaign for this particular election. Do you have proof of it that he is wrong in this aspect of campaigning? 1, time of road. 2, we're talking about local government in Edo State.
Thank you so much. Before I will answer you,
yes.
I want you to retract the statement that if I don't speak the way I'm speaking, my job will be returned. You should retract it.
All right.
You should retract it. No, not that. You should retract it.
Okay, hold on. Bishop right now. Hold on, Bishop. Bishop right now. It's like you hurt his feelings. Suppose retract the comment.
I retract it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The way you did this, and you try to Google my name. Google my name. Yeah. Just try to Google my name. My name is Osaron Okoro Obaraye. I get it. My first house of call is the Civil Society Group. That is my first call before politics, before my business. I get it. So I don't come here to blab for anybody. I come here to speak fact to power, straight the way it is. Always say, Obaraye said. I don't say what I don't know. When I say 90. Even 99% autonomy, I was very right. That is not your field. I can't tell you how fasting and prayer can cure malaria. That's your field. If you say it, I would dare ask that. If I tell you I'm here and it's like this, don't say because you know that.
All right, now he has retracted it, so let's get to the point right now.
As we speak.
Yes.
I can count. I count so many roads. Oh, the chairman already was tired because I'm there. I'm saying it. When 730 million comes, I see the alert. I say, okay. They will sit down at ESCO. It's dividing to say, if you are paying this one, that way that Admaba will retire. Let this one go for this one. The new Benin, let this one go. The airport road at Piano, the other junction, let this one go. The school we are building at Admaba, let this one. We see sharing. No, Oga, leave this school first. This one will come in the next month. So I see as it flows, and I know. It's not, nobody's telling me now.
As a PRO?
Yes, nobody's telling me. I attend ESCO meeting every Monday 9 to 12. So if I'm seeing it, I see. And they know that whatever I says here is living.
What about the issue of campaign?
The issue of campaign, I've told you, that is ending tonight. It has been rigorous. Meeting people to people. Yesterday, we met the Igbo community in New Benin Market. We met those at Mission Road. Are you getting it now? Today we'll be meeting with the Arewa. Today we meet however by 4.
Then how come others are not doing the same? Because they say they can't feel it.
It is good. You see why?
They can't feel it.
You see why I always tell you what you can quote.
Yes.
I can't tell you go to a real one. I can't tell you go to a real there. I'll tell you what I see. So that when you say Obaraye said, I will not take you to say, come and sit here. Show him that file. Show him that this. Show him that this is this. Even when I was not there, you should know that we still have you take our protest down to their table to say this must be done and this is done. And even when we are protesting, the one at Tony Kabaka just was supposed to be only that person. I protested to say no, you can't carry breeder with two them not doing no woman in Joshua. It must be done. You don't talk, come, you don't talk, I am not an Adam journal. But you know, that is where I must speak first. Nobody. So if you are taking my job, you don't beg for the job first of all. I don't beg for job. I pay my worker more than what I've been paid in the council. Not my workers receive what they pay me.
It's like you are doing a but now he has retracted. Let's leave it. He has retracted it.
I have over 11 workers. Some of them receive what I receive in council. So that is by the wayside. So I'm going to add.
Fine. No problem.
If I'm coming and they know that you are speaking, the chairman will say, allocation never come. Ramekmi never do this one. No, go tell you. I will say, I will. I know allocation has not come. And if it comes, so I'm like a watchdog to that thing, which the man is proud of. Are you getting it now? A few days ago, I was going home at Wingwood, and I saw they were protesting Thierry Balance.
Yeah.
I packed immediately and called him. Where are you? He said, it's already at home. I said, I'm here at 9 o'clock. What is happening? And he said, make a call. And I did my own physical survey and saw that our vigilante went against one bus driver who already now is trying to hit a woman. I get it now. And in their presence, I did and stood by the side of the people. So say this one at night, for say let these people also small now. If we had them 6 o'clock this morning till 8, at this time, he said, no, Galabuna said to us, make it just be 24-hour service. Are you getting that? So that it should be dried up because that is the night.
So you are saying your local government is working?
You can say that.
Okay, hold on now.
That one is audible to the.
Let me ask you one question. Hold on. Let me ask you one question. If out of 100%, 5% is working, is that a pass mark?
Listen.
No, comrade, is it a pass mark?
To who?
5%. Let's say out of 100%.
Let those that are
5% is working.
Yes.
Is it a pass mark?
Let those that are in the local government speak. I'm speaking for mine. Don't let me go and speak for what I don't know.
Of course, because of Edo State right now.
Yeah.
In the whole of Edo State.
Yes.
Maybe you have 18 local government.
Yes.
Only 2 are functioning optimally.
To you.
Is that a pass mark?
To you.
I'm asking a question.
No, to you.
Okay.
To you.
All right.
If I was living at Ambede, I should be able to speak at Ambede.
Okay.
A man should speak tomorrow when you wake me up to say you said so. I will tell you I said so.
Okay, fine. I'll come back to you.
For me to tell you what that has been tied.
Okay.
I know. So I don't even know what the other man is tying.
I'll come back to you. Now, for what he said, calm down. We are still in this show. Everybody calm down. So let's not attack each other's emotions. So let's be calm. Now, for what he said is from his own local government. They did clean the tarred road. But it cannot be said for others. He says from his own angle. Now, for what is really going on right now, for what has been going on, do you feel that this election is going to be based on performance of local government or the performance of the governor?
Let me tell you this. With due respect to the governor,
yes,
the governor is doing well in my own assessment. But I believe that elections should throw up the best, always. And it does not always follow that the best will always come from the ruling party. So if election is supposed to be done, it's supposed to throw up the best at every time. Okay? And if we go by that, it means that the election should be fair. If there are people who belong to either PDP or the other party who can do well too. So in local government election, all of them should be given time, at least fair treatment. That's what I'm saying. When you are not sure of fair treatment, you will not invest your money. Before I go, you will give me a road that already is tying. I will go there myself to verify it, so I will be double sure.
I trust you. Just mentioned 2 right now.
I trust you, but I will need the name. I will drive there myself.
Yes, I'll give you 5.
Because this is the first time I'm hearing
I'll give you 5.
the local government chairman are tying roads. In Ekpoma, nothing is going on. You quote me.
Okay.
So the local government, the chairman in Ekpoma should tell me the road is tying in Ekpoma, because I have lived there for a long time. So he should tell me which one is tying. He so let it tell me. I will go there myself and this is what I'm hearing. Let me be truthful. We are here. We are here in our nation. Let me tell you.
Calm down. You have your say. Calm down, please.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
You see, in life, sometimes I assess things going on. By the grace of God, I also have privilege of going out of this country. And I see what's going on there. Sometimes I sit down and look, I said, this place ought not to be better than us. The only difference is that we are organized, we are not organized, those guys are organized. That is the difference.
All right.
So if you go by election should always throw up the best at every point in time.
Irrespective of political parties.
Thank you. That's right.
All right, I'll come back to you. Well, in our news, which we went out to cover, yes, really, there was a road being tarred by the Odo local government. It's on the news. I'm not trying to say X, Y, Z. I saw that. Myself. And of course, the governor also made someone that is not even from the state commissioner, 2 persons now, right? That has raised so much dust. We don't want to dive into that yet. Do you think all these things will count with political party, Bishop?
Okay, let me say this. Politicians are like students writing exams.
Okay.
They don't mark their scripts.
They don't mark their scripts?
No, sir.